Elf age I can pick up attributes. Chapter 201-277. Chapter 201 _ deal with. New Gerger Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. Put his hands on his back while talking. Raise your feet _ out of the house. There was a voice behind him. Long, did I hear that? Young master, he said 3 vegetarian meals and 1 meat. Well, that's what I seem to have said. The young master is very kind. Brother Tai, didn't you say he's dirty? A teenage child laughed. Taizu slammed his head. He smiled and said, who are you slandering? I didn't say that. The young man of 470 seemed to pat his head a little aggrievedly, and muttered, that's what you said. Chen Zhen, in a very large house. Chen Zongtong lay leisurely on a chair, surrounded by a few maids twisting his shoulders. Well, people live for 100 years. Live in a hurry for 100 years. It's human nature to enjoy time. Chen Zongtong smiled lightly. He was born next to the Chen family, and his talent is very poor. It was not until the age of 40 that he successfully collected Yuan Dan. Later, his family asked him to leave Yunlin City, take over Shenzhen, and take care of the Chen family manor. Start. Chen Zongtong was very dissatisfied. Being outside the city meant he couldn't get family resources to farm. In other words, his family no longer has any hope for him. But later, Chen Zongtong suddenly found out. In this Chencheng, he is the king of heaven, and no one can tell him what to do. Charlie is in the arms. Countless money, splendor and wealth. Can't enjoy it. In this case, it is obviously much better than being driven by Chen's house. Why is he happy and not happy? B6. As however, the family does not know why the public has recently sent a young master and a young lady. This made Chen Zongtong feel a little threatening. He was guarding. I'm afraid the status will be weakened. Chen Zongtong was very dissatisfied. So he wanted to control Zhongjing and put the power in his own hands. Bang 1. At this moment, there was a loud noise. 2 bangs. A figure flew out of the yard and smashed the table next to Chen Zongtong. Ah! The maids were startled. Screamed. One by one they ran away, hiding in places they didn't know. Chen Zongtong has already responded. Staring at the front vigilantly, a familiar figure gradually appeared. Oh, young master, why didn't you say hello first when you came to see me _ Zhang Jing sneered. Okay, what's your status? Do I have to report to you first? At this time, the smile on Chen Zongtong's face gradually solidified. At this time, how could he not see? This Zhang Jing was deliberately finding fault. Mei Feng, no, Chen Zongtong has a smiling face but not a smile. The tone became a little grim. Young master's status is noble. Of course, there is no need. I don't know what the so-called young master is looking for. Yesterday, I told you to let go of the peasants, why would you? Blackmail Xiao Ying. Chen Zongtong said with a smile. I did this for the sake of the young master. __. Ah, for my benefit. Aren't you spying on me? In Zhang Jing's eyes, the icy lawn was flickering like a fragment of flames. Chen Zongtong began to secretly gather Yuan Li. Replied, Master is joking. I don't have the courage to order you to be watched. So, is this someone else's order? This, Chen Zongtong suddenly froze his face, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he quickly covered up the past, he was still caught by Zhang Jing. Caught. Looks like I guessed right. At first, I wondered if you have the courage to let someone watch me. Zhang Jing laughed too loudly. Now I finally understand, Chen Ruofei should tell you. In the Chen family, there are some people who are hostile to him. It's just Chen Guiyang and Chen Ruofei. However, Chen Ruofei should hate him even more. After all, he abandoned Chen Qingyan. As for the owner Chen Guiyang, for the development of the Chen family, it is not very likely to deal with him _. For the underlined version of the novel, please download Fanfiction Expressway first release m. ggdxin.com. Chapter 202-Subtle Anger. New Gurgur Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. In winter, the weather is very cold and the climate is very cold, but there are two people in Zhongjing. Always feel extra warm. Into the night. In another yard in Yunlin City, in the hall, Li Changxiao was drinking and eating with a few subordinates. Oh, I really didn't expect Yunlin City. There were no geniuses in the past, and this time there are so many, it's really rare. Li Changxiao raised his glass and drank it all at once. Hey, since you're so happy, they've been sent to Yunlin City. Isn't it? Are you happy? Shimizu changed into a pink dress, showing off her uneven body perfectly. Li Changxiao's eyes 28 swept across hers. Mile, he said with a smile, it's going to go so well. It's no surprise. What's more, the last time I went to Sky Cloud City, it was a genius with more than a dozen martial earth peaks. Although Yunlin City has many talents this time, it is still much worse than Tianyin City. Li Changxiao tore open another piece of meat. Chewing, he said while holding the water in his arms. Shui Qing patted him lightly, like a subtle anger. I hate it. Get your dirty hands off. Oily. I can only change my new clothes. Li Changxiao, he didn't open his hands at all, but hugged his clear waist and touched it over and over again. What are you afraid of? This is a big problem, I can't buy it for you. Li Changxiao said. Bully. If the clear water turned into a white eye, he had to let him blame. By the way, you said that you only gave us 2 places. But Zhongjing is very good and Wei Rui regrets giving up 2 of them. As soon as I said this, the subordinates around me nodded and echoed him one by one. Them. One of them said, Teacher Qingruo is right, then Yuyang Long, Lu Zeruo, Zhongjing, Zhu Gluyun are all worthy of training. Mr. Zhang Xiao, do you think you can give as much quota as possible? Shuiqing also looked at Li Changxiao. Changxiao, I think they are very good, we must not miss them. Li Changxiao frowned slightly and said, I can really relax 2 more places, but Zhu Gluyun was defeated today. If I choose him, I'm afraid I can't convince the public. If you choose body feathers, although he is a special attribute, its spiritual root purity is not high. It is not as worthy of cultivation as Zhu Gluyun. How can this be good? Still only Zhongjing, Lu Zeruo, Yuyang Long 2 inches. Don't worry about the sky, I have a way to help you. Shui Qingruo took a sip and gave him a sip of the glass. Li Changxiao was very interested. Ask with a smile, oh. If you move fast, go ahead. In this qualifier, Zhu Gluyun instinctively advanced to the top 4. He didn't have enough luck to face Lu Zeruo in advance. Burying the talent 817 in this way is a very regrettable thing. In my opinion, it would be better to hold another round tomorrow, so that the eliminated people can compete and choose another. I believe that with the cultivation of Zhu Gluyun, we will definitely win the final game. I do not know what to do. Li Changyang's eyebrows elongated, bright eyes and happy faces. First pick the top 3 in the first round, and then pick 1 from the eliminated people, so that no good people are buried and those people don't gossip. Good. The next morning, Baikangwan was crowded again, many of whom couldn't find a good place yesterday, but also arrived early. That reading equals something new. Express debuts m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 203-Terrible Power. The middle-aged man looked at Zhongjing, and said contemptuously, then let Li Changxiao come out. You are not qualified to speak to your mentor. What an angry word he said. However, when Zhongjing hadn't responded, if Lu Zi took a step behind him, the reaction would have been intense. Shouted loudly, you're ugly, and so arrogant. What do you think you are? A middle-aged man did have relatively thin hair, but it was burnt out during his fights with others in his early years. Lu Zeruo undoubtedly pierced his heart. Small girl, what a shame. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. The voice dropped, and he saw a golden power in his right hand. With one hand clapped, Jin Li suddenly turned into a 10-foot tiger phantom and rushed to Lu Ziruo's side. Although the power of the action is not the best for middle-aged men, but it will not kill Lu Ziruo, but it is definitely enough to make Lu Ziruo lie down for a year and a half. The speed of the tiger was so fast that the kings could not react at all. No one could expect this middle-aged man to attack the younger generation of samurai so shamelessly. Looking at Willow, Shuziruo was hit by the golden tiger. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the sword immediately appeared in his hand. Zhang Jing's movements were also like lightning. In a few moments, he completed this powerful sword. The martial arts at the county level are naturally not comparable to the previous, prosperous evening style. A sword is drawn. He saw the illusory red dragons roaring out of the sky and biting towards the golden tiger. Two powers, one gold and one red, surging like two horrors and monsters colliding. It was obvious that the power of the red dragon was so weak that it was almost completely swallowed up by the golden tiger. However, the effort between these rates is enough for Lu Zi to respond. Although Lu Ziruo is a woman, she has a lot of fighting experience. It used to be because of a sudden attack by a middle-aged man, she couldn't resist quickly. But now that Zhang Jing had bought her a few seconds, if she stayed there any longer, it would be too worthwhile for her to mend her body. Drink one and eat this girl's trick. Thunder 9 days in the sky. If Lu Zi sticks to jade teeth, purple thunder and haber will appear in the hand immediately. I got it. A terrible thunder sounded, and the purple dragon was seen roaring out of the grass. The purple dragon opened its teeth and fluttered its claws as if it were unstoppable. Lei Wei is the most terrifying force in the universe. Thunder attribute practitioner, born to attack L. To a certain extent, the mine-type repairman has the most powerful attack ability. The violet dragon was about 3 feet long. That illusory figure was much stronger than the last battle with Zhang Jing. Facts have proved that not only Zhang Jing was promoted to Lu Zi's power but also did not stagnate. Wu Yanglong and Zhu Gluyun looked at Lu Ziruo and Zhang Jing. The colors in his eyes were really complicated. The two of them compete. Dare to fight Wu Zhong a lunatic. I am afraid that only this lunatic can develop such a terrifying combat power in a short period of time. At this time, Wu Yanglong and Zhu Gluyun also had to admit in their hearts, Zhao Li Zhao. They are indeed not as good as Zhang Jing and Lu Ziruo. Up tack bang, bang. Two muffled humming sounds suddenly sounded, and then I saw Zhang Jing come out and fall to the ground. The middle-aged man's right hand moved, down. His expression was stern and uncertain, and he stared at Zhang Jing's eyes. Exclaimed in disbelief. How can you two have such terrifying power? We're able. Taking on everything he just did is enough to prove that Zhang Jing and his two people have at least the ability of a martial artist. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 204 Main Task. Don't look at the yard on the hillside. There are rockeries, flowing water, flowers and plants, goldfish, and the scenery is very good. Li Zongxiao smiled. Of course, Tianzi Peak is much better than here, especially the aura is richer. They're not the only people in the yard. There are also students, mentors, Zhang Jing and others from other cities. Then went back to his room. After closing the door, Zhang Jing's eyes flickered slightly. After 6 months of waiting, he finally came to Muyun Academy. Just now, he used the insight of his eyes to detect and found that there are indeed famous experts in this academy. Glanced casually, they are all elders of the military. However, he didn't notice King Wu's breathing fluctuations, probably because he was still with him in the courtyard outside. Although the eye is very insightful, it also has a range limit and can only detect things up to 10,000 meters. The halo of this place is very strong, but you can take this opportunity to practice for 2 period of time. Zhang Jing sighed at the airway. Because sailing at sea often hits coral reefs and causes the hull to vibrate, Zhang Jing could not calm down for a long time to practice. Compared with the 6 and the former, the power has not changed much. Of course, due to the accidental acquisition of one of the Earth-striped Dragon Balls. It made him unintentionally complete the side quest and get the martial arts fairy who flew out of the sky. On the other hand, the strength has also been greatly improved. Now, if he does not use the power of the law, and cooperates with the flying people in the sky, his combat effectiveness should be equivalent to Wuzong in the later period. The god of flying to the sky, Chabi, immortal, is a terrifying martial art technique of kendo. It is reported that Sora was created by a genius named Yi Gucheng, who is very powerful. God of Kong Jongjing. During his sexual experience, he discovered that this martial art should be a sword of heaven. The movement of Tian Gaojian, which is the strongest martial arts of the lower level, is also a sword, which is undoubtedly very suitable for him to practice swords. Zhang Jing has always wanted a suitable martial art, but now, the Fatian fairy has come at the right time. Heavenly martial arts, although it costs too much. But those martial arts and skill consumption that will not have a cap are famous. The reason Zhang Jing didn't use martial arts on the upper limit before was that the consumption was too serious. If a martial arts athlete is exhausted, there won't be any gaps with the average person. After watching for a while, Zhang Jing began to thinking about how to increase his powers next. After all, as Li Chongxiao said, the examination system for Muyan's final election is different. If you play well in a boxing match, he is confident of being the number one. But if you change the other equals way to evaluate, that's not straight. Because the main task is to require him to pass the final exam, and this task must be completed first. Otherwise, he will be demoted to level 10. At that time his power will also be reduced. Such a situation, of course, is not what Zhang Jing wants to see, so he must complete the main task. If you want to accomplish as much of this task as possible, you can only maximize your powers as much as possible. Anyway, you must win the first place in the final exam. Zhang Jing secretly made up his mind. In addition to completing this task, becoming the second person's exam means becoming the core talent of Muyun Academy. Not only have many advantages, but the Qin family wanted to deal with him at that time. There are a few things to weigh too. Now my kingdom is in the early days of martial arts. Phoenix and Jinlong martial arts have passed through practice but have almost broken through to the middle of martial arts. But if you want to enter martial arts, we also need to put the rest as soon as possible. Martial arts unite. Then paint them all as Shangfeng of martial arts. Li Jihun Yuan Gong, 9 veins repaired. Of course, it is different. The fighting power is far greater than the monks of the same rank, but it is more difficult to break through. This is only the field of martial arts, and Zhang Jing felt its difficulties. Of course, if Zhang Jing can condense the rest of his life at any time, it won't work very well. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 205 What a pity. Equals a bright light passed by, like lightning flashing in the dark, so fast that it was difficult to reflect. It was this silent lightning that shattered this terrifying sky sword. Two forces belonging to the martial arts strongman collided. For a while, there was a dark gap in the void, and there was a screeching sound of gasping and gasping. That is to say, only the strongmen of King Wu can fight each other. In order to split the space L. When those Tai freshmen saw such a scene, their hearts were always earth-shattering and shocked. Red Moon, where are you? Bathing the Sky frowned, his eyes couldn't help but be a little scared. According to the rules of the college, who the students choose to be their teachers. This is the freedom of the students. What right do you have in the sky? Why don't I punish this man for being rude and insulting my reputation? Mushin said with good reason. Rule is a rule, even if Saturn elders dare to break the rules of the academy, I will not let the Red Moon go. 2. The Red Moon is wearing a red robe and the whole person is like a delicate rose in the flame. Her that thin, light red lips, exuding the charm of nothing equals nothing. However, as soon as she appeared, the elders seemed very distressed. The red moon's temper is too stubborn. No one takes it seriously. If the sky is arrogant, L is red and bright is arrogant. Two very grumpy guys. It's wrong everywhere on weekdays. Now looking at this posture, is it difficult to fight again? There are 100 freshmen here. What are you two doing? 3. Rule 2. I don't have these 2 words in my eyes. The sky of the body is still the same. Arrogance did not say much, and directly cut out the spirit of a sword. This sword spirit is much stronger than the previous one. It seemed like I just wanted to give Zhongjing a lesson. However, Rao is like this, a red moon does not mean stop attack. She was already very sad about this day's body and helped Zhongjing stand up. I also want to find a day to stay stubborn and a day to carry the frame. The seemingly flat difference in power between the two suggests that they are both strong personalities and naturally want to outdo each other. Unfortunately, Luna is strong though. Many elderly people have headaches, but the sky of the body is not a soft persimmon, and the two fight countless times, without being divided into winners and losers. Ask for flowers, ___. Well, these two are still quarreling when they disagree. Watching the red moon disappear into the empty air, an old man had to shake his head and sighed. Fortunately, both of them knew what to do, so they went to fight in the void. If they did something on Tianshou Peak, they were worried that the whole mountain would be torn down. After all, the power of King Wu is very terrifying, and it is not difficult for them to destroy a mountain. Have a good time. How are you? I was scared just now. Lu Zeruo patted the beautiful heart. A trace of worry in the eyes. Zhongjing took a long breath, then smiled and said, "It's okay, I just didn't expect the elders to be so angry." After hearing this, the rest of the people curled their lips, and you refused to bathe in the sky many times. Can people get mad when they talk nonsense and say he is not qualified to teach you? That Nendoroid still has 3 anger points. Your child has a bright future, but something is wrong now. I'm afraid no one in the academy would dare to hand you over, let alone accept you as an apprentice. Oh, what a shame to fly. Wake you up, reading equals thing. Chapter 206 Trigger Seal. His sword is strong enough to break the magical weapons of the sky. No matter how strong the crystal ball is, it is absolutely impossible to keep it in good shape. In fact, the result of the crystal ball, as he expected, was easily torn to shreds by the 9 colors of sword energy. However, Zhongjing soon regretted that he would rather break the crystal ball without this urge. He didn't have time to think about it. When he felt the terrible energy fluctuations, Zhongjing's 3/6 soil face suddenly changed, very scared. Regardless of 3722, he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, the small fire Xiaohe was forced to enter the space of the God of War system. 9-pole Hunyuangong is transformed into 89 Shuangong. The body's defense is the largest, and the golden spirit pillar of fixed light falls into the air when it returns. Turned into a golden mask and wrapped around him. Rao is like this. Zhongjing is still afraid of being careless, and hastily pulled out a dozen defensive magic weapons. Maybe even his body defense can't stop. These magic weapons won't have much effect, but Zhongjing would rather kill the guard. Zhongjing's expression has never been so dignified. There is no doubt that a black crystal ball is a scary thing. Powerful dark attribute power, as if devoured the world, instantly burst out from the exploding black crystal ball. Keep spreading, keep spreading. It spreads very fast, and within a few hundred meters of the blink of an eye, it is enveloped by this force. Wherever it passed, all the flowers and trees withered, and the whole new peak suddenly became lifeless. The decay law of dark pole properties is very scary. The whole place was empty, and it seemed to present a dark cloud-like cloud. Cloudy wind gusts, the howling of wolves, the charm of ears. The spread of darkness attribute power is so fast that even Zhongjing can't avoid it, when he is like a swallow. As light. True, Zhongjing reacted quickly and retreated in time, but was eventually annihilated by that force. Thump, Puff. I am afraid that the power of the dark attribute is like hundreds of millions of ants. Constantly devoured the golden elf beads of fixed light magic from the shield. Although Dingguang Jinlingzu Shangtianlidi 1, Zhangjing is still only in Wuzong's domain and cannot give full play to his greatest strengths. Therefore, the shield will be broken immediately only if it resists 10 rests. As for Zhangjing's other magical weapons formed by shields, they can support up to 2 breathing times. The layers of shields continued to break, but the power of the dark attribute continued unabated, engulfing Zhangjing's body. Like a greedy beast. In the face of those terrifying dark energies, those defensive magic weapons. Can't stop. What a terrible law of withering attack. It is absolutely impossible for Qin Yutian to realize the power of this profound law. Only the strength of King Wu can reach such a terrifying realm, and it must be the late stage and peak of King Wu. No doubt, after the black crystal ball has sealed a martial king, its peak, 1. A powerful trick. If Zhangjing didn't break it with Jianqi, he might not trigger the seal, but there is no regret medicine in the world. More, even if Zhangjing didn't take the initiative to destroy 0.2, it was thought that Qin Yu_Tian would use the knowledge of the gods to stimulate this terrifying seal. This damn Qin family would actually come up with such a thing. Secretly hurt yourself. Zhangjing's heart towards the Qin family is even more firm. He did not take the initiative to provoke the Qin family, but the Qin family has always been reluctant to give up. Qin family, it will be destroyed. Of course, the most important thing now is to resist this first. Attack L. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 207_secretly calculate. At the end of the day, both of them were instructions to the Pantheon, and they certainly didn't want to duel him in their hearts. At this moment, Pan Shishuan still had a gentle smile, and he waved his sleeves gently. Eyes staring at the western red moon. Ray of blue light suddenly flashed from his eyes, so fast that it was hard to detect. Then, he smiled and said, bathing the sky. Red moon, your words are not good. Xiao's family lives in Qingfang City, that is, my Qingfang City people. I am not only the owner of the city. How can I sit still? Red and bright. Sora didn't answer, their eyes flashed with confusion. Pan Shenshuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, his voice gradually became cold, and then said, this son of Zhangjing is very talented and is the backbone of the empire's talents. However, his personality is arrogant. Killing people, a villain like the famous Xiao family. I'm just waiting for people, how can we let go easily? After that, Pan Shangshuan put a smile on his face, looked at the two of them and said, I believe in your God, you will never look at such a villain, would you do something bad? Why don't you go catch Zhangjing with me? What? Let's say, in his eyes, had 2 more blue lights, very blurry, but they were there. Hey, do it. The king of the city, it is necessary to help the Xiao family L. At this point, bystanders finally understood. Not good. Zhangjing has been watching Pan Shenshuan's behavior. Although Pan Shishuan's behavior is obscure, Zhangjing's insight entered his eyes and all the little movements were not hidden. Charm El Sheikh. In this mysterious mystery, unknowingly, 2 people named Hongyu. Using charm. If it is normal, the 2 people of Hongyu will never be recruited. After all, their repair rate is extremely high, and they can resist the attack of this kind of soul. But now, seeing Pan Shenshuan L's inner mood swings, plus the distance is too close, the guard is very low. It's easy to be fascinated by him. Zhangjing clenched his fists a little, this Wan Shenshuan is really not easy. Bang! Sure enough, the change suddenly appeared, and the red moon and the 2 answered unanimously, Elder Wan, they said it very well. The students all know this mistake. Master, what are you talking about? Blue Z. If her face got bigger, she couldn't possibly have expected that Red Moon would also answer this question. What happened 1. However, the Red Moon and the bathing sky didn't even look at her, but you stared at Pan Shenshuan in a stunned manner. There was a hint of pride and a hint of coldness on Wan Shishuan's face. He lowered his head, smiled at Lu Ziluo, and said, "Second one, little girl, you are young. You are not deep, you are easily deceived. Zhang Jing is evil, you can't learn from him uptack." Once again, when Lu Zi's mood swings in instability, he starts using charm again. Zhang Jing looked into his eyes, once again a hint of blue light. "I can't help but feel anger. This old dog thing is playing dirty. The charm of others is just. Are you still doing this to Lu Ziluo? How can you bear it? Okay, look at the knife of the smiling worm." Zhang Jing was furious, and without hesitation, he slashed the sword directly at Wan Shenshuan, interrupting Wan Shenshuan's casting lift. Charm, it's strange, he doesn't want Lu Zi to secretly calculate. "Oh, Zhang Jing, why are you so amazing? Your personality can be changed. So I don't want to do this. Now, for the tranquility of Qingfang City. I had to." "Oh," said the gods with a false smile. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 208 Peculiar Treasure Trove. Above the void, the power of various laws surged up, and the pressure was arranged and pressed, as if a flash flood erupted. Li rode on the wind and stood in the air, his clothes were flying, his eyes flashed red, and his figure didn't move. It wasn't because of Li Qingliu's words and a very scary guy. I really want to start. I am afraid that these people are present and will not be their opponents. But on the other hand, Li Zhengfeng is very reluctant. That Judgment Tower is a strange treasure house. The empire has been around for thousands of years. Is it difficult to give up today? I do not want to. At the same time, Li Jinfeng's heart is even more confused. Why does Chen Fengning operate the refining and chemical test tower, as he said 197? This test_experiment tower was originally located in Wanjiamen, Zhongzhou and Mark III. He. Of course not. However, this judgment tower does belong to the Gate of 10,000 Swords, to be precise. It is the Gate of 10,000 Swords of the glass sky above. Now, Zhang Jingwei has been refined and the uniform is indeed returned to the original owner. Zhang Jing, you said this thing belongs to your sword door, but there is evidence I asked after taking a deep breath. If there is evidence, according to the word, then he can only let Zhang Jing. After all, the power of Wanjianmen. It is definitely not something that a Dragon Feather Empire can resist. Moreover, Zhang Jing's current actions really frightened him. If he really wanted to tear his face apart, it would be very unfavorable to the empire. Is that not enough? Zhang Jing asked with a smile, as if under the pressure of many martial kings, he was not affected at all. Li Yifeng and others heard that his face had changed again, and the boy didn't even have proof. Test tower after refining and chemical treatment. Can you prove this thing is yours too? So much fun uptack. Suddenly, even Li Yangfeng's face became particularly gloomy. Zhang Jing wanted empty gloves and a white wolf. Calm down again. After being silent for a while, Zhang Jing didn't want to stand in a stalemate. He directly held Lu Ziluo's hand. Fall down. Dad, Sissy, let's go. Zhang Jing, the two of them, came to Qin Shuyu and Chen Yeti. In the kingdom, Qin Shuyu was a little worried. It won't be too embarrassing. If the empire retaliates against them, what should be good? No matter how strong it is, it's hard to fight Xia with 4 hands in the end. Don't be afraid, female soil. These people, they can't stop me. Zhang Jing smiled confidently, with a very bossy tone. This sentence come out, everyone turns their faces. Crazy. This kid is crazy uptack. Of course, it's like a rumor. Oh, it's hard for me to worry about this, no matter what. Qin Shuyu had no choice but to smile. She really didn't want Zhang Jing to freeze with the empire. But no matter what, she will support Zhang Jing. Who will let Zhang Jing be her son 3? If you don't support your son, you still will. Do you support others? Of course, in fact, it was precisely because of Zhang Jing's outstanding performance that she was greatly relieved. Woe on woe, woe l. Zhang Jing and his brother walked straight into the air and ran far away, ignoring Li Jinfeng, the son of the empire, without even saying hello. Jingqi doesn't even want to have a good relationship with this group of people. People's hearts are unpredictable, but a few people, he doesn't trust anyone. Because he betrayed his last life, Zhang Jing no longer believed in anyone. Especially when I see this group of people because of their own refining and chemical test tower which exhibits a complex mixed expressions. This really disgusts Zhang Jing. If it weren't for their great power, they would be afraid to attack him for a long time, wouldn't they? This is also the reason why Zhang Jing is obviously in Muyun College and has already taken away the refining and chemical test tower. He did not dare to take it away. At that time, his strength was good, but facing Wu Huang, he was still a little short. But now, in just a few months, his strength has grown in a long-term underscore. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 209 Outside World. Yes, those demons are not very good. I don't know what to be afraid of, Lu Zeruo said contemptuously. However, this girl doesn't know that her heavenly power, the very restrained magic clan, will be very easy in the face of the devil's clan. However, in most of the martial arts in the world of Shenwu, Yuanli should be bound by magic and will suffer a lot when facing the devil. Zhang Jing looked at the elder with a smile and said, "You don't have to be too small. I believe that the devil will not appear so soon. Since we're in business, we should first destroy the green feather gate to avenge our vengeance master." Yi Yan looked back at her eyebrows, nodded again and again, and replied solemnly, "The guard said he was right. Avenge his ancestors first. I believe that the current Gate of Swords does not need to be afraid even if it does encounter the devil." Zhang Jing looked at Yi Yan approvingly. He smiled and said, "Well, Elder Yi said this fits my heart very well. In fact, the so-called demons are not as scary as Yaoyan. As long as the sword is united like a person, the demons are not afraid at all." Of course, this is nonsense. 8. Zhang Jing wanted to slap himself, a slap. What are you fooling around here? However, now is the time to boost morale. It cannot be said that the devil is too strong. It is difficult for our family to win. In addition, the elders and disciples of Shuiyin Pavilion will all come out from the mountain and come to Wanjianmen to help us. Hearing this sentence, the eyes of the elders lit up one by one. Yi Yan hurriedly said happily, "The people of Shueding will also help us Xin Na win even more. Have all the doormen left customs? It's amazing uptak white doormen meant it. Who knows one, this is definitely not a small benefit for us, 2 or more minor monks, to help our disciples," Dudu thinks so excitedly. Yes, the people from Shuiyingguan can improve the combat effectiveness of their teammates. They are definitely the best auxiliary martial arts in Zhongzhou. Ah, I didn't expect the doorman to bring Shuiyin Pavilion in. It's great, I'm in the Black Forest. Che, Black Forest, this time the owner of the house went out to help Shuiyinbo. Using the relationship between our two schools, it is normal to help our Shuiyin Pavilion. I don't think we have the evil spirit of the doorman, it's impossible. Lose to the devil. Which makes perfect sense. Seeing that the frowns between the group of elders and the frowning faces gradually disappeared, but the joy was hung up, Zhang Jing's mood couldn't help but relax a lot. Ask for flowers 0. Underscore. Zhang Jing paused and said with a smile, "Okay, elders, now let's go to the hall to have a good discussion." 3 days later. How did the disciples arrange it? Mrs. Scope, it is impossible for more than 200 disciples to knock on the door one by one, right? Therefore, Zhang Jing intends to divide several teams from all directions to relieve the sides and subdue the forces against Wanjianmen. In order to convince these forces, we need to use them to resist the attack of the devil because of the threat of the devil in the first place. Second, it was also because the number of 10,000 Janmen was too small, which undoubtedly helped a lot in subduing these forces. Zhang Jing's decision has been carefully considered. Now the situation is different from the past. Otherwise, according to his previous character, it is possible to directly destroy all these patriarchal forces. Swear to destroy that green feather and lift the name of my sword. 3 days later, the disciples of Wan Jianmen swore an oath. Leave Wan Jianmen. This is the first time a disciple has stepped into the outside world in 10 years. You can imagine how much mood swings in their hearts. I've been stuck for 10 years. I've endured 10 years of anger too. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 210_outrageous. New Gerger Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. Sword poison. Only a golden glow. But it is the spirit of this sword. Its power is really amazing. At least even the source of the strong emperor should temporarily avoid the edge. But Zhang Jing did not retreat. His eyes were firm and bright, watching the sword coming. He's moving. This is also a backhand sword and a kind of sword spirit. The difference between Wei equals is the spirit of the sword. It is 2 colors, which contain the meaning of erection and resurrection of the sword. When the golden sword, 153, the light of terror was cut off, Zhang Jing's sword spirit arrived at a faster speed. This momentum is also the gravel on the ground. All outrageous rises. 2 majestic sword spirits finally confronted 4. With the roar of other waves, mountains and stones tumbled frantically and the air exploded. Even the mountains show faint trails of collapse. The sword chi collided again, which was another huge shock. At the impact, the golden feather and the beast's golden lightsaber were forced to be knocked back a distance e. At this time, Zhang Jing, on the other hand, has reached to the extreme. Surrounding those countless source powers, he suddenly flinched, all jumped into Zhang Jing's body, and constantly strengthened the power of the sword spirit. Because of Zhang Jing's sword energy pressure, the sword energy of Jinyu ferocious beast was greatly reduced, and its momentum was also much weaker than Zhang Jing's. If both sides are in dry battle, its momentum will weaken, which means occupying the low wind L. At this time, the Jinyu beast that turned out to be strong was instantly suppressed by Zhang Chong. Zhang Jing's fighting power at this time not only surprised Su Shui and others secretly, but even the golden-haired beast seemed to have encountered a ghost, and they couldn't believe it at all. Outside Zhang Jing's body, there are 9 strong poisonous gas veins. Spinning fast, getting stronger and more terrifying, the power of the outbreak supported by a powerful source of qi, like a source emperor, not a source king. 9 poisonous gas. How can there be so few? Jin Yuzhantian beast is completely ignorant, a monk who originated from humans. When he reaches the realm of heaven, there are at least tens of thousands of ways, right? However, Su Shui and others changed their faces again. At the same time, another word came to mind. Formula L for refined pulse. Only by implementing the Meilian formula can the strength of the original vein far exceed that of the same field. Unfortunately, Zhang Jing is actually practicing this method of work, and he is destined to be unable to unify the original printing for the rest of his life, and embark on the road of the original emperor's footsteps. Yes, look at his 2 veins that are obviously stronger than the blood vessels around him. This is the biggest shortcoming of the my building formula. 2 equals the imbalance of the source chi. But then again, the number is too small just to worry that he won't have a source of anger. Cause the body to explode and die, right? Who knows? Around them talked about it as if they had forgotten themselves. Been a while. Still in danger. Zhang Jing's breathing gradually stabilized and did not increase anymore. Now the golden feather-reaching beast has been driven out of its original state. It turned into a huge golden beast and resisted those sword spirits in front of Zhang Jing. I saw the golden feathered shock beast on the rear wing. Shining golden light was emitted, and 2 swords chi split on it, and its whole body continued to retreat and smash the rocks, but it did not suffer any fatal damage. In view of this, its ontological state and defense ability are indeed different. After all, yellow metal is a metal with strong defense ability and strong attack power. Boy, you are forcing me. Jinyu Genshin Beast is the source of the Emperor. So forced to retreat and oppression, deep inside is also equals reluctance, suffocation. In the whole cave, suddenly there was a crazy animal roar, shaking people's eardrums and starting to hurt. A whirlpool-like airflow frantically resisted Zhang Jing's whirlwind sword energy and the sound of the air current, which shocked people's hearts and souls, as if the soul was about to be freed from the general's hands. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Fanfiction Gurgur Expressway first release m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 211_provocative. New Gurgur Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. Okay, bad master, you just want to kick me out. I'm not going. After that, the little fox proudly indented his collar. He hummed a song. I'm a little fox. I'm a little fox. I'm cute, beautiful, beautiful. There are several black lines on Zhang Jing's forehead, where he met strange flowers too. Now, it's in a mountain range. The source beast he hunts. With the acquisition of the third piece of broken jade, there is no limit to his practice for the time being. Of course it is necessary. Quickly promote this equals field. The fastest way to improve the state is undoubtedly to rely on the hot pot refined by the energy liquid. After more than 2 months of hard work, Zhang Jingqi's practice is also from the source monarch of 2 levels, directly to the source king of the 8th level, and the little fox Linglingly is in the same field. 28. Such an exaggerated promotion speed is faster than before. It was several times faster in the Evil Canyon, of course, to the surprise of the little fox. In just 2 months, she constantly updated her understanding of Zhang Jing. Coupled with Zhang Jing's combat power, even those primitive animals of the 9th level source king level can be killed. Unimaginable. Even once, even the 2-level source emperor of the source animal could not escape the slaughter of Zhang Jing's sword spirit. Such a terrible evil paradise pride one is simply rare in the world, unparalleled in the world uptack. She can't help but feel grateful to herself, made wise choices, and followed the right people. More importantly, Zhang Jing was still very good to her. Sometimes, he will give Ru some pills, and share with her the solution of the 2 points of energy. This has just passed 2 famous months. Her practice has also been greatly improved, reaching 9 yuan. Military level. The most frightening thing is that her practice in the past 2 days has begun to show some signs of loosening. It seems to be emptying the 9th floor of the King of Origin Kingdom. Step on the level of the Source King. Zhang Jing is another sword. There are about hundreds of animal sources, all are killed in a few seconds, and Ziyu pot will be absorbed very quickly. Liquid that becomes energy. Mr. Sheep, I want it, I want it. Sweat up tack. Zhang Jing has a black face. This little guy is okay, but he can't change this, he likes to be a devil character. If someone hears, I want something like that. How about that? Isn't it a huge misunderstanding? Here, next time I do this, I'll be angry. Zhang Jing separated a white energy liquid and threw it to the little fox. The little fox was overjoyed, opened his mouth and swallowed it. Master, you are such a good person, said with a beautiful smile. The Loon family is starting to like you more and more, too. Like a hammer, thicker. Zhang Jing stared hard at her and slapped her, but the little fox ran back. But he couldn't do anything about her. Zhang Jing shook his head with a bitter smile, and began to withdraw his thoughts, looking at the distant. It was dark, and there were dense animals everywhere. These primitive animals are not strong. But the number is large enough, at least tens of thousands, a group of black armored rhinos. Black rhinos like to live in groups. They live in large numbers and are close to this mountain range. Few animals dare to provoke them. Only Zhang Jing dared to break in and kill Pai. In all directions. Zhang Jing was much more lazy, picked up the sword and rushed into these black armored rhinos. Waving the sword in his hand, the black armored rhinoceros was chopped into pieces. As if the knife cut a mess. Wang Jing, the group of black armored rhinos seems to be very famous, but there is no stopping it at all. Force. Suddenly, not far away, a loud drink, followed by a loud bang. Come on, everyone. Ha, this time we made a lot of money. When Zhang Jing heard about his reputation in the past, when he saw further afield, a small team consisting of +330 more than 9th level Source Kings unexpectedly formed a huge sword formation. Sword and soul crisscrossed and the fight became frenzy, like an amazing killing machine there, leaving an incomplete black rhino. The black armor rhino is indeed very powerful, but at a dozen level 9 sources. Under the joint efforts of the head king, there was really no resistance. Master, they seem to be robbing your prey. The little fox lay on Zhang Jing's shoulder and laughed. Hearing this, Zhang Jing smiled slightly. Grab with me. Du Dewey and they have this ability. Speaking out, Zhang Jing thought of a trick. But it was 1,000 swords of terror, shot out of his eyes, fused with the 3 powerful swords of reincarnation, and rushed into the black armored rhinos in an instant. At that moment, Zhang Jing's sword energy seemed to explode, killing the surrounding black armored rhinos without resistance. Philo reminds you. Reading equals something new. Gerger Expressway first release m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 212 Great Shame. New Gerger Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. A heavy humming sound came from the north, and the momentum enveloped again, making the native Shuke suppressed. Almost lying on the ground, mad all over. Wait, what is a sin? The voice was as fierce as the king who judged heaven and earth. Check and kill, it has already appeared uptack. Clothes from the north, strong winds, terrible flames. Surrounded by 1,000 people, maybe the next moment will take their lives. We know that we are wrong, Your Excellency Elder, we really shouldn't deliberately suppress the students in Class 10. Shu Fei K. Of heart palpitations, courage and tremors of the body. This is the strength of the Deputy Dean of Tian's College. Even if he is a 4th level emperor, he can only tremble and has no resistance at all. We know this mistake, and this time we are begging the Deputy Elder for mercy. Bypass us. Gongsun 147 Ming was also begging for mercy. The other 5 teachers followed suit, and their attitudes changed too quickly. It's dazzling. Wei Lai clenched his fists and looked at Zhang Jing. Softened slightly. No, what are you going to do with them? It's up to you to live or die. Zhang Jing was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Wei Lai to be able to. Such an important execution, left to him to choose. This, Vice President of the hospital, you decide. I'm just a student. Zhang Jing shook his head and said. There's no harm, they should leave it to the head teacher of Class 10, but Yi Yun must be too lazy to take care of it, because you are the head teacher of Class 10, you are naturally, normal to handle it. Wei Lai looks very kind. Nodding, looking at Zhang Jing for a while, and then whispering, it is better for students to respect than to obey orders. His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Jing looked at Shu Fei with a sneer in his eyes. Oh. No, Zhang Jing, I was wrong before, we promise not to. Another mess. Shu Fei cried. It's a great shame to lower your head to beg for mercy from a few people. But he had to pull his figure down. Too well, Zhang Jing hummed coldly with a kind of arrogant and domineering temperament, that kind of feeling like a high-ranking emperor general. Compared with the invincible stance of Baekyu just now, it also seems to be different. His temperament is so outstanding, but is his cultivation just a source? Not easy for this boy. If you want to survive, first tell me who it is and instruct you to deliberately target Class 10 students. Quote. If you dare to hide a word, there is no amnesty for killing people. Zhang Jingmei was frivolous, her tone was cold as ice. Her cold eyes were like swords, and it pierced Shu Fei's heart. What a terrible look, what a terrible kill. At that moment, Shu Ke too, as the Emperor of the Origin, could not help but shudder. Yes, my Vice Dean, these people are all of us. I don't like Yi Yun in Class 10 at all, so I just deliberately clean his students. Vice Elder Girl Soil, please explain what we did wrong, but promise we won't do it again. Uptak. Yi Yun's strength is low. Jay is lonely. We don't believe he can be a director. This leads to a refusal. The group of people gritted their teeth, and they discussed this matter personally and had nothing to do with other people. Dog thing, I don't tell the truth for you until now, do you have to let me kill you? Bei Lai's eyes were full of lethality, but do you still want to hide it for this little trick? Unfortunately, this time Xu Fei was a native. For some reason, the tone is still firm. It has not changed at all. Lord Elder, we are really doing this for revenge. Uptak. Who else would order us to deal with a 10th-year freshman? Your Excellency Elder, you can't do this, you must kill us. Looking at the man covered in swords, Bei Lai was very angry, but he had nothing to do with this matter, because he had no proof at all that the man was taught. _out. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Faxon Gerger Expressway first release m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 213 _ New Gerger Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. His hands clapped his heart. Like a demonstration. It was as big as an iron pipe in his throat, and it made a huge noise. The sound was appalling. Zhang Jing looked at it carefully. The body of this King Kong was red and he walked out of the flames from time to time. His eyes were deeply depressed. His eyes suddenly burst out from the light of the cold mountains. Seems to understand people. Zhang Jing pulled out his. Pointing at Sanyan King Kong. He seems to come and go first. Suddenly, Yan Gan's 3 arms ignited a halo of flames, like a ribbon, wrapped around its hands. At this time, Sanyan King Kong took a step forward, came to Zhang Jing, and suddenly punched him. As soon as Zhang Jing swept the sword, Ricky's sword wind was inspired, and he hit the arm of King Kong with tenacity and fearlessness. What kind of freak is this? Bidong Chong Old smashed his mouth and beeped. The power of this aura. Obviously it was Ling Yuan's strength in the later period, far to the peak. It was only a step away. However, looking at this area, it is clear that it is still in the 3rd place in heaven and form. He entered by force, it's not surprising that he naturally has this kind of power. However, I see. When he hit, famous places have made mistakes. Except for his age, he is obviously a novice and has no actual combat experience. But you can see his eyes and sword are laid back and easy to deal with. It's not easy to get on. Shen wished the old man a happy noise. Does Elder Bian want to have a good opinion of him? I'll help you in the future. That's good. Lao Beidong said with a smile. The trial arranged by the Virtual Paradise Academy is nothing but the experience of some kind of secret environment. It is not different from the usual practice of patriarchy. However, the Academy's focus is on observation, and has spent a great deal of effort in monitoring these. Count the young geniuses, let them, the elders. Observe them well. So, it's time to leave. Everything is clear now because, when a battle or battles come, often the person has no secrets to tell, according to their age and experience, by observing the way they fight. So sum up the potential of this person. Strength, character, understanding, etc. are measures of its potential. Another fierce confrontation, Zhang Jing's light. But slowly a dull look developed. 5 chats, but pointless, no interest in. 5 Rock. King Kong was also provoked, even though its spirit was not high, the basic, shallow judgment was still there. This young man didn't take him seriously at all. I-ho-l. The body of Sanyan King Kong, but the liquid-like magma flowed out. Less than a moment, Zhang Jing will feel that the surrounding air also begins to breathe anxiously. Zone C. Bai Tong looked at the painting and nodded and said. This time it's Sanyan King Kong. Master Bai, you're still watching too much. You see, he's still very calm. If you want me to guess, there must be a way to deal with it. Master Shen, you think he is too tall. Are you afraid of this? At this time, looking at 3. Yan Gangkong, Zhang Jing's eyebrows moved once, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let go. In the dense forest, the dark-haired young man smiled angrily at Yanjing Kong, who applied his genius to the empty seat. This sentence does not mean contempt, but it has a high meaning. Sanyan King Kong galloped away, and the shape seemed to be faster than in the past. Obviously, the appearance of Sanyan water not only raised the temperature. With a few words, King Kong's fist slammed into Zhang Jing's sword, and then suddenly jumped up, intending to fall from the sky. Using quick and cruel means, Zhang Jing was brought up on the spot. Descents from the sky, the crowd is huge and crowded, it can be said to be strong and heavy. Then, Zhang Jing, just as he felt a fist on his head. The wind roared in his bud. Ask for flowers. 1.11. Zhang Jing moved, his eyes suddenly twitched, and his arms moved. The sword was like lightning, but silent. If you look closely, you can see equals kind of thin halo around the blade. It looks bland, but it turns out that ordinary swords have the ability to cut iron like mud. In this way, Zhang Jing was satisfied. Wrist wave. Chuang immediately turned into an afterimage. In the air, there are traces of light talk, and a strong charm is also exuded. The sword splashed down a little. If nothing, that gentle and silent voice would come out of Zhang Jing's mouth. The words fell. The sword is in the wind. The épée has no weight. Hurry up. The ultimate sword L is sharp 1. A sharp sword L3. Yan Jing has not had time to respond when he sees a blood rushing to the sky and the ground is full of blood. Let it fight against the sky. The mighty momentum is also unstoppable, the power of this sword. Bai Tong and Shen hoped that the two elders were shocked, and revealed an incredible expression. Zhang Jing uses a handful. The sword killed Sanyan King Kong L and broke his body, took out his demon Dan and left, feeling a little happy. Maybe, these 10 days, he will have a very fulfilling E. For a long time, looking at the photos of Chen Fengxun did not leave Ping. Bai Tongji glanced at Shen Yi's elders and said, Bian Lao, you are also old, or you are a hooligan in college. After a day, why are you still helping to turn around? Your age is not suitable for you. It is time for your body to breathe. Mr. Shen hoped that the elders would be surprised. Said, Master Bai, we don't know each other, do we? Finally, don't worry if you have known me for over 1,000 years. And look at yourself dressing up as a dean. Can you go out and hang out with your EQ and teach your students? You don't have to get out of the yard and get shot. Fei Lu Jian wakes you up. Reading equals something. New Gerger Expressway starts m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 214 _ Out of Reach. However, in the mountains of beasts, I don't know how many terrible monsters haunt them and waste their physical strength and vitality, which is really out of reach. Zhang Jing would not do this. The blue beast and the lion roared, obviously dissatisfied with Zhang Jing's actions to avoid a fight. Boy, you still have to have grace. Zhang Jing slowly landed on the ground, pointing to the sky blue beast and the lion road. The sword followed a violent sword wind, into a sparkling dance. Then try my sword. Zhang Jing's cold and ferocious voice spread. 1900, his voice did not have much temperature. On the mountain of beasts, all demons are enemies. He will never be merciful. The sky blue beast, the lion, has a pair of animal eyes with round eyes, and burst out with a very strong momentum, as if to see the level with Zhang Jing _ A blue light flashed, and Zhang Jing passed behind the blue beasts and lions. The sword is like the tide. Gently uttering 4 words, Zhang Jing put away the long sword. A violent movement spread. Behind Zhang Jing, the blue beast lion in the sky broke out, furious. The soul swept in all directions, and the surrounding trees were once again a disaster. The tree fell to the ground. He said, if you spread out, there's a tidal surge. If it's condensed at some point, it's equals a dark surge. Chen Fenren murmured that there was a deeper understanding in his heart. When his nose moved, Zhang Jing frowned, put down his sword, and hurried away. In this dense forest, the bodies of blue beasts and lions in the sky have burst, and a demon Dan doesn't know where to fly, but blood with smell permeates this dense. In the forest. Mr. Zhu, I think you were in a low mood when you practiced recently. Zhao King is very irritable. 28. In a huge training ground, Kei Shu discovered Chu Sandao's abnormality in the evening. On the one hand, Du Sheng also stood up. But he rarely comes here to practice. 07 and GT, 2E2. Yes, come first, I don't think your knife is smooth enough. Roy. Zhu Sandao listened. He put the yintan away, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. I am very concerned about Mr. Chen's situation. Brother Zhu, when Chen Shi and his disciples fought for a greedy animal, you very much identified with his strength. Now, I'm happy for him, what are you worried about? Du Sheng smiled, but in a pair of smiling eyes, the light flickered a little, obviously not as cheerful as his mouth s. Xu Chengye also showed a warm smile. Said. Yes, Mr. Chen is very talented. He is smart and cautious, has strong observation skills, and can judge the situation much better than you and I imagined. 3 years later, he must have grown up. In him, I saw that person. Chu Sanjian shook his head and said. They are different. Xu Chengshou nodded in a slick way, but he said. They do have different characters, but I don't think they have the same talent and ability because they are just as bad. Du Sheng also nodded. Sometimes when I see Mr. Chen as that person, I can't help but want to respect him. Yes, I laughed. Zhu's wide face calmed down and nodded. I know all this, but I can't calm down in my heart. I always feel like something happened. What are you? All know, but you can't understand the intuition of a swordsman or a knife. You can't feel my feelings either. Xu Chengye and Tu Sheng looked at each other. Also a bit unstable. For a long time, Yu Weijin also noticed that this place was abnormal, and his slender legs moved slowly over, so he naturally understood what the 3 people were worried about. What is going on? Xu Chengye patted Chu's 3 knives on his shoulder, and Liang Weijin rarely showed a caring and kind smile, said. Well, that's 3 years. And Gao Weijin stopped and said, that person will not come out for about 5 years. Is it? The cold night wind blew a tinge of coolness. The bright moon in the sky is round and round. And today, stage 5 is the time when 2.3 it shines for thousands of miles and renders the night s. It's been 6 years. By the campfire, a young man covered in dregs hugs the legs of a monster. Drops of oil and water fell into the fire, making the flames more intense and making the monster's legs fragrant. In the Beast Mountain, Zhang Jing, who had lived for 6 years, also survived. 2 days later, you have to find a cave. Zhang Jing muttered to himself. Brother told him, in order not to make a communication barrier, he talks to himself when he is alone. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fake. Chapter 215 got a chance. After the 2 were in a secret state away from the source, they left Yi Yun empty. Not backing down after all. Suddenly hit Zhang Jing's head. Zhang Jing thought of Yuan Lao and the cheap master. When he, completely unprepared, he took it for nothing. 3. Okay, teacher, why did you hit me? You brat still has the guts to say it. Such a rare opportunity. It's happened twice a day in thousands of years that your kid actually wasted 2 or 5 links in it. I'm very special. Xian Yun was very angry. He stared at him as if he was sick of steel. Zhang Jing lost his voice. Teacher Yi Yun, everyone will. God let me not get it, what can I do? Oh, you kid doesn't understand at all. I also hope that you can be lucky this time to solve the pulse building recipe, but who knows that you have a low-level artificial origin that will really annoy me. The more Yun thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He looked at Zhang Jing's head and slapped him. Zhang Zui did not let the ground succeed this time, his figure flickered, and he easily escaped the blow. Smiled and said, Miss Yi Yun, you should always have a chance, don't care about each other. In fact, by the free solution of the long-standing incumbent's sword, and some reincarnations of the Yuan dynasty experience of Zhang Zuijiping has already speculated that this pulse refining formula. The drawbacks should be caused by the difference between the Yuan dynasty and the source world. If you want to solve the refined peptide stroke formula, intention, you can give it up for the rest of your life. Choose a new way to. Or, like Zhang Jing, we must forget that we practiced in the source world. We won't be distracted by each other. In other words, Zhang Jing now accepts the successor of Dazing's chart formula. The way of practice has been different from everyone. Heavy ones. Mr. Yi Yun, don't you think my real Yuan Shui is on the 6th floor? Yeah, you bitch, you can do everything you know, but this big opportunity is not so easy. Li Yun shook it out. With his hands on his back and flying towards the dormitory, Jing has risen to a great level. However, this is also the case with those involved in the past, but this is not surprising. Zhang most secretly smiled. If Teacher Yiyan knows what he really got, I am afraid he will be speechless with excitement. Right 3. He got a lot of opportunities on this side. The premature shift formula is arguably the most powerful method in the world. In addition, Yuan Lao also gave him a piece of Taoist art, crossing the stars and returning to the sword. This creation is based on the reincarnation method of too early reincarnation formula and empty sword method. Sword 1 is the most ferocious cutting device. Reincarnation is the most mysterious power. If West, it is almost doomed to be invincible if the two can complement each other, and it is difficult to compare. Along the way, I naturally encountered some long generations are curious. What opportunity did Zhang Liang get? 6:30. Yi Yun was completely ignored and indifferent to this. What chance? You're sorry, he said his student slept in Yuankang tablet for 3 days and got a low level. Artifact 3. Undoubtedly, it is intriguing. Li Yun did not answer, so I had no choice but to go back to Zhongjing. Unfortunately Zhongjingdi is tight. Not 2 at all. Really everyone is enough. This is the surest thought in everyone's mind. Under normal circumstances, of course not a word. Do not send. Fei Chen's chance for Zhang Liang is too bad. He doesn't want to be followed. But this is not science. The chances of each participant will ultimately be announced by the hospital. Fei Zhangjin wakes you up, reading 2 things. Chapter 216 _ It's incredible. This scene is really appalling. Countless purple eagles began to fall from the sky, and the number continued to decrease. Seeing this scene, Zilling trembled with anger, took 2 sips of wine, raised her head angrily, and flapped her big wings. The death whirlwind formed by countless grey slaughter spread in an instant. Immediately wiped out this group of dark night devils, and destroyed them, leaving a breath for the purple eagles. It can be said that Niu's trump card is really good. If it wasn't for Zilling's successful practice of Ziji's killing technique, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gained any advantage at all. Okay, what dog thing? What about the evil spirits at night? It's just a little plan for carving. Ziling snorted coldly, then he waved his wings and rushed straight to the thunder of the barbarian and the others with extreme too fast. My own murderer, it's broken. A purple-gray long sword appeared in her hand, surrounded by countless gray silences and deadly breaths, bringing the devil to the extreme. Bang! A loud crash that was a layer of protective light surrounding the savage thunder, struck by the purple elf sword. That is to say, suddenly, as if some taboos were triggered, Yoshihiko Noda's mountains began to play. Violent vibration. That feeling, too bad. If any evil spirits have been sleeping from the depths of the planet for countless years, they will rush out of the planet and want to destroy the world. Ray laughed. The smile was weird and sinister. Also very refreshing. Strange ginseng purple eagle, if you hide in your own territory, I can't help you. But now I dare to come to my savage land. BD. Has won. 95. This is your dumbest choice. Come out, evil spirit of the night, devil and bull king. With a burst of laughter and a gentle wave of his right hand moving, he saw the swirl pattern in his hand and a shadow that was more terrifying and powerful than before. This mighty ghost is so powerful. Once it appears on the ground, it becomes a giant the shape of a big magic cow. Its height and ferocious shape are huge and ferocious. It can destroy mountains, but it's really like destroying the sky. This is the largest place in my bull family, raising the dark night devil for hundreds of millions of years. You purple eagles can force me to use this move, that's enough. Lei Jie said coldly. He didn't expect Zilling to be so strong after practicing, Ziji, so much so that even a general. The Dark Knight demons who are familiar with her can't take any action against her. Although he himself has the realm of the 5th layer Source King, he is definitely not Zilling's opponent. It's a little weird, but it's another fact that can only explain the secret skills of the Ziying family, which is truly extraordinary. The giant devil bull king exhaled from his nostrils. The huge black shadow was actually a spirit that went straight to purple. Seeing this shape, Zilling hurriedly gnashed his teeth and took a sip. The art of begetting one's own murderer, the emperor, the gray-white mask of the wheel stood in front of her for a while. Unfortunately, it's only blocked. In a second, Mian County was punched by the devil bull king. The power giant hit the purple elf's body, Elle hit her on the ground, and vomited blood. In fact, this demon bull king is different from ordinary night demons. It not only exerts a powerful and deadly force on the soul, but also its own power cannot be underestimated. To Jiao Jiao. It is worth keeping evil spirits for hundreds of millions of years. One shot and one hit will make the strong purple elf immediately seriously injured Han. Hidden in the distance, Zhang Jing clenched his fists when he saw this scene. How many souls must be sacrificed to cultivate such a demon? Zhang Jing is incredible. Thinking. But he knows one thing equals savage_bull, it must be destroyed uptack. Under the command of the furious thunder. The Devil King showed no mercy, but once again stepped on the purple soul. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 217 completely destroyed. Elder, come back a little. In the Temple of Fortune. An old man's face changed a lot and he was very scared. He quickly opened his mouth to drink. That purple woman is not very scary. But the young man beside him. It is the real owner, the new owner uptack. Li ran, the next scene is really scary, let the old man can't bear to see it. Lu Zeruo didn't know how to fight, and suddenly more than 100 martial arts masters appeared, making her start to move again. However, before she started to act, he suddenly felt a squinting old man. He rushed. Zhang Jing twitched the corners of his eyes and looked at this old man with a little sympathy. This guy really doesn't have eyes. He dared to mess with my wife. How are you going to kill him? Forget it, let's give it to my wife. Just a small part. I will suppress him equals next. At this time, Zhang Jing and Lu Zeruo still had the blessing of Tianduang. Although there were only 2 of them, there was absolutely no one present to defeat them. Impossible. Who made Zhang Jing so invincible? Well, it's not enough to just die. Lu Zeruo had an evil face on her face. Direct. Raising the purple thunder and fighting dragon Hubbo will increase the status of the god of war. Cold purple pupils. Cold kill. Oh, this girl is a bit aid. Level. Brother. I like it. The old squinted, full of sinister smiles. The temperament of this woman is too outstanding. I don't care about Lu Zi and Zhang Jing, because these 2 people are only Wu Huang's kingdom, and such a little strength is not enough for him to see. Tuchai Kamen is a strange old man who has closed the door recently, so he doesn't know Zhang Jing's identity and appearance. Result. He can only end up in a wild spirit, it's meant to be. Go to hell. Lu Zeruo's body reappeared with ferocity, his aura of terror fluctuated, accompanied by thousands of purple thunder, as if 1,000 armies were looking at their elders. Because my heart is so angry, it is the most tricky trick. I want to directly put this away. The old man in the west was planted. Oh, that chick is pretty good. The old Serena felt that the terrifying thunderbolt was close to the electricity, but it also frightened his heart prisoner secretly and put away his contemptuous heart. His right hand moved, and the gas in the fog changed to L, and then it got more and more too. Charged into a poisonous cow breath. Ugly stuff. Unexpectedly. In this heartless gourd. It's not the old poisonous son of a booze. It is still one but two a very powerful poisonous insect. There is a word of disgust to look at those poisonous insects. She would think if she had thousands of thunder and lightning encounters in her heart. I then wipes out the past. Ping bang up tac underscore G Luzaruo increased by several levels due to Tiandi Network's use of Zhongjing's power and battle. Later, the poisonous insect that scared Emperor Wu was easily destroyed by the purple sky Lei, that ray of lightning, and even the instant gourd on the face. How exaggerated. This old man's eyes. That red face was so dark and so open that he knew if he was afraid. He stepped back in no haste. He wondered why he met Zhang before and finally understood that this woman is so scary. To say. This woman must be Lu, Taoist partner Zhang Jing, who is said to be self-sufficient and the man next to her. It's an idiot, only a newcomer. He doesn't challenge Wan Zhanman A. Underlined novel. Please download Fake A. Chapter 218-coveted. Moreover, Qin Wu's father's cultivation has almost reached a bottleneck, and he is planning to close the state power that affects the imperial power. I am afraid that the status of the prince will soon be passed down. So, this time, she will come out and try her luck to see if she can find some geniuses to transform Qin Yu's figure. In a place where genius treasures are so easy to find such a thing. The odds of finding such a thing are extremely slim. But let her not expect it, it's really just a coincidence. It happened to meet Mengelinguo nearby, so of course Qin Yu had no reason to give up. She almost worked hard to help her brother and got the fruit of her dreams. Oh, I didn't expect you to spell it like that, but it's for your brother. Zhang Jing smiled. She also fully understood her identity, if it was really Qin Yu, the kendo genius. Qin Yu pulled down her hair, rippling with the wind. She smiled and replied, of course, before my mother fell, I was told to take good care of my brother. How could my sister leave him alone? More importantly, if I don't care about him anymore, if I don't care about him in the royal family, I don't know what he's going to do with his talent and sexuality. Grid. Chen Feng nodded deeply. He used to be the son-in-law and marshal of the Tang dynasty. Of course he knows this very well. This time, you have 3 dream fruits. I believe your brother should improve his talent after taking them. Qin Yu nodded. Smile happily. Yes, so I really appreciate your help. Underscore. What about you? Since you're in this swamp mountain range, it's not for dreams. But for what? Qin Yu also became curious. Smiling. Here is a very remote place, under normal circumstances. Lianyuan. Even beasts are reluctant to set foot there. She does not believe that Zhang Jing will come here for no reason. I went out to practice to get a breakthrough, but I happened to meet you and compete for the fruits of my dreams. Zhang Jing smiled, but naturally he didn't tell others about the first round of jade fragments. Experience and breakthrough. Qin Yu blinked. Seems a little dissatisfied. That's the simple reason. But think carefully. This seems to be quite correct, because Zhang Jingqi doesn't even want to dream of Lingguo. That can only make him improve his strength, right? Hey, since you have experience, it's easy to do it now. Easy. Qin Yu patted her little hand, suddenly full of interest. At this moment, the open space south of Tianshuan is about to open. If you are free, why don't you go with me? This artifact may not be very rebellious but occasionally needs a lot of goodies to leave, and it opens every 1 million years =times. More, Qin Yu always felt that he owed him a big favor. L wanted to repay him with the quota of this relic. If you don't agree this time, I am afraid Qin Yu will be very sad. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. Reasonable, this. Second, he is really going to the empty realm. Hey, let's count the time of the deal. There is still half a year of business hours at most. When we arrive in Tianchuan County, the time should be about the same, and it won't be long. Hearing the promise made by Zhang Jing himself, Qinyu laughed like a kid. Makes her look less like a battlefield killer. Zhang Jing smiled and nodded. Only half a year, not a long time. He took the opportunity to get acquainted with greens. Turn too early, essay. 0, 0. The range of the epicenter is too wide. It is far away from Tianchuan, very far. Even if it's flying all the time, it takes a lot of time. Next, the two flies fly one by one, occasionally stop on the road to admire the scenery, occasionally help others teach some bad guys, occasionally sit down and drink tea and chat, talk about the source, and occasionally compare swords with each other, on kendo. In short, the relationship between Zhang Jing and Qinyu is getting better and better under this situation. Jipping is regarded as the level of close friends. In this way, for almost 5 months, these two people have quietly arrived at Tianchuan's territory. Tianchuan is one of the many countries in the world. A few big countries, including a vast area, all belong to one country. The source of true charm. The owner of Qinyu, a real old man, rhymes, and the amazing thing is that it is precisely because of his hometown. Only Tianchuan can live safely in this world. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 219 Busybody. At the same time, 2, and 9-year-old elders were standing beside Jesus. The 4 elders crowded together, and all the people were silent. The 5 elders smiled proudly. He had long expected that no one would publicly argue with himself and the other 3 elders. Because they had nothing to do with betting. Suddenly, a majestic voice came, "I'm serious." The voice spread throughout the audience and caught everyone's attention. Well, after getting old with soil 0, he looks cold and wants to see who dares to be presumptuous in front of him. What are you? The 5 elders immediately reprimanded everyone in the Chen family as elders. However, when he saw someone coming, he immediately stopped talking. The man who came was an old man with white hair, but his spirit was full of energy, and his eyebrows shone on the road. This is obviously unusual. Meet the 2 elders. Suddenly, all the people respectfully saluted The 2 elders and deacons bowed slightly. Yes, that person was 2 elders who never showed up. Among the 9 elders of Chenjia, the position of the general chasing the elders who hold family power and discuss important family affairs, are the last 7 elders. As for the elders and the second elders, they are the elders in the family, the highest generation, older than other elders. So they rarely appear in front of people in the family, regardless of the nosy in the family. Neither of them were present at the last elders meeting, nor are they present in the family today. The older one is the only one in the family, the pharmacist of the 3 products. He himself is very busy. Naturally, he has no time to take care of other things. And this Western elder is a martial arts idiot, obsessed with practice, and rarely shows up. At the same time, he is now the highest power in the family. Natural martial arts, only one step away from the mysterious martial arts of the cave. Therefore, even if these 2 elders are not in power at ordinary times, his generation still has the strength to put it here, with a higher prestige than other elders, even if the elders of the scholar rank jointly decide that he can overthrow it with one hand. The 2 elders first admired Zhang Jing, and then looked at Chen Ruohan and the 5 elders dignifiedly. I mean, seriously, do you have an opinion on this? The 2 elders asked solemnly. 5 elders hurriedly and respectfully said, Don't dare, it's your decision. Of course I didn't. Question. The 2 elders were the martial arts enlightenment teachers of the elders and Zhang Jing's father. He asked, 5 elders dare not let go, 2Q1. Okay, it doesn't matter. The second elder snorted. I heard something about it. Although it was a note among the younger generation, they were all martial arts. As a martial art, if they dare not bear the consequences of failure. So what qualifies as martial arts? If a Wugo doesn't have a tenacious heart and doesn't dare to face this little thing, how can he achieve something by cutting the machine on the difficult road of martial arts ahead? Even if you don't talk about martial arts, you are not worthy of being a descendant of my Chen family. The 2 elders indignantly educated them. Yes, the 5 elders nodded respectfully. Then he said in astonishment, but the 2 elders. You know, if Han is the most talented child in the family, if he is the most talented child in the family, he will miss him forever. He is also Huang Ziwu's soul if he is not allowed to practice in Zion Cave. The 5 elders nodded respectfully, then said awkwardly, but these 2 elders, you know, if he is the most talented child in the family, he will miss his second life. Quote. Here, the second old man was silent. It was impossible for him to miss the children at home. It was natural. Read the underlined version of the novel, please cut down K. Chapter 220 Working normally. It's no surprise to him that if he does fight at all, I'm afraid his body will collapse and die before the enemy dies. Delicious, Zhang Jing couldn't help swallowing. He kind of understands now. No wonder the collapse of Shuluo and Jiquan will only be excited on the 3rd floor. To use the power of surrogacy, one's body must be able to withstand it. Just to signify change, the body must break the mystery E. If you want to push the boundaries of boxing, the body will break the mystery. It's just the beginning and it's not enough. Books change, 3 fists down, Zhang Jing said to himself. Whether it is the replacement of Shira, or the collapse of the world boxing, it is necessary to consume Shira's power. If this small drop of Solo's energy is consumed, the body will slowly recover at a slow rate. It just took a long time, at least 10.5 months. In addition, it can also be restored in a short time by absorbing the blood of monster essence. However, the amount of monster blood consumed is enormous. Zhang Jing knelt on the ground to stabilize the injury he had just suffered. Stood up gently. Shuwei, Taidong Xuanwu. The power of the body, breaking the mystery. Time to go. Zhang Jing muttered to himself. The figure flashed by, turned into an inflamed fire wing, and flew away in an instant. He has been practicing for more than half a month. His strength has greatly increased. But if you think about it, that little bit of Solo's power is his greatest reward. Now, after the overhaul, the flight speed is also faster. But half an hour later, he returned to Green Light City. Achievement. Green Light City has been restored. Restoring the old order too. The guards of the city, the caravans of the demon hunters on the road, the ordinary people doing small businesses. Everything is the same. Most local companies have also resumed normal operations. Zhang Jing went directly to all the companies. Selling 3,000 pieces of perfect 4th grade Dan, and more than 10 pieces of Huishan Dan. Just raised 3.0002 billion gold coins. The medicinal pills of these 4 levels are Zhu Liden, Royal Air Pill, Life Spirit Pill, etc., as well as some medicinal pills that may be used in peripheral battles. Because it is perfect, it works immediately. Therefore, if martial arts are in danger in the peripheral calendar practice, these pills have a high probability of saving their own lives. Therefore, there is no market price and can be used as hard currency. The price of each grain is nearly 10,000 yuan. Back to Tiandan, let alone 5 pints of the holy medicine. More valuable. After that, Zhang Jing went to the main palace of the city. In the Earth days after he left Green Light, Ni Rushan and other captains who hunted demons like Blood Sword Wei and Ning Hao also left. The owners of these 18 cities, except Lu Kangya, also returned to his own city. Outside the main palace outside the city, 2 city guards saw the river scene. Hastily and respectfully salute. Zhang Jing nodded slightly and said, "Please tell your city master that Yi Lai is here." Deacon Yi Shao. Wait a minute. A city guard hurried into the city's main palace. 417 Not long ago, Lu Kangya came out soon. Deacon Yi Shao, Lu Qingye raised his hand towards Zhang Jing with a smile. River attractions. Nodding, took out a U bag and gave it to him. Said, Yi is here to fulfill his previous promise this time. Oh, Lu Cliff looked confused. When he opened Qian Kun's bag, when he saw the 302 million silver coins inside, he suddenly thought. I understand. Lu Qingye said with a smile, actually, I just wanted you to join the Blood Sword Guard to make things difficult on purpose. Before Ni left, he asked me to tell you that it was just madness, you don't have to take it seriously. The dead city guards and martial arts are all heroes who sacrificed to protect Green Light City. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 221-unexpected. Wake him up. Before Yi Ming passed out, he pointed in one direction. It's meteor night with disordered breathing. Zhang Jing himself could not feel that there was a fight, and he was worried that Yi Ming would point in the wrong direction. I have to wake him first. Cough. Yi Ming coughed several times and woke up weakly. Brother Yi. Yi Ming looked full of surprises. Then there is a lot of anxiety. Go save people, Yi Ming said. Zhang Jing interrupted him and said, you now. Isn't it on the way? Yi Ming shouted, Brother Yi, are you going alone? It's best to notify the prince immediately. It's too late, Zhang Jing shook his head. Meteor City is in the center of the county, it's just a fringe city of Meteor County. Now go to Meteor City in the county. Then go back and save people. The cauliflower was cold, quote. Zhang Jing said, defeated Yi Ming. An honest anger surrounded him. So he can keep up with his speed. Where were you attacked? Zhang Jing was calm. Meteor County is at the junction of a county. Uptack, Yi Ming replied. Well, Zhang Jing frowned and said, more accurate. It's less than half an hour from Meteor County. Yi Ming said. But I was injured before and it took me over an hour to get to the hunting hall. More than an hour. Zhang Jing's face changed. More than 3 hours is enough for a lot of things to happen. I want Lu Yanren to follow his sword disciple on the road. Along the way, there are long swords and long swords. Protection. T guarantees safety. The Blood Fog Valley, but the sword leader who did not dare to attack, then went to the Rift Valley Tianjianzong. But unexpectedly, the killer of Bloodshock Valley did not come. I met people in the Dark Temple. Zhang Jing's spontaneous combustion wing fluttered, and the speed soared to the extreme. Somewhere outside Meteor County, hundreds of people are fighting. On the one hand, there is a group of young people. There are also a group of old people. This is the split sword school of the Master of the Sword and their 9 other disciples. See the truth. Here. A few swords. There are more than 20 in total. Together, there are nearly 200 people. Those old people are elders who are accompanied by Qinhe with swords. All the swords sent more than 5 elders to accompany them. Together, there are more than 100 people. On the other hand, there are unified black martial arts. People in the Dark Temple. This number is very small, just over 100. But they are all elite. Weakest repairs over 9s. Mighty, on the planet. Superior. The most troublesome thing is that the Black Old Man led by a Black Old Man is actually a martial arts in the Tianyuan era. Just relying on the breath of the body is enough to make people tremble in the heart. The battle didn't last long. Except for Beishan County, all the long swords of all dynasties belong to the Yuan dynasty. There is also an old man of the county split Sky Sword School, who was rebuilt in Yuanju of the planet. However, in the dark magic hall in front of Tianyuan Wuxia, they simply can't fight back. The distance between heaven and earth is like the difference between cloud and mud. Only an elder in the Dark Temple can easily kill the elders and disciples of the local split sword school. Wang Hao, however, he did not do so. The elders and disciples of the sword-splitting school have long been seriously injured. Fall on the blouse. The elder of the dark demon house suddenly waved his big hand. 2 huge ice crystal balls fly into the air. The elders of the chopping school suddenly changed their faces and said, _Shiwu Dao Bingjing. Your dark temple. I'm trying to swallow our martial arts knowledge by force. Several elders with long swords suddenly shook their hands violently. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 222 Mental weapon. Equals a treasure trove inside and outside. Used in exchange for treasures. In this regard, the sect treats all disciples equally. As long as you have enough sword points, you can exchange things at will. The elders, 2 treasurers blood elders paid tribute. The old man nodded. Is this the sword of this generation, and the new disciple? The 2 shopkeepers glanced at the crowd. Then there was an expression of relief. Very good, very good. When I was young. Having such an exercise is much better than the sword of the second generation. The elders of Jiati and Zhanzong are indeed good for the younger generation. At least in good faith. Treasure Gate, there is a ban. 2 shopkeepers, spread out to prohibit. The 300 crowd was able to enter. As soon as they enter the treasury, the eyes lit up. Even Zhang Jing was surprised. The area inside is huge. Is more than 100 times larger than the treasure house of Baishan County Pigeon School. On top of that, it has a lot of things, in a different way. Just one thing. It is conceivable that the treasure inside is an astronomical figure. Besides, the treasure of order equals everything is advanced. In addition, the sect has also classified all kinds of treasures very carefully. Weapons, natural materials and treasures, practice objects, medicine, martial arts, classics, etc. etc. Each item is distributed throughout the treasury in an orderly fashion. Disciples, you don't have to rely on luck to choose things. You don't have to waste time looking for it. Zong. The meaning of the door is very clear. They will try their best to train the disciples. Zona, there is competition, and it will be very competitive. However, the reward that the apprentice deserves will never be inseparable for the apprentice. Okay, said the oldest old man. Put your bright eyes away. You have skills, you have enough sword points, you can remove all treasure troves. If not, don't think too much. You only have half a month left. Good practice is correct. The boss gave the order. People bent their hands and said, obey the orders of the elders. The old man nodded. If you take the treasure, you can go to the forest by yourself. Then the old man turned away. When he left, he suddenly turned around and looked at Zhang Jing. Masturbation, your name is Zhang Jing, right? The old man asked. Yes, Chen Fenggang folded his hands and answered. Well, said the old man, you are the first in 2 consecutive rounds of exams. In the 3rd round of exams, professional title competition. You are the most powerful competitor. Of course, your difficulty must be the greatest. If you can win the title of the strongest swordsman, the rewards will be beyond your imagination. Looking further, don't waste time here, practice well. The old man said, looking into Zhang Jing's eyes, full of praise and anticipation. Thank you for reminding him. Zhang Jing salutes him. The eldest nodded and left completely. Everyone, quickly pick out what's inside. That dazzling pile of treasures is enough to make any. Who is crazy? People are going where they need to go. Zhang Jing, go directly to the place where the spiritual weapon is placed. He wants to change the best mental weapon. Now I have enough famous star stones on hand, and an excellent spiritual weapon. Another one. You can make the sun gloves your best spirit. The scorching sun glove is just a mental weapon, and he has not used it for a long time. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 223 Captured. Zhang Jing frowned, but on his eyebrows, there was a little joy. As far as eyes are concerned, fighting is taking place around the city's main palace. The edges of the city are empty. The reason is that these ordinary people were driven out and rushed into the main building of the city. Some people don't want to resist. Wong is a battle. The only thing that makes Zhang Jing feel relieved is that not many casualties now. There are so many people I can't save them by myself. If time passes, these bandits. Once the disciples get off the slaughtered knife. Thousands of ordinary people in this city, nearly 1 million ordinary people, are at risk. Zhang Jing immediately went to the main palace in the city, daring not to delay half the time. In the city's hobo, all the advanced martial arts in the city, including the master of the city, were captured. Weakly tied to the ground. On the other hand, there are Zhou Ping, Husan and others. In front of him, there is a middle-aged man. He has a black face, a stinging face. It's the wanted man Hodi. Next to Hodi, there are more than a dozen martial artists, and they all have extraordinary momentum. Thus, the weakest have reached the 6 levels of breaking metaphysics, most of which are 7 levels of breaking metaphysics. Ha! Hodi smiled coldly. Starting today, Black Rain City, mine, Hodi. You can't remember. The ground is tied up. There is a calm middle-aged man. Is the owner of Black Rain City. Gosh, a few days ago, you made too much fuss about my Black Rain City. Yan Wuwei and Kim Karwai already knew about it. They won't let you go. Soon you'll be caught. Before disaster strikes, stop there. Ha! Hodi laughed. Kim Karwai, if those punks can deal with me, can you still let Yan Wuwei do it? As for Yan Wuwei, Hodi smiled contemptuously and looked at Zhou Ping and the others. These are just Yan Wuwei. I haven't caught them like a dead dog. When he speaks, Hodi stings all over. Because of the Black Rain in Black Rain City, my people can easily break through and solve problems quickly. Today is the occupation of Black Rain City. In the future, I want the entire Meteor County. Infatuated with dreams, the boss of Black Rain City cheered coldly. If the Meteor King finds out what's going on here, you'll die worse than ours. Meteor County King, Hodi smiled gloomily. He didn't find the place so quickly. Today, Black Rain City will be slaughtered by me. I'll fix it soon. Into a surge. At that time, even if the Prince of Meteor came, it wasn't my fault. Crazy, do you want to slaughter this city? The martial arts around him made him stunned. So what? Hodi's face was fierce. Oh, by the way, Yan Wuwei has another teacher. As he spoke, Hodi ordered left and right, and said, go for it, but don't let the little mouse run away. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. No, here I am. That body. Shadow fell down and said a few words softly. Hodi looked at the man in front of him, frowning. Who are you? The view of the Yangtze River from the Yanwei Division. Organization Captain. Zhou Ping and the others were surprised at first, then hurriedly Captain, run, this Hodi is crazy. Go back to your stronghold immediately to find a deputy leader. You are not his opponent. Want to run? Impossible. Hodi took a big drink. The people around him immediately surrounded them. Well, Zhang Jing snorted coldly. Waved. Countless swords scattered. The ropes of Zhou Ping and others suddenly broke. However, Zhou Ping and the others fell weakly to the ground. Ha, do you want to help your team? It's no use. Hodi laughed. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and said, Captain this is useless, ignore us for a long time. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 224 hard to support. Brother Yi Ming, as I said, I should have cooperated with other teams before. Now they don't want it anymore. Yi Ming whispered, in Beishan County. How did the elders teach us? Do you want to do this kind of collusion? Yu Rulong immediately closed his mouth. On the other side, The disciples in these 4 counties look ugly. Conspiracy to accomplice 2. Dog things, I want to rob you of the creation of 430 inches. It seems now. No. Your last lesson seems impossible. Speaking of which, dozens of martial arts have broken through the boundaries of secret extraction. In a split second, he fired. Yu Rulong Mew Meow and other 8 people have no backhand strength at all. It didn't take long. He was robbed of the mark and the knife. On the contrary, it was Yi Ming who broke metaphysics. Rebuilt metaphysics. Unexpectedly besieged. Difficult to support, but never give up, did not hand over the tip of the knife. Yi Ming's qualifications are not worse or even stronger than those of other kingdoms. The same thing that breaks the mystery. His power is absolutely bigger than anyone here. But after all, there are many people on the other side. After all, Yi Ming gradually fell into a trough and was defeated. Hand over the marks. A disciple from Leng Hengmu's 4 counties. No way, although Yi Ming was defeated, he refused to hand it over. Since you can't find it yourself, don't blame us. The disciple of the 4th county looked cold. Several of them, equals, played a few hands. Yi Ming couldn't take it anymore. Blown away by vomiting blood. Brother Yi Ming, Yu Rulong and others looked angry. Shit, you just want a sword point. You don't need to hurt anyone. I had a fight with you. Jade is like the hand of a dragon. Of course, the result is conceivable. If you can't hurt each other at all, you'll get equals slapped. Plopped, Jade, like a dragon spitting out a mouthful of blood. I don't feel sorry for myself. The disciples in the 4th county smiled disdainfully. Master Ayan and the other 4 sword masters smiled with satisfaction. Then they looked at Zhang Jing. North Mountain swordsman, now. It's your turn to choose. The disciples you led have no knife marks at all. Do you want to give them the sword and let them live? I can remind you, this round of reviews ended up at 0 inches. It depends on the number of people. This is the trouble with this round of exams. If the disciple led by the sword master, the sword point will be robbed. The sword master must immediately assign it from his sword point and give it to the disciple of the sword. Otherwise, the sword disciple will come out immediately. Ranking of this round of reviews. In the end, it is determined by the number of swords left in the team after 7 days. The swordsman kept giving alms. Zhang Jing nodded lightly. Of course for it. No, Yi Ming covered the wound and cried too. Mr. Zhang Jing, if you give it to us, they will grab it back immediately. So, you'll be out right now. Yunjian said coldly. 3.0, he has no choice. Yu Rulong and the others heard this. Embarrassed one by one. Red View. I'm sorry we got you involved. It's okay. Zhang Jing shook his head. Whispered, now you understand. When I was in Beishan County. Why should I let you? The outside world is crueler than Beishan County. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 225 can't get rid of. Zhu Ru interrupted gently his words. The prince said a lot of serious things. The people who came to the Silent Wind conference this time were all women, he said. What? Is the eldest son going to make us weak girls fight? Well, the eldest prince snorted coldly. Then stopped talking. Zhu Ru and his party completely turned around and left. Outside of martial arts, there are also many forces that have retreated again and again. Of course, their attitude doesn't matter to them. After all, Zhang Jing has a bad reputation outside, and no one wants to provoke it easily. 10 times past L left the audience's power. 03 Not much. Zhang Jing nodded. The next second, the cold side became brutal. If you don't go, you die. Since these people wanted to take his life, he would not be weak. The abundance of murderous intentions surged amazingly and was swept away. Everyone in the field was surprised. Be careful, this little thief is going to kill me. I was serious. Many martial arts people, one by one, looked at Looks like a great enemy. Well, at this moment, a cold humming sound came out. Immediately suppressed the surging murderous intent. You can do something. The great worship looked at Zhang Jing indifferently. But I don't understand, where do you get your strength and confidence under such a siege? Don't talk nonsense, just do it. Zhang Jing said coldly. 3 bosses, kill him. The eyes were cold, and so was the drink. Yes, replied a middle-aged man, and then shot in a split second. Middle-aged man equals 1 hand outstretched. Before the arrival of the people, the momentum of terror was severely suppressed. Tianqi number 4 has been rebuilt. Zhang Jing gave him a cold look. How dare you say more words after you die? The middle-aged man was full of killing. Did you kill the 4 leaders? Thief, take your life. The middle-aged man, that is, Feng Sheng, led by the 3 of them, shot out with 1 palm. Zhang Jing didn't move, but the 3 leaders were shocked and retreated a few steps. What a strong physical strength. There are at least 3 or more celestial poles. These 3. The leader was surprised. I'm waiting for you. Tai Sheng had 2 drinks, Ning. Wow. Double digits hit suddenly. The hand is the 2nd leader and 3 honors. 3 honors. 4 Tianqi powers. The 2nd leader, but the top 5 in the kingdom of heaven. 2nd leader, such a thief, why did you do it yourself? 3 straight leaders frowned. The 2nd leader was the only powerful leader of the Fengsheng royal family who was the 2nd leader to be a great leader. The great leader is closed all year round. The 2nd leader is almost all the saints. And the leader of the guard. These characters are the first type of strongmen in the abundance region. It's no exaggeration to say that stepping on your feet is about shaking up the greats of the plenty region. This son angered my Fengsheng royal family. First killed a few Fengsheng, and then killed 2 leaders, 2 honors. Now, even my king has been destroyed by him and almost died. If 703 I don't kill myself it. I can't get rid of my hatred. To the 2nd leader, the intent to kill was awe-inspiring. Second. In seconds, 3 people come together too. The breath of the cold wind attribute instantly filled the entire Guanji. Zhang Jing was not afraid, but he would still collapse. But this time, thunder flashed over his fist. Thunder sounded. Zhang Jing took a low drink. Ferocious and rapid thunder and lightning wrapped the fist. Equals punch thumps 3 people together. The 3 leaders and the 3 honorary officers were all shocked, and flew out in an instant. The 2nd uniform collar, on the other hand, took a step back in shock. Zhang Jing himself also retreated behind the earthquake for more than 10 years. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 226_amazing. Third, is a way of exercising. Quote. Between the thunder, moving between them, the speed, reflexes, etc. of the martial arts are all good places to hone. Thunder Tiger continued. If adults want to experience it, this is a great option. Like I said before, it's dangerous here, so be careful. Here, it's just below the edge of the pool. The more you go in, the louder the thunder and the stronger it gets. Laughs. Right. There used to be a lot of people competing here to see who could go further and easier in this minefield. When we raced, our big brother won first place, Lei Bao and others said. Well, this is not worth mentioning in front of adults. Lei Hu said with a wave of his hand. How far have you gone? Zhang Jing asked while looking at Lei Hu. It's not that far, it's about 5 kilometers too far. Lei Hu said with a smile, a little complacent. Let's go, Chen Fengyan said. Lei Hu smiled and said, why, 2 people are also interested in trying, I can remind my master that I'm building Lei Gang's battle body. So I have a lot of resistance to these thunderbolts. So I can go this far. Otherwise, if an ordinary martial artist acts like an adult, he won't get very far, even if he's much stronger than me. Oh, Zhang Jing smiled slightly, his figure flashed, and he walked forward. It's really fast. Lei Hu's pupils narrowed. Zhang Jing's figure kept moving through the thunder and lightning, only at a mysterious pace. There is a false shadow before us. There are so much lightning, he can't even touch his clothes. It's really a mysterious thing. Lei Hu was taken aback, surprised. He should be an adult and he's really good. Come on, let's follow. However, for a long time, Zhang Jing had already reached 5 kilometers. Until a month ago, no lightning had touched him. The mysterious way of the body is to travel the clouds and destroy the steppes. The 3 thunder tigers followed. Lei Hu said with a wry smile, "Sir, aren't you cheating?" Zhang Jing said lightly, "Since you can avoid it. Fool. We'll hold it tight." Lei Hu laughed. However, Lei Hu's smile suddenly froze, his eyes staring at the front. Zhang Jing looked into his eyes and looked at his face in surprise at the same time. In this position, the generation of lightning is extremely amazing, and even its peak cannot support the 01.30 leisure rod. A few hundred meters ahead, an even more amazing lightning surged. One after another, a gorgeous fruit. Dazzling to the extreme. The smell comes from these fruits. The long wind and the wind, too much. Lei Bao and others were stunned and said, "Yes, the beautiful fruit before you is the fruit of wind and thunder. The most important thing is to complete the test of Master Duanji Temple and come here for a walk. But now these fruits of wind and thunder are worth a lot of money each. A good harvest. Big brother, Lei Bao, the 3 of them, have shown their enthusiasm, money, and light, and moved forward to choose the pool. Don't worry." Lei Hu drank a glass of wine and glared at the 3. "Have you forgotten how dangerous the mines are?" "Leopard. I shivered when I heard this." Thunder Tiger muttered. "Terran, in the lightning battery, in addition to the thunder and lightning, and the further forward, the stronger and more terrifying. There is another most troublesome danger." "What?" Zhang Jing asked softly. Although he may know the condition of the land. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 227_Cold Torrent. Zhanji, you've always been domineering, but that doesn't mean everyone is afraid of you. The 2 old men next to King Binwu spoke again. At this moment, Zhang Jing's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled tightly. Before that, when the 2 old men were talking, he already felt that something was wrong. Now, he realized what was wrong. The word, split sword. All along, whether it is King Wu of Yan, or King Binwu, King Tiangan and King Jin, etc. These master-level figures have been famous for centuries. The prominent and powerful people call them, Kenji's predecessors. Only at this time the 2 old men, he actually directly called, Shishin Zhanji, as, heavenly sword. Not, ancestors. This proves it. Zhang Jing felt a little bit, and suddenly his face changed dramatically. The 2 old men's breaths were much stronger than King Binwu's. That terrifying breath made Zhang Jing devoured. 223 At the end of the polar period, Zhang Jing was very excited. He couldn't be sure of the strength of the 2 old men. One can only guess that their practice was more intensified during the later polar period of the planet. No wonder Kenji's predecessor just stopped doing it. Lord Binwu, Master Xuanbing. There are 2. King Binwu suddenly leaned a little in front of the 2 old men. Mr. Binwu, Master Xuanbing. Bingwuzong, Xuanbing Holy Land. They are the 2 holy places of the Bingwu Kingdom. Bingwuzong is more famous in the Binwu Kingdom. There is a famous mission. The Bingwu religion of the ice and snow is the second of the sects under the command of Bingwuzong. Xuanbing sacred religion legend it. Established countless years ago by the first generation ADFF owners of Binwu Kingdom. In the year it inherited, just like the Binwu Kingdom, it was still on top of Bingwuzong. Zhang Jing didn't know much about these 2 martial arts holy places. Don't know much about them either. But Zhang Jing remembered seeing it in a document in the hunting hall. The patriarchs and patriarchal masters of these 2 great forces seem to have not changed their masters for 100 years. If there is no mistake, those two masters, Lord Binwoo and Master Xuanbing are both martial arts of the same era as Zhangji's predecessors. On the other hand, there are also two old men next to Tianwang and Jin. The Lord of the Kingdom owed a little to these two men and said, "Two elders, I want to thank you. The prestige of my Kingdom of Heaven and the Golden Kingdom must not be taken away by the children of the younger generation offend. The owner of this can rest assured." The two old men nodded. Splitting Tianjianji, the grievances of the year are also resolved together. Beside Tianwang and Jin, the two old men stood one step ahead and suddenly burst out with momentum. The eyes of the predecessor of Golden Lord, King Feng, were full of contempt. Gold. Shizong and Jinfengzong are two martial arts holy places in Jin. And T know anything about these two parents. You will understand today that the teacher was seriously injured. Jin Shizong drank a cold drink. Oh, Kenji's ex's eyes were cold. When the old man escaped from his serious injuries, is he not dead yet? If you want to die, take your life with you. The Lord of Gold, the Lord of the Wind of Gold, fired in an instant. Lord Binwoo, Master Xuanbing, also fired at the same time. The top four attack at the same time. Keep in mind. X equals holding his hand straight, every move. Child, I'll lend you a blizzard sword. GGN's predecessor smiled and won the blizzard sword in Zhang Jing's hands. The sword slammed through the square. Endless snow fell from the sky. Hundreds of miles, suddenly covered in cold frost. This is very powerful. Zhang Jing's pupils narrowed. This is the true power of the blizzard sword. The best factor is that if there is no pull after the above correction, then it simply cannot exert its true power. Like Lord Gold. These four strong men were initially combative. At this time, ice is formed instantaneously under the frost and cannot move. In addition, the chill of frost is increasing. Suddenly, the entire square was enveloped in a cold torrent. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 228_not measurable. In fact, he had a question he forgot to ask Genki's ex. The second round, they fought against by Mohan and others. After the war, he was in a coma for a day. Counting these 2 days, the second round only started a few days ago. It over so soon. Originally, the second round was a game between your 47 teams, said the referee at the Hall of Hunting Demons with a bitter smile. There are a lot of teams, scoring, competition, etc., naturally complicated, but it also takes many days. But you killed more than half the team that day in that war. If the team is less, that's certainly faster than putting it together. As for the first place, the same. More than half of the people were defeated by you. And your sword team has the highest score. Naturally, you got to the second. The referee in the Hall of Hunting Demons explained equals times. In fact, in the second round of the game, although it is also to kill the monster to score. But the truth is, the captain of each team has so many players, it's impossible to go too far in that waters. In other words, each team can kill monsters, in fact, very limited. Second round rules allow fights and fights. That's because the fight between teams is the most important part of the game and the most important scoring point. The more points you get when you beat a team. Of course, Zhang Jing defeated more than half of the team and scored the highest score. The Zhanzong team won the first place. Zhang Jing suddenly appeared after listening to the explanation. Then the team rankings. The referee of the Demon Hunting Hall smiled and said, "Today, the old man is a little late. In fact, in each team's ranking, 16 forts have been announced. First, your sword team. Second place goes to the wild martial arts team in the Great Wasteland. The fourth is the royal family of King Binwoo." When the referee in the Hall of Hunting Demons said that, Zhang Jing frowned slightly. The rankings for the second round are almost identical to the second round. In the top 10, no change at all. After 10 o'clock, there are 2 small changes. At this time, the referee took out a few wallets, saying, "This is the second round of your sword team's reward. There are many natural treasures and spiritual things in it." When he spoke, the referee in the hunting demon hall put down Qian Kun's bag and took out several ice crystal jade bottles. "There are 5 drops of Black Sea essence here, which is also the most precious reward in the second round." The referee in the hunting demon hall handed over 5 ice crystal jade bottles to Zhang Jing. 0. Ask for flowers. Zhang Jing took it, and his eyes lit up immediately. He has felt the power of the essence of the Black Sea. Polar edge. In the world, every big gap is very big. Especially in the mid-polar period, the gap between 5 and 6 is immeasurable. But such a gap, a drop of Black Sea essence can make up for it. If these Black Sea essences, if used in practice, elevate to repair, the absolute effect is amazing. At this time, the referee of the demon hunting hall said, "Zhanzong Tianzhao, the old man reminds you. These 5 drops of Black Sea essence cannot be used in the third round of battle. The third round is a contest between the ultimate advantages, and no reliance on objects is allowed." "Okay, to hunt demons," the referee in the hall said. "If nothing else, the old man will leave. There is still a lot to prepare for tomorrow's third round. Take your time, my ex." Zhang Jing nodded. The referee in the hall of hunting demons left. Zhang Jing looked at the crowd with 5 drops of Black Sea essence. "I want 2 of these 5 drops. The remaining 3 are in your operation, okay?" The crowd shook their heads. Ling Yu said, "Black Sea, the essence of it can only be improved by martial artists who practice ice. Other martial arts days can be improve combat effectiveness. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing." Chapter 229_secret means. Even the chief elder of the 15th house, A_8, couldn't help but stand up. She is a martial artist. At 1 practice wind, and she's very fast. But Zhang Jing was faster and faster than her. Zhang Jing's image turned into flames. The flames on the body kept roaring. That is the flame in the explosion, the moment when the explosive force is generated, the moment when the speed is generated, far exceeds the official sunrise of the moon E. With a roar, Zhang Jing's fist went straight to the abdomen of the Kansai moon. _on 293, Guan Sheui, S intuition of severe pain in the body, there is no response, L has been blown away. Plop, Shengguan Sheui stood firm. His face was pale, and there was a mouthful of blood in his mouth. She felt as if she had just climbed the crater. The moment the volcano erupted, everything blew on her, causing her to be seriously injured directly. Zhang Jing stood in front of him coldly. "Sunrise and bright girl's eyes can see through all the action," he said. "But it's not as fast as me. What's the use of avoiding it?" Shengguan Sheui's face suddenly changed. Extreme 6 combat powers. How is it possible that you have practiced any secret methods? Secret. Zhang Jing smiled indifferently. Since the long battle, the pride of the hall, including Bing Baiwu and Shengguan Sheui, has used secret methods. It is precisely because of the secret law that they have such a powerful battle. The secret method of inheriting the hunting hall is powerful. In fact, Zhang Jing never used a secret method. Even the 4 colored flames are now added to the body and the fighting power is greatly increased. Because, strictly speaking, this is only through the ancient fire control method to control the world's 4 major fires in order to increase. This is just a special application of flame. Ice. Yanwu Hall, in fact, has many powerful secret methods, no less than other main halls. But Zhang Jing did not use any secret methods. The secret method must absolutely conform to one's own eye though, to exert enough power. The process of choosing a secret is time-consuming and complicated. Because no secret method is perfect, nor can it be 108% compatible with the martial art you practice. Place. So, many times, when you choose a secret method, you need to practice first. Then, One by one, choose the most suitable ones, and then officially start practicing. Zhang Jing didn't have time to pick it out slowly. At this time, often calculated in years, the practice itself is a long thing. In addition, Zhang Jing also firmly believed that he had no choice. In the secret method of the fire genus, it matches the amethyst spirit rock. It does not match the world of scholars, and it is not suitable for fire extinguishing and other flames. Consistent with the golden fire of the earth, it is incompatible with flames such as sparks. 0. In short, these 4 flames are impossible to completely match. If it's that, all gold oil, the secret that any flame will increase is all too common. Completely unable to carry oneself. 4 intense flames. Even so, the increase won't be much. On the other hand, Kansai Moon, Bingbaiwu and others are still the pride of heaven. From a very young age, Kong was best trained in these great powers, practicing their own skills and methods as well as martial arts. And in the early days, you can also choose the secret method that suits you best. Therefore, these secret laws, and their own protocols, are quite high. This is also the main factor that Zhang Jing sees one after another after coming to Donglinhai, the pride of the great kingdom of heaven. Of course, Zhang Jing didn't care. He didn't even want to find the secret method of fire. Because, he knows, in the future, he will be able to find the 5th, 6th, and even more intense flames in the world. Only today's own fire control method is the most suitable, secret method, for oneself. These thoughts flashed through Zhang Jing's mind. Oh, Zhang Jingqing is not. Smile in self-control, looking for the future of the world, finding a strong flame, full of expectations. What are you laughing at? The official stood coldly on the moon. Zhang Jing's punch just now made her very embarrassed. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 230 Set up barriers. That huge solid power is not disappearing, but the use of breakthroughs in some fields. Expand too small a world. Yes, expand the small world. This is a change after breaking through the extreme. It is also practical and practical after the extreme. This small world has expanded by 10%. Of course, spring is still the same. At this time, this small world. It was already empty. The liquid elemental force in the gas spring is only 10% left. This means that he is now practicing. It's a huge weight as a planet. After the pole of the planet, it is still necessary to absorb the halo of heaven and earth and convert it into a kind of power. The source of power and base O3 is also liquid elemental force. The power of heaven and earth is only used as a large amount to increase the body, and it is also a powerful growth. At this moment, Zhang Jing knelt on the ground, absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Various martial arts powers of heaven and earth, free sword overlord sword, ice knife, 4-color flame martial arts. The power of heaven and earth, far from being poured into the body, will be stored in the small world. Not long ago, various martial arts powers had reached the level of 15.5. Zhang Jing felt it for a while. A look suddenly appeared on his face. In the past, the power of martial arts was quite dispersed. But now, up to 10% martial arts strength, but fairly solid. The remaining half, but still scattered. If there is no wrong guess, the strength of martial arts is divided into 10%, 20%, 30% level. Martial arts power of each level, only absorbing 10%, can automatically merge into equals a solid power. Less than 10% of the time, it will fall apart. After fusion, the power of martial arts is obviously much stronger than that of Sanda. This is also why there are so many more powerful people in the extreme than in the half-step. It is also 10% martial arts, and 9 points martial arts, just a difference of 1 point, there is a big gap. The yellow medicine still exploded with surging power. Zhang Jing's own practice is also increasing. The yellow Nidin, the power of the drug has been exhausted, and then disappeared without leaving half of the impurities. At that time, hunting the giant Madam's monster pill in the Grand Hall, and the yellow elixir formed by the fusion of the giant Madam's medicine pill was exhausted. Zhang Jing's practice is also completely stable at the poles. In the gas spring, the liquid element force height reaches 20%. Of course, at this moment, Zhang Jing had a dark voice in his heart. Just now, as his practice continued to increase, the power of heaven and earth was constantly being absorbed by him. At this time, in the small world, the power of various martial arts has reached 20%. At the same time, when the original half of the martial arts strength is 10% solid, the half scattered, but now, that half of the scattered martial arts power has also become solid. 20% of martial arts power is sincere. Zhang Jing can only feel that mysterious and terrifying atmosphere. If it was used to augment, it must be amazing. In addition to expanding too, the small world has also become stronger and stronger. Its function is to be able to carry the same power and become more powerful. In the iceberg that just disappeared, a large part of 613 is used to make the small world stronger too. Zhang Jing. Taking a deep breath, he stood up. The physical wound has healed. I sorted out the current harvest. As a result, it also broke through the poles of the earth. 20% of martial arts power will give him strong fighting power. The small world has expanded too. The carrying capacity is stronger, and itself is stronger. The growing power of the small world means that he can become stronger in many ways. For example, the speed of flying in the air, the power to control the halo of heaven and earth, the power to set up barriers, and so on. Think about it, Zhang Jing has. Ready to take back his opinion. However, at this moment, his consciousness was shaking. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fanfic. Chapter 231 extremely rare. Your eyes, your aura is sharp and fierce. That's the power that true swordsmanship can have. Oh, let's come, Chen Fengyan said lightly. These two very different, but equally sharp and startling momentums, suddenly erupted on these two men. The two figures did not move, but the momentum of the sky was already fighting. In the distance, a deacon narrowed his eyes, staring straight at Zhang Jing. What? Deacon Tong Tianfeng looked at Deacon suspiciously. Deacon still tight. Staring at Zhang Jing. This boy's name is Zhang Jing, isn't he? Just now I thought it was not worth noting. But this shot is very unusual. One by one, only four. Tong Tianfeng's deacon laughed at him. The deacon of Tianjingfeng is too stupid. Can't praise him. This deacon is the deacon of Skyrim Peak. Also a very strong kendo strongman. No, Tian Zhanfeng's deacon shook his head and said, I won't say it for the time being. This is a pure sword and a hard heart. If the old man is not mistaken. That child is a rare sword tire. If you can sharpen carefully, equals down. You will be sharp in the future. Well, the deacon of Tong Tianfeng hummed coldly, he can pass this exam. Zhang Jing and his disciple Tianjifeng did not move. But at the top, West shares sharp momentum, but there was a violent collision. Thorn's hiss resounded in the audience for a while. Yes, the surging momentum of BG is more like a sharp sword E. The confrontation between sword soul and sword chi seems to hang between the arrows X. Put out your sword and suddenly the sharp sword. Now in the hands of disciple Tianjian. This is a sub-sacred work of art. Zhang Jing nodded, the light in his hand flickered. Blizzard's sword appeared from the thin air. The best element. Tianjianfeng's disciples frowned when they felt the smell of a sword in Zhang Jing's hand. Do you look down on me? Disciple Tianfeng stared at Zhang Jing coldly. No, you are strong. Zhang Jing shook his head and his eyes were full of battle. These 12 saints, none of them have extreme holiness, all practiced in the boundless holiness of the Holy Land. Now, This disciple of Skyline Peak is another martial artist who created the Tao. Of course, Zhang Jing did not underestimate. Then why use the best elements? Disciple Tiantianfeng asked coldly. Get rid of your saints. Zhang Jing smiled bitterly. How did I get it if I didn't? No, disciple Tian Zhanfeng frowned. Relics are extremely rare, even if the secondary weapons of the boundless sacred realm are unavailable. 2 of the great kingdoms of heaven or queens can have sacred artifacts. Also, for too many celestial and nonpolar martial arts, saints is a standard weapon. I don't have any other swords, I only have one. The Tiantian Peak disciple frowned and looked at Zhang Jing. It's not important. Zhang Jing shook his head slightly. All you have to do is fight as hard as you can. Okay, as you wish. Disciple Tiantianfeng nodded, Wang Li's, and then stopped talking. The battle between the two begins again. The swordsmanship of the 2 men is as superb as the swordsmanship of the 2 men. Countless sword shadows wreak havoc in the entire audience. Constantly ringing. However, Zhang Jing completely fell into a trough. Once he did it, he was not as good as the disciple Zhanfeng that day. Second, the blizzard sword in his hand is incomparable to the people of Tianjianshan disciples. Fighting again and again, they were all suppressed. That reading equals something. Chapter 232 _ extremely precious. Take Star Kendo and Ice Kendo as an example. Except for their own creation. Can you find the connection between them? Look. Luo's senior turned around a little bit. Looking at the long river of stars, he pointed and pointed gently. In the long river of stars, the mysterious operation of one star after another. Everything in the world is born from heaven and earth. Therefore, everything in the world has its own martial arts. That's why people need to continue to control and improve the countless martial arts in the world and get out of their own the way of art. But at the same time, you have to know, countless martial arts can coexist in heaven and earth and become the rules and connections of the whole world. The question is whether you can find it. 443. It is also the second condition that you have full control over it. Speaking of the flames of the world, Luo's predecessor calmed down. The different flames in the world seem to be flames. But fire is the second of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. How many things in this world have nothing to do with these 5 lines 3 inches? That is, there is countless connections and countless connections. But in other words, there is no connection between the 2 stories. There are countless connections, but there are very few connections. Zhang Jing frowned. That is to say, there is no connection to the news of the flames in the world. So it's impossible to adapt, isn't it? Ada 9 _ The X shook his head. No, I can find it, but it's hard to find. The strongest flames in the world are the strongest flames in the world. Because they are already the strongest. One of the strongest creatures in the world. Quote. They may contain cut. It may also contain nothing. It's not impossible for you to fully adapt. It's very difficult. But I can only tell you that if one day you can actually do it, martial arts will go straight to the top of the Holy King. I understand. Turtle glanced at the star beside him. The stars are long and the stars are few. Only the last bit of light. The last 2 questions, Zhang Jing asked hurriedly. What is the field of martial arts compared to holy martial arts? Maybe. What is the existence of domain martial arts? River View. There have been doubts about this issue for a long time. Since he entered heaven, especially after he really took control of the realm. He rarely uses the domain Takimoto. But intuition told him, domain martial arts is not simple. Senior Luo nodded. In the field of martial arts, it does not belong to ordinary martial arts. It cannot be compared with martial arts of the sacred level. Those who can create martial arts on the battlefield, at least on the level of ancient martial arts emperors. The reason for creating domain martial arts is that domain martial arts belong to the level of dry domain control in its life. Simple. It is said that the strongest field that Emperor Wu can show before his death. Martial arts in this field are extremely precious and rare. When you ask me this question, you prove that you have a martial art in your hands. Then I'll tell you how to use it. By integrating it into your own domain. You can take your own domain from the sky to the next level. Luo's predecessor's words fell. At this moment, the starlight beside it dissipated. Zhang Jing took a light breath and relaxed his face. These 10,000 minutes seem to be very short. In fact, he needs to ask the question in his mind in the quickest and easiest way possible. At the same time, it is necessary to fully understand the knowledge of martial arts explained by Luo's predecessor. In just 5 minutes, mind and mind are not easy. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 233_complacent. The flowing slurry solidifies in an instant. Including the huge flame body, it also turned into a huge and ferocious ice sculpture. In several breathing rooms, Zhang Jing has reached the top of the ice sculpture of this giant lady. There, the head of the huge ice sculpture swayed slightly, full of panic. How is it possible? How is it possible? Bunsen's mud. In addition to the panic, there was a strong trace of disbelief and madness in the spirit of fire. No, nothing beats Bunsen's melting. Solving. No. Nothing is impossible. Zhang Jing's eyes were cold, and he didn't waste any more time. There's also the last, silk force in it. 1. A purple flame, condensed in the hand. A wave of big hands, purple flames, wrapped in the spirit of fire. No, it's impossible. Vulcan was still in a state of unbelievable madness. But in the purple spirit, burning all things and terrifying high temperature. But, the whole spiritual wisdom of the moment. All were burned to nothingness. Souls dissipated, huge flame bodies huge ice sculptures, clicked and shattered. Ice cubes scattered all over the place. No. In mid-air, Zhang Jing's body couldn't fall. The difference is to simply condense the ice lotus sword out and use its edge. Frozen this just now equals the countless melting in an instant, is to mobilize the power of the ice-cold sword. Even for a second he experienced an extremely severe setback. It can be seen that under the black burns of the burns, the limbs and the heart are now covered with a layer of biting frost. 6. The body's meridians are filled with tranquility in the cold. Falak whole, calm. He still underestimated the power of ice lotus. 103 and GT. As he becomes more and more advanced, the more he can feel the powerful power contained in the ice lotus sword. The stronger the power, the more amazing the mobilized power. And, even though they are the pinnacle of the planet now, the power to mobilize, but with the past, to break the mystery, so the uncontrollable feeling has not changed at all. In the past, when he stepped into the extreme sky, he felt that he could really spy on the secret of the ice lotus sword. But as far as months ago, that wasn't enough. He suddenly remembered what the owner of Duanqi Temple said before. Do you really know what the purple god means? At the level of Master Duan Musi, he still solemnly said this sentence. Then, in order to truly control the ice lotus sword, I'm afraid it will rise to a level beyond infinity. Zhang Jing shook his head and smiled slightly, which once again proved that his previous thoughts were correct. Ice Lotus Sword is his most powerful card ever. Zhang Jing smiled smugly, but forget that he is now seriously injured and can't fall in midair. Zhang Jing's body fell directly on the ice below. Hoarse voice, Zhang Jing breathed, a mouthful of cool air. Exhale with little pain. Now, the whole body, every piece of good skin. The charred black skin was soaked with black blood, and then hit the cold and hard ice. You can imagine the feeling. Zhang Jing's light flashed in his hand. He hurriedly took out a large number of high-quality medicinal pills from Chenkinwan, and Chow put it into his stomach. He has the ability to take medicine, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as he does not die, he can cure his own hurt. Very far, hundreds of miles away. Dansha's face changed on the yellow boat. They couldn't see the battle there, but they could see the sudden snow and ice, and the battle that calmed down in an instant. What's the matter? The battle seems to be over, Tangsha said calmly. I'll take a look. Tangsha, the battle is over, but who knows what happened there? The two princes were dissatisfied with the road. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 234 _ A bunch of idiots. Outside Tianfang City, deep in the mountains and forests, Chen Xing was killed, including several bully stars. Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes. Zhang Jing suddenly remembered what the moon said. The pride of someone as arrogant and unworthy as you doesn't last long. Just now this old man met a man who killed him at will. Took him. Wait, it's you, Zhang Jing's face can't help twitching. The debate surrounding us continues. Yi Xiao became famous, lost one of the 16 envoys, Li Shiling, the master of Beixing House. Chen Xing was killed. This is undoubtedly the most controversial thing in the 4 regions today. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, a crisp disdain sounded. Huh, around the wind, I heard a few words. Looking at the voices one by one, only to see that the speaker is just a young man. What do you know? The surrounding wind looked at Qinglin contemptuously. Yes, Qinglin is talking. You know a fart, Qinglin pouted. Want to find Yi Xiao. Dying alone is a heavenly obstacle. Do you know Yi Xiao too? Zhang Jing wrinkled brows. Qinglin only came to these 4 areas a few days ago. Of course, Qinglin took it for granted. That guy lost the 18th pride twice in a row and lost the Ice Palace honor. Such an extraordinary record. Xian Xiao has long been listed among the world's pride. In terms of prestige, I know it's better than 18 counties. After all, Qinglin looked at the wind around him. Do you know what real evil is? We can also know how terrible it is. Especially the evil deeds of the Lone Ranger. Why can't you do anything about this evil coming year? Not to mention the Western powers lurking in the myriad crises and innumerable naturally occurring dangers between heaven and earth. Tens. Behold, Bawing can beat him and kill him, otherwise this disaster will only become more and more bold. The more you suppress, the more you hunt down, the more sudden it will come in the future. I'm afraid that this evil will one day climb to heaven, and I'm afraid that this Western force can only crawl under his feet. Trembling and trembling. There seems to be some truth. The wind goes around the wind, and when you hear the wind, you think. Say. It's natural, said Qinglin proudly. What my ex said makes sense. However, the two of them just walked out of the Taimen of the Great Hall of the Windgate. A hasty figure suddenly collided. Zhang Jing responded very quickly. One of them hid. I'm sorry. Someone looked at Zhang Jing, apologized to him and quickly walked into Fengjia Temple. Zhang Jing shook his head. Not at 0 meters, he was about to open high. In the windbreak hall, he suddenly came out and had a big drink. The abbot of the temple urgently ordered. In the quartet, everyone above the deacon head immediately went to the main hall of Shuluo Temple. Outside the airlock hall, Zhang Jing frowned. Go to the main hall of Shuluo Temple. Is there anything too serious? Qinglin's side was strange. At this time, in the airlock hall, 1 or 2 staff members came out quickly. Zhang Jing realized that this was the staff of the delegation just now. If not wrong, he would declare to all the cities in all directions that the matter was urgent. Come on, take a look at the main hall of Shuluo Temple. Zhang Jing said. He is the chief deacon of Fengjia Temple. Naturally he will go. These emergency orders 0.7 orders _2. Generally equivalent to a subpoena, not a mandatory order. Just go if you want. If you don't go, no problem. But intuition tells Zhang Jing that if there is nothing wrong, that one is related to Siren Bloodbat. The two went to the main hall of Shuluo Temple. On the road, you see rush after rush from time to time. Look at their breathing, none of them are vulgar. At the same time, Zhang Jing also heard a lot of life. To read the underlined version of the novel, Please download Feifei. Chapter 235_Risk Factors. When I ascended to the dragon, I was only a little bit short. I could only spell it out. Zhang Jing's heart was hard and he gritted his teeth. Thinking about it, Zhang Jing waved his hand again. Thousands of stars suddenly fell from the sky and trapped Yunlong again. At the same time, Zhang Jing's blizzard sword clusters appeared in the thin air, and countless frosts appeared. Coming out of thin air, Zhang Jing came out immediately. The huge cloud dragon was trapped again. Zhang Jing also closed his eyes again. He wanted to have an epiphany. However, obviously, he hasn't started to realize that Yunlong has been forced to break the ban again. Don't say it for me. Zhang Jing suddenly took a drink and said. Jiquan collapsed. With all his strength, he violently blew at Yunlong's giant head. The second, it's also a bang, but that's the pain and roar of the behemoth, roaring, 03. Underscore. On the one hand, Qinglin opened his eyes. Chen, Zhang Jing, what are you doing? If we really provoke this cloud dragon, our little life is really here. Sure enough, the two people at Yunlong's feet. The figure slammed down by Zhang Jing, directly crushed equals the side of a mountain. After Yunlong struggled violently, it rose violently for a while. A massive body no longer surrounds it but collides with it. Bang, bang. With a loud bang, a towering mountain was knocked out of a large hole in front of it. Countless mountains and gravel, constantly scraping two people, making the two people collude with nothing. Underscore, it's crazy that it's over, Qinglin cried. Zhang Jing was silent, his eyes still dignified. N is still. Understanding, as far as trying to separate a trace of the spirit, while holding his head, he entered a state of enlightenment. But it is obviously extremely difficult to enter into an epiphany after the cloud dragon steps down. At this time, in the sky, there were traces of the white belly of silkfish. The night has quietly left. It's been a night since Zhang Jing caught up with this behemoth when the two of them had been entangled for a long time. Plop. At this moment, Zhang Jing, blood spurted out of his mouth, his face was very white. Zhang Jing, are you okay? Qinglin was startled and asked hastily. Failed, Zhang Jing said sadly, without even wiping the blood of the mouthfish. In fact, from the arrival of the first 1,000 stars, he became a sword formation, and then forced to break through the cloud dragon, he was already defeated. Not to mention that time, he briefly entered a state of epiphany, forced to be broken by a violent shock. Even worse. Until now, tangled equals all night. The means came out. My heart was exhausted, but I still couldn't succeed. I was angry, and then a blood-spurted tilde come out. Forget it. Zhang Jing sighed and shook his head. Even if he can't ask, there's nothing he can do. Qinglin, thank you. Zhang Jing smiled while looking at Qinglin. It doesn't matter. Qinglin waved his hand. I'm used to it anyway. At this time, the originally violent dragon gradually stopped colliding and curled up again. Let's go, Zhang Jing said helplessly. I'm not in a hurry now. Qinglin said with a smile, anyway, we've been fighting it equals all night. We're still alive, it's fine. We're running out of time. Quote. In the night, the cloud dragon soars. -397 is the most dangerous cause of danger in the sea of clouds. Prime. No one dares to mess with these cloud dragons. But now I'm a little skeptical. These cloud dragons appear at night. What about weekdays? On weekdays, in the white clouds that are thousands of miles away. Where are these cloud dragons where there are only beasts who step on the clouds? You want to see where they're going. That's good. Qinglin smiled slightly. There was an unexpected sense of insecurity in his eyes. Whatever. Zhang Jing smiled. He knelt on the ground and hugged his big head tightly. Hours later, Yunlong continued to soar. Riverview and green forest. There was no response, just a soft sound, feeling the emptiness under my feet, and I fell down in an instant. I'm going, Qinglin called. Zhang Jing frowned and quickly stabilized his body. Underscore. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 236 underscore brazen. You two boys, you are in good health. Emperor Wu tried his best. Not only did he not die, but he woke up in a few days. An hour ago, the boy in Qinglan woke up and ran very early. Okay. The president looked at the board. You dare to break into Longtan Tiger Cave, like the king of heaven. I can't help it. Zhang Jing smiled bitterly. We're not going. Tong too. They're dead. Also said, by the way, 10 days, how is the situation in Tianwang Mountain? These warrants will still be executed in the future. Pass. Ji smiled. There is no Tianwang Mountain in the dark cloud area. At this time, the tampering of the hand was stopped. Peace of mind ointment. Boy, this patch should heal you completely. I don't need to talk about it when you wake up. After that, turned around and left. Zhang Jing relaxed his muscles and bones, sitting up from the bed, looking at the ointment, again equals times. Holy ointment. Who? Zhang Jing took a breath and shook his head. Left the room and caught up. What 9 inches looked at Zhang Jing suspiciously. Zhang Jing said with a smile. I'm not hurt anymore and I don't have to rest. I'm looking to hand over previous assignments and take on more assignments to leave. Leave? He frowned. Can't you stop for a few days? Zhang Jing shook his head. Lazy is also lazy. Okay, nodded and said with a sudden smile, this time. You're very happy to take the job. I'm sure the boy from Qinglan told you about our learning and teaching. Huh. Zhang Jing was taken aback and said, are these the tasks of learning and teaching? Nod. At first, I'd rather you hone yourself from these tasks. Take your time to learn and teach. But when I learned that you were with Qinglan and were hunted by Tianwangshan. I know I don't have to. Qinglan has a big mouth. I'm sure I'll tell you everything. Is Qinglan too mouthy? Zhang Jing was too surprised. Okay, took out the mission file. Not feeling well, say, take your time. Oh, by the way. The tasks, rewards and points you and Qinglan have completed these days have all been confiscated. All confiscated. Zhang Jing had a suspicious expression on his face. Staring at Zhang Jing. Underscore, do you think so many deacons and strong people don't need energy to save you? Do you think all martial arts teachers are lazy? All your mission awards go to the college teachers who shot them this equals times. Zhang Scenic nodded. I see all right. Those mission awards are little things. It would not be too much for the older generation of Taishui to save them and give them some long-term filial piety. Okay, slow. Pick out tasks slowly, then return the task file to the other deacons. Said and turned away. Zhang Jing nodded, and looked at the mission file carefully. Just before taking a few steps, a number quickly appeared. Zhang Jing, don't listen to the old fox. I asked the forbidden deacon, he was the only one who saved us. Where did many deacons come from? Our reward was swallowed by the old fox, the kings. It was from Qinglan. Huh, Zhang Jing was taken aback. So what? Turn around. He glared at Qinglan. Who made you so daring to break into Tianwangshan too? This time will be a punishment. Next time, if I'm so bold, I'll shut you all out. After all, he left without looking back. Qinglan stepped on his feet angrily. Underscore, this old man swallowed our reward, full of foul language, he is too brazen. Fei Lu Jian wakes you up, reading equals something. Chapter 237 underscore personal grudge. Cao Lei separated the master of the temple, Zhang Jing cupped his hands. Zhangjing branch temple master, Cao Lei also extended his hand. Zhang Jing and he are also the masters of the monastery, so naturally he has to arch his double hair. Back to the level of gifts. Several deacon groups behind the branch temple owner, Cao Lei exclaimed. The deacon died at the boy's hands. Although the boy is also the master of the temple, but he killed the same martial arts, more sin than first. Also ask the owner of the temple to manage. Several deacon groups said angrily. Cao Lei didn't move, shook his head, kill the martial arts of the same 077 temples _ I didn't see it. You didn't see it either. The increase in sin, there is no way to start. But, the faces of several deacon teams were urgent. No, but, Cao Lei interrupted him quietly, before the death of several chief deacons, there is no final conclusion about what happened. Now the first deacon is dead. I only see personal vengeance. Personal grievances. The team was stunned. Cao Lei nodded. This temple has the rules of the temple, which cannot be violated. The battle between the first deacon and Zhang Jinggang, _BF, can only be regarded as a personal grievance, so I wait for the martial arts of Shuluo Temple to never interfere. Then it's the same. Zhang Jingming said, frowning slightly equals down. Does Cao Lei's temple teacher believe me? 6. Zhang Jing said that several deacons violated the rules of the temple. Cao Lei shook his head. Believe the word, the old man dared not say it for the time being. But Zhang Jing was too bold and daring when he divided the masters of the temple characters. The old man has seen it too. Cao Lei said with a smile, the owner of Zhangjingshi Temple doesn't even care about the pursuit of Tianwang Mountain. If the old man doesn't believe that Zhang Jing is a devil like the temple owner, he dares to do so. Of course, this matter has not been concluded. I will also look into this matter. I will come back to report the situation to the owner of the Cao Lei branch. Goodbye. After that, Zhang Jing arched his hand and flashed with Qinglin. After the two left, they flew tens of thousands of miles. But Qinglin suddenly stopped. I can't stand it anymore. Qinglin said ugly words on his face for a long time. Then blood spurted out of his mouth. Zhang Jing frowned. In his impression, he remembered that Qinglin was not injured. It's antiphagocytosis, Qinglin said quietly, if I'm not wrong. You also suffered from countercurrent. But it is unstable in the heart of Tao. I can't take it. Talking, looking at his hands. At this time, Zhang Jing lowered his eyes. See Qinglin's hands covered with scars. Road scars. Shocking. Qinglin's breath is also weakening. Are these the scales just now? Zhang Jing was startled and remembered. Qinglin nodded and said, the rumor of thousands of miles. As long as the strongman above the Holy King can't find us. Zhang Jingjing nodded and said, first find a place to heal. My injury needs to be stabilized. They both fell from the sky. Find the forest. Zhang Jing waved his hand. Put down a few formations and isolate breathing. Are you a magician or a magician? 3 inches? Seeing his face, Qinglin was surprised. Zhang Jing smiled and said, I only know a little bit about the skin. I'm good at forming this isolated breath, the rest is completely unknown. I understand. Qinglin smiled. The two knelt down and started to heal. Qinglin injury is a kind of reverse phagocytic injury. See no. Underlined version of the novel, please download it. Chapter 238_Unforgettable. New Gurgur Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. Sure enough, the first thing I saw was a huge square. The scene in it is exactly the same as that of Tianxing Cave and Magic Lighting Cave, is exactly the same as Tianxing Cave and Magic Lighting Cave. In the square, 8 sacred prides, sitting on their laps. Close your eyes. A stream of blood haunted them. It is clear, they are preparing for an outbreak of blood. The end of these haunting blood is the end of the square, in the main palace. In the palace, a round blood ball, dazzling to the extreme. On the ball, a pure and thick qi and blood made people feel scared and cold when they smelled the change in color. Zhang Jing looked at the 8 people in the center of the square, and said lightly, if you don't disturb the 8 of them, we'll go directly to the main palace. Cannot affect the 8 people at all. 8 people, as the masters of 8 counties, are preparing for the second awakening. How can the strong men of the 8 kingdoms not advance? Arrange their composition to protect them. Unless Zhang Jing's 3 people deliberately cause trouble, they force the surrounding 8 people to form incense. If 3 people enter, it is impossible to disrupt the breakthrough of these 8 people. It's not so much a ball, it's a group of energy. From the outside, it looks like a soul ball in a ghost cave house, the same size, and it breathes heavily. The only difference is that the ball in the phantom hole emits a dense magical light. And this ball, on the other hand, is a universal scarlet. In the perception of Zhongjing, the scattered qi and blood power and its thick purity are at the same level as the soul power ball in Xingying Cave. Thief, can this thing save the poor star? Gongsun Huowu couldn't wait. I don't know, Zhongjing shook his head. Just try it out. Poor star girl. Zhongjing looked at the poor star. Ji Bixing nodded and came to the blood cell. The red blood glow on the ball is extremely dazzling. Ji Shixing closed his eyes and felt. Have. For a while, Ji Bei nodded happily for why. My star blood is slowly repairing. Ji Shaoxing's palm, Zhang Lanzhong, the power of wiping starlight condensed in the palm of his hand. Star is very thin. Unlike Wuhan's starlight, the starlight condensed by Wuhan is very pure. Under this starlight, there is an inexplicable martial arts power. This means that this is starlight inspired by the power of the blood in the star's blood. The blood of our ancestors. The stronger the ancestors, the more power spreads in the blood. The more power spreads, better the younger generation, the more likely they are to awaken the blood of self too. Chiangtai's ancestors fell behind the younger generation because they controlled the power of martial arts and blood could not be wiped out. 0. Of course, in the power of blood. It will have the meaning of martial arts. It does seem to work. Zhongjing smiled with satisfaction. It turned out that the blood of this poor star was so weak that the moon was about to wither. She couldn't mobilize any blood. Now, she can unleash a little bit of starlight to prove these. The power of qi and blood is effective. Sit down, and then I'll channel these qi and blood forces to overflow, and then into your body to repair the star veins. There is Lao Zhongjing and his son. Yi Bixing nodded and knelt on the ground. Zhongjing stretched out his fingertips and approached the blood cell. He will pull out these blood forces and break them down into the body of the Mercy Star. His guidance is needed because this is the mountain of means for the pharmacist. Fei Lu Jian wakes you up. The book equals something new. Grid Express first release m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 239_other options. New Gerger Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. At the time, Firefang was trying his best to control the 9-toothed fire beast with their own extremely weak powers, which led her to find an opportunity. Speaking of which, my seniors gave me the holy relic so quickly that I could describe my means and methods so quickly. Liao Ling said happily, looking back. Ah, what about the elders? Liao Ling wants to meet Zhongjing. But she suddenly found out that her ex, I don't know when El Green was gone. Before she had time to think about it, she paid attention, dirty. To the back equals, the grim expression of the group of martial arts. Liao Linger smiled. Lord Hoya, also smiled, yes. It's worthy of that desolate elder sister, such a space method is not vulgar. Just, the King of Fire Fang tested. You did everything possible to get everyone to avenge you. Did you ever think they would avenge you? Liao Ling's face was startled, and she suddenly realized that the cold colors of the martial arts around her were not the teeth of the Fire King. But see what she wants. You, Liao Ling's face changed. Few urban owners, 3 families. The strong and so on. They all have a hard time seeing extremes. Miss Liao, we don't know the relationship between you and the Fengya sect. Why did you hurt us like this? What does the grievance between you and Fengya have to do with us? Whole stone, Liao Lingji said calmly. Shouldn't you kill Fengya Zong's evil restoration? Open your eyes and see which martial arts ice crystal, but the blood of _martial arts is smeared on our fiery deep teeth. Yes, on the side of the cave. There are countless ice crystals in martial arts. These are martial arts ice crystals. Teaching in Fangya. Preserved for hundreds of years between the Pi and the surrounding area I0E, these martial arts ice crystals are imbued with a divine pride and the strength of a strong man. This piece of martial arts ice crystal, piled up into a mountain, more than 10,000. What are we going to do to avenge you? All martial arts. Although the face is ugly, but also a cold face. V_come. What are you afraid of? Liao Ling L became impatient. You are the strongest among the 10,000 armies. You are the pride of the main force, and the fiery Yazong dares to touch you. What do you think? The powerhouse in the main and the powerhouses in the three families headed by the city of fear are all gray. As you said, the Lord of Fire giggled _. They are only a few owners of all the great powers, some of the elders are powerful. I'm afraid their masters and the masters of the city are here. 2. Even so, Liao Lingbi also sneered, if they all die in your fiery teeth, what will be the consequences? Do I have a choice? The Fire Lord's teeth interrupted Liao Ling. Yeah, does he have a choice? Those who passed through the armed forces saw all their evil deeds. Fire Tooth, except killing all the warriors here, is there any other choice? It's gone. Liao Ling was stunned, the second his face was gray. Damn, you're too young, the Lord of Fire doesn't bother to smile. Yes, Liao Linger takes it for granted. She thought about how to uncover the truth about the Fire Tooth cult, but not how to deal with the many evil fixes of the Fire Tooth cult. She didn't even realize that Sect Master Hoya didn't explain a single sentence from the very beginning, let alone a change in his face. Because, from the beginning, Fire Fang made it a decision, today, no 1.8 here a martial art can survive. Whatever, the fire god snorted, anyway, I'm going to send these martial arts ice crystals back to the office. Before we go, it would be good to add another 10,000 days to the martial arts of Priden. Elder Huofang Zihua suddenly stopped when he spoke like this. His eyes were on the side of the cave. Big inaccuracies. That's a cave, then equals a black robe. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Fakeson Gerger Expressway first release m.ggdxin.com. NT and GT. Chapter 240_Long Journey. New Gerger Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. In short, in this case, there should be the same power as the 599 most powerful people in the world. Just a 5-color ring. What if it had 6 colors? 6-color flame ring. Zhongjing cannot be used arbitrarily for the time being. Under the fusion of the 6 kinds of flames, the 9-yang ring became a reincarnation, and even the huge power in him became a reincarnation. His body could not endure the rapid twisting of such a great power. Obviously, even if when he used to wrestle with Poison Robe, maybe now, when he chased after him with a green robe, his 6-color ring was quickly condensed and dispelled in 09. Although it was only for a moment. But at that moment forced twisted pain. Still extremely uncomfortable. However, his pain tolerance is sufficient. So he didn't appear directly between his eyebrows, and he couldn't find Changzhu. Today, there is only one way to stabilize the twisting of forces in the body. It is the reincarnation of using the cold sword, martial arts, and soul power to suppress the primordial power. The force twists so slowly that the body can withstand it. However, the last time he practiced in the hole, this method, enough for him to spend a day, completely using his inner strength to achieve reincarnation. However, in a life or death battle, when will you be ready? All he can do is keep honing. This allows the body to adapt and accept the distortions caused by this cycle. He had thought about it. In later experience and battles, he can slowly hone. But as soon as I walked out of the cave, I saw Tianzang Guanji and his party and finally saw the poison clothes directly. 0. Of today, he could only continue to procrastinate. The inner face of the sky. Most likely. Bear the speed, complete the reincarnation as soon as possible. 067 She reluctantly held back. used the blue sword jade to make martial arts, and then added the circulation of yuan force. At most half a day, it was enough to complete. The pursuit of these two men has never changed. A few hours later, Zhang Jing looked inside. The flow of power in the body is not slow. The trend of reincarnation is complete. At this time, half a day has passed. And it's not known how far they are between the two companies. Poison Robe, Erba wants to chase them at full speed. Hong Jing wholeheartedly drags the distance and drags the time. But it's clear that with the strength of both it's bound to span a very long journey. In front of him, Zhang Jing looked at Yuan Li's body circulation and smiled with satisfaction. The trend of reincarnation has become. The 5 flames are fused under the 5 rings, it is no different. But with the fusion of the 6 flames, it becomes reincarnation. The force in the components is also in line with Zhang Jing's whole body, so that the power formula of Juyang Wheel can be truly exerted. However, this is a big hassle. But in the fusion of the 6 flames, and the combination of Yuanli, it must be a qualitative leap. Under the 6-color flame ring, he will definitely reach the absolute level of 9,998 channels. The flames ahead were burning and suddenly stopped. 537. At the original violent speed, the scorched gas wave in the Guwei area erupted in an instant. In the back, the dark cloud of fog stopped immediately. A large area of toxic gas is not half overflowed, and the air is not even allowed to generate a half-small fluctuation. As you can imagine, the poison robe's control over human power and itself has reached an extremely poor level. Can you please stop running 1-inch robe sneered. Heaven and Earth Network. Countless spider silks immediately blocked around 100 miles. On the spider silk, black gas gushes out poisonous insects. This time, he will not give Zhang Jing half the possibility of escaping. Reminds you, please book equals something new Gurgur Expressway starts m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 241-overjoyed. New Gurgur Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. Zhang Jingqi realized that there were 2 frosts in his blood. At the same time, the old man's fingertip was also shot. An icy chill rushed towards the elders in the sky. The breath of the flame was originally limited to the elders in the sky, and it dissipated in an instant. Back off, this is not a fight you can fight, the old man said solemnly. Yes, the elder in the sky regained his freedom, and his face was overjoyed. When he answered, he had to back away. Zhang Jing's arm was covered with animal seeds, but his other arm was completely useless. Zan equals stick out, right in the palm of your hand. Gloves of the stars gleamed. Die. Zhang Jing's fist splashed too much. On the fist, 6 color flames condensed. Boom. A stream of ice that had been blocked in front of the elders in the sky was immediately pierced by the fist. The fist pierced through the black ice, gripped the old man's throat tightly, and crossed the sky. It's also a crisp click. Boom. Amethyst Lingen flashed. The old people didn't even time to beg for mercy. Showing panic, has been scorched into mass of cola. Turn out to be, the terrifying heat of the purple-red Lingen was enough to instantly burn him into nothingness. But all around, the amazing ice smell, obviously affected the temperature of the flame. Oh. Thus, the elders who passed through the sky were only scorched into a mass of coke. But he is dead. Zhang Jing's actions, obviously the moment of very fast heart shot, but also sharp and decisive. The old man standing by the side did not respond in time. One building 0 when the old man reacted. He was already pissed. Heart. Oh, Zhang Jing's laughter was no longer indifferent, it was just fierce. If you want to protect the people you want to kill, do you want to protect them? When talking, Zhang Jing's cold eyes caught a glimpse of worry in the distance. Don't worry about feeling those cold eyes, a conscious chill coming into your heart. Unconsciously shivered. At that moment, I felt as if I was being targeted by a monster. but it made itself cold, like an ice hazard. On the one hand, these two have gone too far in front of her. Don't worry, the two were too tall and spoke softly. The other side. Zhang Jing's arms trembled again. The frozen Zanbing was immediately broken. Together with the old man's palm. He was also stunned. Under the cover of the animal's claws, there was no damage. What kind of monster spirit is this? How tough. The old man narrowed his eyes. Zhang Jing turned a deaf ear to this, just glanced at him and then retracted his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the flame in the palm of his hand was heavily suppressed. Continuous bursts of force. The elder, who was originally imprisoned in another mountain peak, spat out a mouthful of blood. Was blown away immediately, and by the time they fell to the ground, they had been burned many times. He was seriously injured in an instant. Zhang Jing retracted his eyes, and his footsteps moved again. Go forward again. Especially when I, good kings, saw him walking slowly, such slack, it made him angry. Shan Yishao, can you come out and enter the Tibetan palace that day? Wow, the old man fired again. Ice and snow. Second wife. Flakes of icy ice fell from the sky. Description has fallen. It has formed its own boundary. This is the border of the octagon, made of black ice, cold. Metaphysically, smooth and clear. Like a form of self-formation. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei. New Gerger Expressway first release m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 242-Dazzled. Before, at a large refinery, they were excited to break the fire ban and get rewarded. But then it was known. The more the flame prohibition is destroyed, the higher the temperature of the flame. Jipping is going to kill them. This time, I'm much more careful. Zhang Jing felt it, shaking his head and saying, I don't think so. When hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. Huo Wu, we dance too. Ji Yu Shixing said. Yeah, Gongsun nodded with Huo Wu. Two people, shot instantly. This fire forbids confrontation. Zhang Jing, on the other hand, was standing in the same place, unable to move. In his opinion, the 180 bands are not very strong. Previously in Jutai's refining furnace, class 180 fire was increased. And that huge refining Chuling has increased, making the proud need for more than 10 years to work together to break through. 120 Now, the 8-wind stove has been picked up by Zhang Jing. These 180 bands have not been added, and soil has not been difficult to deal with over the years. In addition, today this place should only be the entrance of the ancient Dongfu. The refinery of that giant just now was. Mouth test. Only by breaking these 180 flame orders can we move on. The palm of the star. Fire whip. With the addition of Jiyu Shixing and Gongsun Huowu, a group of sacred pride. Jipping was like a broken bamboo, and soon broke the prohibition of flames. But more than 10 minutes have been good. The 18 water flames of the Chu order, all were carried broken only the remaining remnant star shattered the fire. 087 and GT. A stream of light at the time. Floating in the air. This is the reward for breaking the 180 ban Two full 180 optical flows, 180 awards. I'm rich. Gongsun Huowu's eyebrows curved. Jiyu Shixing covered his mouth and smiled. Equally divided. So many days of pride. Eyes full of frenzy. Xie Xiaxing rarely has a grandmaster. If they were all proud of heaven, no doubt about it. If they were put outside, they are undoubtedly the top of the side. The sixfold practice of the divine crown is not two well-known areas. But it is also a supreme genius. However, if placed in ancient. The line on the tomb of Emperor Wudi only exists at the bottom. They are happy to share so many IAA awards. Sun Zhang Jing, do you choose first? Ji Yu Wying took the lead in watching Zhang Jing's game. Zhang Jing shook his head. No, until I break the order of wisdom. I don't want these bans. You split up. He has paid off from the toughest ban. It is the Danfang of Bai Dao Dan. It is also an ancient formula. The rest. 180 rewarded by Chu Ji. He is not happy. Joyous. However, for ordinary Tianzhao, these awards are already a huge harvest. Then you're welcome. Ji Yu Shaoxing smiled. A party. Hurried up to pick the baby. It's Emperor Peak Pill, Pure Yuan Pill. Danan and Medicine, Beimudan. The powerful pill in rare pills, the Twin Pottery Pill. Hoarse voice, this is the ancient fire control method. Or the highest peak of Emperor Wu. Everyone is very tall looking at the dazzling baby in front of them. Light. Poor star. I found a Chinese medicine stove on the top of the mountain. Huo Gongsun danced with the stove. Triumphant return. Ji Yu Wying smiled. He held a ring in his hand armor. The pinnacle of the product hallows. Absolute ring of fire. Fei Lu Jian wakes you up. Reading equals weight. Chapter 243 instant collapse. Yes, his robes are not very stubble, let alone a talking fool. He has a lot of hatred for Yi Xiao, and he is really more confident than he hates Yi Xiao. But that's just a vent for him and he can wait until he actually wins the fight. The reason he said this was to sell a flaw to Yi Xiao. As long as Yi Xiao feels that he has shortcomings and needs to follow up, if there is a chance, he will not give up equals give up. Then, at such a close distance, he was even more convinced that Xian could easily die in too many famines. Like his robes have a great way to escape his life. He was also convinced. A ruthless AA person who is different from other evils. A guy who likes to encounter various crises all day long, and also has a powerful means of escape. These days, Yi Xiao has swept the branches of his evil monarchy. How could he let go of today's great opportunity? If you can equals kill Yi Xiao all at once. That is of course the best. So he deliberately sold the flaw and deliberately said a lot. Let Yi Xiao not give up his cane. Unfortunately, he was still too confident in himself and despised Yi Xiao too much. His calculations. The basis of everything is that he is confident that Yi Xiao will not break the bones of his no-land spider. The Baron spider is one of the top 10 wild animals. How hard the bones or even the intense flames of the world are hard to burn. Not to mention breaking it. But he never thought that Yi Xiao was also plotting against him. Only Yi Xiao can't handle the bones of his Baron spider. Yes, what if we add to the magical way of blood that has produced millions of years of blood? What he threw away was not so much Yi Xiao. Rather, it was blood energy, a blood energy that even he could not understand. After double calculation, he still lost to Yi Xiao. Right now, initially condensed into hundreds of feet of white inflammation. Collapsed instantly. The shadow of the bones behind the robe also disappeared. As the subject, the bones of the Baron spider have been broken. Of course, the means of poison robes have also dissipated. Do you think you will win? The poison robe squinted. Zhang Jing's intention to kill A at this moment burst out instantly. I told you that today you and I have to separate victory from defeat. Today, I will never let you run away again. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Jing's hands came out. Strong hands. Immediately clasped Poison Robe's shoulders. The third kind of blood breaks. Zhang Jing secretly drank a cup in his heart. Ask for flowers. There was no movement on Zhang Jing's body. But the appearance of this robe had undergone a giant change. The gas and blood on the robe began to turn violently, and Jie Shen's face began to turn red abnormally. He even found that he inability to mobilize half of the body, let alone use the slightest means. You, what martial arts is this? The robe's face changed a lot. After a while the robe spurted blood. In the second, more and more blood clumps spurted out of the robe's mouth. In the third second, the last blood of the bathrobe was no longer sprayed out by itself, but poured out automatically. Yes, in fact, Zhang Jing has been wearing a poison robe. fight side by side with chi and blood by various means. On the other hand, the martial arts used are chopped down with blood. Blood. Before the chi, it became extremely sharp because the blood world was cut off. The bone-breaking sterile spider is also due to the chopped blood world. Of course, cutting blood alone is not enough. But what if we tie together this dragon blood gate that has been pregnant for millions of years? In addition, there is the control given by blood breaking. How powerful is this dragon-shaped blood gate? Who dares to say it can fully control the Factory 9? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 244-Stubborn. Long Sun Zili was defeated, and there was no point in continuing to fight. He can lose Sun Keely, and he can also lose the First Cloud. First Cloud shook his head and his wild face filled with confidence. Yishao, you are also a demon hunter. You should know that monster hunter is not that simple. If you are really a qualified demon hunter, you should know what I mean. Zhang Scenic nodded. 253, whatever. Bang, bang, the First Cloud, in an instant, closed. His fist, and then another fist came out of the air. This punch, almost to the limit, crazy to the extreme. Fenkin can hide. In Zhang Jing's ear, the sound of the fist was wiped out, the air kept shaking s. On Zhang Jing's shoulder, a mass of flames condensed, preventing the power to break the air. The First Cloud could not move, and the punching wind and torrential rain hit. Hands like dancing, feet fly in the air. The cooperation between the hands and feet, or attacking back or attacking, is precise and vivid control. Zhang Jing's body has condensed flames and has gradually densified the whole body to increase his explosive power too. The strength of the first layer of clouds is really good. In addition, he also understood the meaning of the first cloud just now. The hunting hall is different from the other halls. Other Tuj halls, or the martial arts of Yan Temple, are proficient in fire. Or the martial arts of the temple, the refined medicine, or the martial arts of the wind sea. Or the power of the temple body to hunt the demon hall, which is called hunting demons, and almost everything is used to deal with monsters to kill. Including kung fu, martial arts, means, etc., are all for to kill monsters. And the monster itself is powerful and cunning. In addition to this huge continent, there are countless monsters and beasts and various monsters. The means and attacks of the monsters are either ferocious or fast, strange or difficult. This hunting hall has existed for countless years, and it has countless ways to deal with these different monsters. This has magic, martial arts, and tricks in the hunting hall. Or, to put it more simply, the First Cloud, almost an almighty martial artist s. He has many means in his hand, no matter what he can. Against what kind of opponent. He can handle it well. No matter what attack he wants to use he can match exactly 0. Walking endangered throughout the year, it's more efficient at killing monsters than Zhang Jing's evil is by no means an ordinary second generation. In mid-air, the battle between the two turned into a phantom. They both wear suits. However, Zhang Jing is like a flame phantom. And the First Cloud is a kind of ferocious recruiting horses, like the wind and thunder, but it is too strong. After a few minutes, Zhang Jing shook his head. The First Cloud, this person. Zhang Jing also heard it. If you say, the eldest son Keely is arrogant. Then the First Cloud becomes stubborn. The person takes the first name as the surname, its style, its style. It is also the first thing to strive for. He and the eldest son Keely, Warua 1.0 pity the three, although they have the same name, their strength is also between Bozhang. But if you're really talking about explosions at the limit of intensity, the intensity of the First Cloud is definitely the most powerful of the three. Okay, I'll call you with you. Zhang Jing was unmoved. Sincerely. 2 light drinks, purple inflammation all over the sky, equals instant violence. The figure of the First Cloud was blasted for several kilometers at the moment when the flames exploded. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 246_obvious. So even if the man is strange, whatever he needs, the King of Darkness agrees. He has a very high position in the Dark Monarchy. Zhang Jing heard that his eyes were startled. Is it the best apothecary in the Dark Monarch's house? No wonder he killed the darkness of heaven. Getting old. It was like poking a yellow clam's nest, and the mad people followed him. In the Dark Monarchy, all hollow-up pointing triangle are legendary powerhouses. Even the elders of the Dark Monarchy are as strong as the world. Have also come out, plus they have been chasing after them. Even if he went to Yulan village, the elders of the Dark Monarchy did not give up. It was not until the strong body of Tuan County was left that the elders of the Dark Monarch had to retreat. Worthy of other ghost hunters, all year. Seeing this shape, Shen Xinghe said with a smile, Chenzan's deputy Shan division can rest assured. As long as you spend a day in a ghost town, you don't have to be afraid to take revenge from the Dark King's house. As long as he eats it all up, he'll open higher, no more left. Out of the main palace city, to the edge of the mission area. Chen Feng was about to leave. But I saw that in the mission phase, the Ghost Hunter Emperor was impeccable. Why are all Chen's missions resumed? Ghost Hunter forced the mission staff. Dog thing, Ling Hong yelled at you, Yumin violated the meaning of Ghost Hunters. Can't you die? The staff of the mission station are very embarrassed. Just then, this old man who looked like a housekeeper appeared out of thin air. Indifferent eyes, staring directly at the Ghost Hunting Emperor. Ghost Hunter gleefully icy. Say, not only did he resume all the tasks of the kid, he was also promoted to a 5-star Ghost Hunter. The old man doesn't agree. The old man wants to see the master of Chung Chung. Old man said casually, it means living in the Lord unconsciously. Unintentionally living in the Lord. Ghost Hunter. The body trembled and the abuse stopped suddenly. Zhang Jing glanced at the three of them and frowned. But ignored. Just left. The cold door. Ghost Hunter. Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes. Secretly surprised. In fact, when he knew Ling Hong and him, you were also cold. Door. He guessed the cold door. Absolutely, and cold water cannot be beat. He has read the book, Wu Soul, in Feng Shu's book. Feng Shushu knew as much about Hanshuman as he knew. As far as his understanding of the cold gate is concerned, the style of the cold gate is almost the same as that of the cold water. First, there are some people in the Dark Lord to do things. Then there are several owners in the 18 provinces who take her orders. Now, energy can even seep into ghost towns. Use the strongest ghost hunter power in this ghost gate city, Cold Gate. The water condensed cold. These three. The word suddenly made Zhang Jing's heart chill. It seems harmless. Always with a faint smile on the proud daughter's face. Much deeper than he imagined. Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes. Now he needs to focus on all kinds of things. Of money, this is the most important thing, take all first. And restoring this body is the most important thing. He had to put it aside. Its gold aside. Ling Hongxi, he doesn't care for the time being. But, if he has to mess with him, he didn't mind making it clear either. Old and new grudges. It is obvious. Zhang Jing thought about it and left. I didn't get very far. Wow, a figure suddenly disappeared from the thin air. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 247_peak period. Fortunately, both of us came. Obviously, the information of Fengjia Temple is more accurate and the team of deacons is stronger. Otherwise, if, like the deacon team of the Temple of Souls, the captain is just the leader of the world for 9,998, why can't he do something about him? Not only was I able to help, but now I'm almost in a dilemma. It's even possible that the entire team will be wiped out. The importance of intelligence is conceivable. In ancient times, the message of Fengjia was no more important than that of any other temple. The deacon team of Shuluo Temple and Fengjia Temple, The handsome son finally frowned slightly. The two deacon captains have become cold. Who are you? As of a month ago, the name and identity were unknown. 3 days ago, I hit and killed a master in the main hall of Grand Hall 477 with my brakes as I was walking through the white area where the wind was blowing. Do you want to be caught, or do you want us to do it ourselves? His son's face was already full of dissatisfaction, and he said, is it because of these ant-like things that is he bothering my son? Quote. That old man, I just want to plant down winds and talk flowers. I have to push 3 obstacles, and I have to pay for it. Is it that I can't find my own death? The beautiful son looked flippantly at the woman next to him. Do you think this style is pretty? This delightful flower is now in the hands of a woman. It's just that the woman's hands are shaking. The gentle son, who killed a temple owner, took this precious and elegant flower, but gave only the beautiful. Earned 2 smiles. You bitch, too. The captain of the deacon was furious. Kill the attacker now and never die. Yes, the 2 deacon teams were shot instantly. The handsome son frowned at first and then grinned at the corner of his mouth, ignoring it. No, in the air, an old man drinking. An old man ascends the castle in the sky. The deacon team was instantly imprisoned and unable to move. The old man is clearly a legendary strong man, but he is still not weak. Zhang Jingzhou frowned. He didn't shoot. Instead, he looked at the air not far from his eyes. On the other hand, the impatient son AJBC said, kill them all, these ants are really dirty in my son's eyes. Hearing this, the old man frowned, and didn't move, just staring at a piece of air not far away. In the air, the same old man came out. Zhang Jing did recognize the old man. It is one of the masters of the legendary dark magic temple, Tu Qianqiu. The figure of Tu Qianqiu flashed by, ignoring the 2 hall deacon teams of Shuluo and Fengji, but came to in front of the deacon team in the Soul Hall. At this moment, the old man looked at his handsome son and shouted, 2 sons. That means he can't kill the deacon team. The second son of the Feng family. Tu Qianqiu looked at the old man and the handsome guy coldly. Next to the column. Zhang Jing took another sip of sake. In fact, he didn't know what was going on at first. But after listening to the conversation between the 3 deacon group and the handsome son, I got it. In addition, he also knew that Tu Qianqiu was here, so he did not intervene. This old man, at his peak today, was a man of 30,000 martial arts. Autumn before the slaughter. Enough to deal with, and enough to knock down this pedestrian. But is this wind house yet another force for reclusive families? Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 248 Endless Trouble. As far as darkness is concerned, the young man in front of him is undoubtedly the person he hates the most. Of course, he's also the only one who has suffered so much over countless years. If it weren't for the old man's imprint on the sacred puppet, the old man would not have arrived in time. If you run away from home today, you will be in endless trouble. Dark as a sea, with ferocious rage and murder, there is a tinge of fear. This time, this evil is to deal with Qinglin. Didn't expect to be here. I saw Zhang Jing. Holy puppet, he speaks of as clearly a secret and cannot be used. If you use it, it is necessary to kill and destroy it, you cannot release it. On the other hand, it leaked the sky. Also, it is unusual for someone to know who is still the master of the 8 halls to have today's status. If he doesn't arrive in time, he'll be in endless trouble. The destruction of the sky filled the world in an instant. There are a lot of people here, and their faces have changed dramatically in an instant. Zhang Jing, be careful. Ran Qi and Qing Lin shouted. Darkness like the sea, they also know how powerful the monarch of darkness is. Even more clearly, now this heinous killing. Almost all of them are aimed at Zhang Jing. Voice, Yi's face was startled. But looking at Zhang Jing, he was pulled behind by Zhang Jing. Darkness is like the sea, how dare you do this? Zhang Lin suddenly took a drink. Do you know what my brother Zhang Jing's status is now? If you dare to kill him, can your dark monarch's house endure the wrath of the 8 halls and the wrath of this and two? I tell you, if Zhang Jing's disciple is less than half a sweat today, it will be a disaster if you welcome your dark monarch's home to be destroyed in the future. Evil is like words in the sea, and when his face changes, it is full of fury. Of course, what kind of identity is he now, Zhang Jing? Although his dark monarch house is hostile to the 8th house. Although everyone in his dark monarch house has the courage to do anything. But there are things he can't do. That's why when he appeared, ran furious, couldn't help but kill him immediately. If someone else is standing in front of him today, he doesn't have to care whether he is a martial artist or not. But on the contrary, it is this Zhang Jing. In the next second, the darkness is like the sea gnashing its teeth, and the eyes kill more. Ask for flowers 0. If it were any other time, even if my dark monarch's home was like your sea of feuds, the old man wouldn't dare touch you with half your sweat and hair. Even if you are half gone this year, I don't dare to check your traces and want revenge. But today, if you don't die, the dark monarch's house will be destroyed. So, you're going to die today. The dark sound of the sea fell down in an instant, and the figure moved. No, Qinglin and Ranqi were all over their faces. They wanted to scare the elders of the Dark Monarch, but it obviously didn't work. However, they didn't find out. Zhang Jing, who kept silent, didn't seem to have any fear on his face. Zhang Jing's image has also changed. He had a sword in his hand. He was about to be shot. Dark as the sea of contempt, Zhang Jing, the old man knows. Dao, your record is astounding, it's Xian to enemies' divine respect for the 8 powers. Unfortunately, you are nothing in front of the old man. In the eyes of the old man, you are no different from that ordinary young man. The darkness is blown out like the ocean. But, however, in the air, a space crack E_. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fanfic. Chapter 249-Dangerous Place. Lifelike, body of a snow scorpion stands in the snow. Soon, such a dense blizzard will bury it all. Not only did Zhang Jing step into a boundless snow-capped mountain for the first time, he naturally wanted to see the situation here. I want to see the monsters here too. These are the subconscious minds of the demon hunter. For Zhang Jing, a year and a half later, he's not only back on the road of experience, and in the way he has practiced in the past. Follow the road of 000, and follow the purpose. Looking at Qi from both sides. Wonderful world, everywhere is different. In order to sharpen the Tao's heart. It's a simple fact. The news of growth can keep people from getting confused. At the speed of Zhangjing, I do not know how many kilometers forward. As far as he knows, this boundless snow-capped mountain has a wide range. According to legend, this is much larger than the entire north. And here, not many people, such a dangerous place would not be willing to come. Those who dare to come are strong. 8 palace martial arts, and there is a kind of life in the body. Of course. There is also manpower here, but not many, only a few. In the outside rumors, the legendary ice palace will be in the boundless snow-capped mountains. But no one could find it. Zhang Jing also came, because the location of the ice palace may have been known from Luo's predecessors a long time ago. Generally speaking, it's a bit like a very cold place in the east. Just bigger here. Martial arts are stronger here. Again, it's colder here. What a powerful martial arts rule. Zhang Jing wrinkled his shoulders and looked at his clothes. Equals layer of snow on the clothes. Thick blizzards, biting cold, even the martial arts themselves can penetrate. The snow here is cold and unpredictable. Even martial arts guards can penetrate. Under normal circumstances, I'm afraid the peak of the Holy Land will be fixed here. It will freeze to death in a few hours. If you want to step into the boundless snow-capped mountains, you must at least have the practice of holy places. Such heavy imperial power, reluctantly to withstand the cold snow. Zhang Jing was shocked again. Sprinkle snow on your clothes. Slightly increased Shu Yuanli's body protection, instant. The snow is difficult to invade. Zhang Jingban does not use Yuanli to protect his body. One is trouble, the other is that his own strength has the respect level of Shu Sheng. But he doesn't want to be added to one of these all the time, which is a little uncomfortable at the end of the day zero. Suddenly, under the snow, there was another sound of broken air. Zhang Jing was caught in one fell swoop. Also ice thorns. Backhand, pull. A behemoth was pulled out. Scorpion 3 inches. Zhang Jing frowned. He has seen when he touches. When hitting an ice thorn, the protective power on the palm is constantly corroded. Scorpions look like scorpions in snow, similar to scorpions in snow. But its power and danger far surpass the snow scorpion. It's a monster of sacred territory. There are 3 or so powers in the sacred crown. However, after the tail stings, it contains a strong cold poison of the ice attribute. Normal Saint Emperor martial arts. A little bit of stinging will be corroded into water by the cold venom in an instant. 5.4. The scorpion is the most dangerous and most famous monster in the almost endless snow mountain. They have speed and strange sex with snow-cold scorpions, but they have more terrible cold poison power. Zhang Jing's arm was shaking, and it was easy to kill. At this time, Zhang Jing frowned. It turned out that with his strength, there is nothing to be afraid of high-altitude snow, enough to fly to the ice palace. Fei Lu Jian wakes you up, reading equals something. Chapter 250_full recovery. Xia Qinglin still had a smile on her face, and she seemed to be looking forward to the first time tomorrow. The wind left by the summer, and then the smile on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a little gravity. Xia Qinglin clearly captured the change on his face. He thought, patriarch. The summer wind solemnly looks out of the hall. That blood is really the essence of this kid. Xia Qinglin thought to herself, is this patriarch still thinking about the nature of that boy's blood? Didn't you say you couldn't see what was going on? The summer wind shook his head violently. It's not that I can't see it, it's just that I can't tell. No, Xia Qinglin frowned. The summer wind shook his head. I'm not sure, but even if he wasn't there in 09, he must have been involved in this and deep down. Where? Xia Qinglin wrinkled even tighter. Xia Yufeng narrowed his eyes. A pretty scary family. Zhang Jing left Shajiatang and returned to Shanxiang. He still likes to be alone. Of the mountain, looking at the snow. The stars that cannot be covered by the snow. On the other hand, he is considering the conversation just now with Summer Legacy. In the past, he didn't know that Xia's legacy should be a reclusive teacher, and he was also the famous Huo Lao. But when it comes to this, the Ice Palace is indeed a low-key and closed power. Famous movement. Except for the highest combat power of the 3 wiping levels, the entire army of L is almost strong. Con. Even ordinary disciples and ordinary martial arts on the first floor are often green GZ at the top of the world. 09x. Equals generally speaking, the whole Zodiac Palace is a very powerful force. But the martial arts here rarely go out and rarely leave the boundless snow-capped mountains. At most, the 8 honors occasionally go out to practice. Even if they have experienced it, they are quite low-key. Unless they are ordered by the soldiers, the world will be more high-profile. On the other hand, although the Xia family is also low-key, the password often leaves the Ice Palace and walks on a secret land. For example, Xia Qinglin and the 3 halls of Black Demon also often work for the senior Luo Shi. In the Legacy of Summer, there is a hidden branch of Taishi, which guides the countless hairs of hidden masters and is definitely one. Astronomical figures, which would allow a wild hidden force to bestow the title of Master of the Hidden. The harvest this time seems to be bigger than I thought. Zhang Jing smiled. The Iceman in the 4th floor of the Ice Palace inherited it. With Sha Feng's Ice Palace guard method and Yin Shi's head street, he will definitely gain more. Of course, if he survives the difficulties of tomorrow's Ice Belt Pavilion. In the distance, a ray of warm sunlight shone through the layers of snow on the top of the mountain. Zhang Jing opened his eyes slightly and stopped practicing. Hu exhales with a puff of muddy air and stands slowly. Stand up. Several breathing rooms. Zhang Jing flashed back to Sha's house. Height, Sha Qinglan flashed instantly. Said, it's too early. What about the elders in summer? Zhang Jing asked. Sha Qinglan replied, the patriarch has already gone to the 3rd floor of the Ice Palace. 570 inches before dawn, the ice storm soared bow. And his pedestrians came, and now they and the 3 guardians are on the 3rd floor of the Ice Palace. Let's go directly to Binjing Square. Today, let me see if you abused those 9 lunatics or were abused by them. The two flashed. For a long time they all arrived at Binkyang Square. On the way, Sha Qinglan may have explained some things about the Ice Storm Sword Hall to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing generally understood. Waiting for the two to stop the number, the ice-covered scene Baiwutai, which had been destroyed by more than half yesterday, has now fully recovered. At this time, in addition to the Ice Palace martial arts that Cheng Ren tens of thousands of people saw yesterday, the weapon Jingbi Wutai also had a group of young heavenly pride. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei. Chapter 251_Huge Challenge. Zhang Jing, but suddenly frowned. He is a firefighter and is extremely sensitive to controlling his own flames. At that moment, he seemed to feel that something was wrong. A faint chill penetrated into his body, reached this small world, and almost froze everything in this small world. However, at that moment, the ice inside suddenly melted. He read it wrong and couldn't control his body, let alone make a mistake. His flames erupted, from outside to inside, foot first. The whole body is heated, and then the cold blood is taken out, and then enters into the 5 viscera. The small world should be the last place where his various flames arrive. But the ice in the small world is the first to melt. That feeling, like the cold here caressing his little world. No, to be precise. After touching something in his little world, it started to melt automatically. Hongju. Zhang Jing frowned. The chill here, even before the death of Benson's ex, couldn't be resisted. He didn't think what was in him could be resisted so easily, to the point of melting. Zhang Jing squinted his eyes and didn't think much about it. He could only blame him for being tired now. He seemed to think something was wrong. Zhang Jing continued. The road ahead suddenly became easier. Yes, relax. Zhang Jing walked all the way, and his speed kept increasing, but his face was still half uncomfortable. There are 6 complete layers of flame-proof barriers on the body. The blizzard was oncoming and completely resisted him. Haven't met him at all. The spirit of ice respect. Keep staring at the eyes, even a little bit. Doubt of the unknown. Has the 6 most powerful flames in the world. Is this boy a monster of one? Okay, what's going on? You can't get there if the wind and snow don't invade. Something's not right. And even if there are many kinds of flames in the world, there is no way to resist the cold in the depths of the world. The dark land is the cold source of heaven and earth is the coldest place. Its power to heaven and earth can freeze. How can we talk about the flames of the world? Frozen spirit, his face full of doubt. He found that he couldn't see Zhang Jing as a boy. What kind of bad fish has he become today? He has all the thoughts and memories of being, but he can't see what's going on right now. There are 6 flaming little boys in the world, it's scary enough. Now the boy is still walking straight on the dark path, going forward with these 3. What happened now seemed to ping far beyond his previous monster's cognizance. Bing respects the spirit and stops talking. Just waiting. Zhang Jing walked quickly. The snow around him couldn't even get close to him, let alone stop him. The breath of the 6 layers of flames completely blocked the ice, snow and cold here. Underscore the flames in the world are really very strong. Zhang Jing smiled. Zhang Jing's speed soared. In less than an hour he was thousands of miles away. Okay. Here is the end of the dark road. He was already standing in front of the ice and fire. The end of darkness, but so. Zhang Jing smiled to himself. For anyone, the road to obscurity equals a giant challenge. He, Zhang Jing, went straight to the end. That feeling of being a martial artist. Just like the pursuit of martial arts, although it is difficult to achieve, the joy of every step forward, every harvest, and success is indescribable. Underscore. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 252 underscore kill two birds with one stone. New Gerger Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. You know, smart people don't usually live long, they're smart people who know secrets. Then what? Zhang Jing's face was cold. Lu Yao smiled smugly. I don't want to grow up if you don't leave me a message before you leave and tell me you know the secret. Maybe you can escape today. Unfortunately, you have to be too arrogant to threaten me, so I can only send you to Wangquan. Oh, Zhang Jing smiled indifferently. Lu Yao, do you know what a fool is? Like you. Lu Yao Peng smiled. Brother Lu Yao brother. 330 Lu Gao laughed underscore and said, what else did you say to this conceited fool? Anyway, underscore if he died today. It's useless to talk about it. Zhang Jing ignored Lu Gao. But he glanced at Lu Yaoyi. The so-called fool is not stupid. It doesn't mean he is not smart, but he claims to be smart but stupid and doesn't know himself. If I read it right. If I threw Mi Lu Lingshui's severely injured body, it would be one of the 9, right? You might as well ask 9 of them if their goal is me, or are they helping you? What do you mean? AIB underscore G, Lu Su narrowed his eyes. Why didn't I ask you first? Underscore, Zhang Jing shrugged and laughed coldly. There are 9 of them, I probably guessed it, let alone. First of all, you want to kill me, why are you so restless? Bai Lu Yao sneered. I won't tell you this idiot when I die. First of all, you're a bad thing for me. I thought it was the Lord Friend of Lesha Temple on our endless moldy hill. I didn't think it was just such a furry boy, too, even with you. Would you dare to be against me? Zhang Jing smiled indifferently. Underscore, you mean those 2 are not finished? I accidentally saved Lu Ling Cream from the ice storm, but I hit your brother. She deserves to die. Lu Yao spit out 3 cold words. In the distance, the leader suddenly sneered. Lu Yao, why are you talking to him? The owner of the Riverview Temple is notoriously eloquent and considerate. Ordinary people, it's easy for you to figure it out, isn't it? The old man's eyes suddenly looked at Zhang Jing. At most, in another minute, -100 miles will be sealed like golden soup. No matter what your Zhangjing Temple means. It's also very difficult to fly. Of course, you don't have a chance to try it now. Zhang Jing, the owner of this temple, is famous for his wisdom. Let the old man guess what you want to say. You will say later that I used Mr. Lu Yao. You did take advantage of it. Zhang Jing interrupted him coldly. What if you use it? Lu Yao sneered. They promised to help. I became the owner of the Ice Storm Sword Hall, and it was the best deal. If you want to use these words to separate us, you have to say that you Zhang Jingji is an idiot and you rarely look at me, Lu Yao. In the distance, the old man smiled coldly. Master Lu Yao is really smart. Actually, Mrs. Zhang Jing is not wrong. The goal of the 9 of us is indeed him. But it is also to help Master Lu Yaozi to lead the Ice Storm Pavilion. Kill Zhang Jing and help Master Lu become the overlord of the boundless snow-capped mountains. It is the task of the 9 of us, equals to win the West. Don't fall behind. I got help from all of you, Lu Yao folded his hands. Then the eyes get cold. Kill the thief ASAP. Angry. As Grand Master Lu Yao hoped. The old man smiled coldly. A minute has passed. Read the underlined version of the novel, Please download Fanfiction Gurgur Expressway first release m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 253_Hidden Road. New Gurgur Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. The talents of Yinlao clan are second only to Wanglong clan. And these 6 people are all the top 90,000 Taoist practitioners, and each of them is no less than the top 10 masters of sorcery. In addition to their Yinlao bloodlines, these 6 elders, except Zhang Jing and Qilong Crazy Lion Demon, are the most powerful 6 in the demon domain. About 300 silver liao strong, and then there are 90,000 senses, all of which are the level knowledge of the devil. The power of the Forbidden Land is conceivable. This time, just to deal with Zhangji's predecessor and his entourage. Thanks to Zhang Jing for following up this time, otherwise. If you want to protect a small number of young people to get out safely, it will be very difficult, even more accidents. Let's do it. Zhang Jing broke up instantly. The power of fire is between heaven and earth, and then in an instant. Not far away, Kenji's senior cut in equals a sword. A space rift in the front body, chopped out. Before the simple look at each other, Jianji's predecessor already understood what Zhang Jing meant. She put people. Putting it in the equals position, Zhang Jing can handle the troubles and dangers here by himself. For the elders who are really familiar with Zhang Jing is always trustworthy. The one who never disappoints. So she is rich without hesitation. Want to go? Stop them. Red Longan was cold. Roar. I have. The silver liao beast on the card head. Forced to spread the fire everywhere. Dirt is under a lot of pressure. Zhang Jing walked out with both hands. A huge beast. Suddenly, like a meteorite falling high in the sky. Fall at fast speed. The huge body of the silver liao beast, after bearing the outrageous gravity of many people, this gravity is enough to make it difficult for them to fly at high altitudes. Vientiane, Zhang Jing's eyes are condensed. Below, the entire pristine forest seemed to be filled with infinite vitality, and suddenly it was thriving. The ground cracked open, huge trees rose from the ground, and vines flew with lush flowers and plants. Sen Luo, who is ranked number 3 in the 6 horizontal ranks, is already very bad in terms of ability. Everything in the world is in Zhang Jing's hands. The power of all things, only in Zhang Jing's mind can he become equals Katamari. Forest. Listen to its coldness. Yes, the face of the old man wearing the silver chain changed a lot. Silver Teeth's seal is broken. The space crack next to Senior Zhangji suddenly widened too much. Zhangji's Exon disappeared in the cracks in an instant. Zhang Jing glanced intently, breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when he first came to the demon realm, he had roughly confirmed that the so-called pirate bandit in white must be Kenji's predecessor. And the miracles created by the white gangsters against Sha, such as the sweeping of Cheng Yuan, the treasure house of the main force, for example, not even the devil can do anything but watch her escape from afar. Zhang Jing was initially confused by this, but not long ago, he fully understood. The last time Zhang Jing came to the snowy road in a space without black soil. Not only did he seal the overflowing black layer, he also discovered the aura of the predecessors who built the foundation. Yes, the predecessors of the foundation and the gods who can haunt the middle ground of the devil, no one can do anything with it. The reason is that the space is moved. And the real reason, of course, is the ice-white shredding. As a god soldier who split the continent with one sword, as a senior Bingsheng. A symbol of walking on the road of wind and snow, this ice-white shredding has unimaginable power, terrifying to the extreme of space capabilities. As a symbol of martial arts, the distance between ice and snow is far beyond the hidden road of ice and snow. S Fei Lu Jian wakes you up. Absurdity equals something new. Grid Express starting m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 254 Out of Control. New Gurgur Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. But Zhang Jing also suddenly responded, the law of 6 balances, the top 5, I know all. What about number 1? Lu Hengmo nodded. Don't worry, I will tell you, but don't worry. You don't like to disturb me when you teach. Zhang Jing pouted, stopped asking, and listened. Lu Heng went on to say, you are the third in the 6 Heng Law, Sen Luo, dirty earth, and industrial fire. These 3 laws, you are only small to a level, so you do not. Don't really know the mystery of these 3 laws. One day, you will find that any of these 3 laws can give you the power to shake the world. Lu Heng's demon paused 037 down _. You still have Tianshui, and Jin Ruo's 2 methods are out of control. These 2 laws make you out of control. Why? Zhang Jing asked subconsciously, but met the cold and stern gaze of Lord Liu Heng, and hurriedly shut his mouth and did not speak. Lu Hengjun calmed down and said, these 2 laws, this king can help you practice. Because. Quote. Jinru rules came in 6th place. Because it's not necessary, so put it at the top. Unlike the other 5 laws, the origins are all like heaven and earth, and the people of heaven and earth are in many other places. Practice on others. Wonderful things. Or, in the heritage of martial arts, there are these powerful goddesses and found this beneficial property in this country, you can understand. After some Taishi, you can. Zhang Jing remembered in his heart. What came to mind? Jing has a heart. A dark voice. When standing on the side of the golden light that can only cover the danger, the golden light becomes a magic weapon. Stay, ordinary swords can only change the effect as completely identical. You're talking about other things. Yes, Jin Ruo's rules are not special. Learn from other things. Of course you can. Help him understand Jin Ruo's rules and continue. The next, Lu Heng thing is the first thing you need to get from Tianshui Ding equals. Law. Island, Li Hao clan is the law. No, IB road mastered Tianshui. Then, in the same way, the family also gave birth to Yi. Is it to control Jin Rufa and also like this? Instead of yelling at him with a, no, he replied. It's Day. Waterborn, the clan of the head of the Lianhao family, is the first the one who is loyal to this gentleman. Also the only one. The old lion demon only supports this, the mad lion family. A monarch, instead of allegiance to the land of the rich. According to the monarch's order, the Lihao devil will press. I will try my best to help you. Can it be practiced? Depends on your ability of self too. When you come back from Lihao time, the land of this family is calculated and some gold monarchs should also be found for you. If the law of things, the law of water, the law of Confucianism, you can come back and learn about gold. Got. Do not wait for the place. There are 5 laws under control and asked. The 6 most important evils of evil have not told me, but the wait is over. The face suddenly. Concentrate. In the first place, called, empty, Liu Heng came out on top, the name. I Jing wrinkled. Brow, ? Quote. Head. No, Liu Heng monster shake too much power. But this is the strongest book in the 6 balances method equals. Chapter 255_tamper. New Gerger Expressway launches m.ggdxin.com. Zhang Jingzhan, is the file information here wrong? The middle-aged man shook his head. The master of the temple has been gone since he came here to take over. If you look up past documents, you won't be able to do that in a short amount of time. So. I know, Zhang Jing nodded. Master of the Cloud Palace, Zhang Jing looked at the master of Yunqing Temple. I want to trouble you to go to the nearby Tai Hall and pass on the news of the death of the temple owner. If you look first, or you think it's inaccurate. Go back to your imperial palace to adjust, down. Anyway, I want accurate information. Yes, the owner of the Cloud Hall nodded and flashed. This time, the master of Yungang Temple came back for a full hour. In the hands of the master of Yungang Temple, more than 100 files of Ren jumped out of the light. The owner of Yungang Temple took one and handed it to Zhang Jing respectfully. The owner of the temple. These 100 files are the information and records of the temple owner who was originally split here. My subordinates made comparisons one by one, and compared the information on the death, the subsequent investigation and judgment of the shooting team, and the information on the scale of the temple owner in Guangzhou. The information is true. How about this? Also in Zhongjingzhan. Master Yunqing replied, this is the battle report and judgment made by the deacon team opposite the main hall when the master of the sub-temple died at the battle site. Zhang Jing opened it, glanced at it, and frowned slightly. Put the file in your hand. Feel the 100 files again and your eyebrows will be even tighter. Before August, not only the original God Lord died, but also several deacons died unexpectedly in the back room. The Lord of Yungang Temple replied, yes. There is nothing unusual about the judgment and investigation by the lobby. Just a coincidence. Ah, Zhang Jing sneered. Not so many coincidences. Coincidentally, have. But intuition tells Zhang Jing. Things are not that simple. I went to the battlefield for a walk. Zhang Jing said quietly, this is there is the heart of the owner of Lao Yunqing Temple. The person in charge here can put all the documents here. If I'm not mistaken. There must be traces of the archives in this branch. Unless there's really nothing out of the ordinary, if you've been tampered with. Just leave a mark. Zhang Jing's words fell and left Yi. Ask for flowers. Equals the area of the wind. In a forest of monsters. This is where the owner of the temple recorded in the archives died. Yi, Bian frowned. Understood just 8 months ago. I'm afraid the traces of Zanmi have already disappeared. Here is the monster forest again. The monsters are vertical and horizontal, and even the remaining battle scars will be destroyed. Zhang Jing smiled. I was on the other side of monster territory the other day. Even a man who had been missing for over a decade was found. Why are you here for only 8 months? Zhang Jing, of course, refers to Meng Bing. Suddenly, Zhang Jing reiterated this. Yi frowned slightly. However, the other side of the Black Land is the forbidden land of the demon family, so no one dares to approach it. These traces can still be preserved for over 10 years. Unspoiled. 8 months later, in this monster forest, but... Yi looked at Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing smiled. You want to say that this search is no easier than the last time in a dark place. Oh yes. 2. Zhang Jing moved lower eyes and hands together drink very low. Vientian Senluo. The laws of heaven come to the door with a roar. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei. New Gerger Expressway first release m.ggdxin.com. Chapter 256 Excessive weakness. Zhang Jing held Xiao Leijun's body in one hand and stared at thousands of thunderous wilds. Qianjinlei is an elite and has been in panic for a long time. You can get out of here. Zhang Jing's voice sounded cold. Also go back and tell you that it was me, Zhang Jing, who killed Xiao Leijun, very uncomfortable. With the extreme lack of 9 places, I'll be kissing for a while after a few days. The sound dropped, the animals did not enter the dark cloud of 6-9 out, in the sky, and disappeared in the thunder. Who? Zhang Jing. Taking a deep breath, his face became cold and gradually dissipated. Wow, the figure flashed out of the sky and landed. This figure is also somewhere between the 2 sides and the fighting force. It's time for a truce. Zhang Jing glanced at both sides. Demon King Lu Heng, equals group of demons respected, flashing. The 8 masters in the temple, suddenly, their eyes were cold. They also shine. Tell me about it, Luo's senior suddenly said a voice. Then he turned around. The master of the temple smiled and turned around. Where are you going? Zhang Jing was surprised. The demon hunter smiled and said, we're not fit for a war of words. They'll talk to you about opportunities and windbreaks. I'm going with Solo. Do you want to carry the rack? Zhang Jing asked with a frown. No, The master of the hall shook his head. You don't have to worry about it. You obviously want to go out for a walk. Go back, just a little while. 0n. The master of hunting demons, the master of temple masters. Luo's predecessor, the three of them disappeared out of thin air. West entry. Mouth. Xiao Jianjun flew all the way. Wiping the blood on the corner of his mouth, the expression on his face was difficult to see. Suddenly, Xiao Jianjun looked coldly into the distance. There, a man stands with negative hands, full of the vicissitudes of life, full of indifference. God. Xiao Jianjun frowned and stopped. Figure just stopped. His face also changed. He glanced not far from his eyes. There was an old man in tights. Master of hunting demons. Xiao Jianjun trembled, unconsciously. Look back at his eyes. Behind him, a burly old man was like an emperor's mountain, more like this thick land blocking the way back. Master of the temple. Xiao Jianjun had a strong and steady face and bowed his hands. I don't know what Luo Zun and the two masters in the hall want to stop Luo and my top swordsman disciple. What do you mean? Nothing, said the demon hunter coldly, just give you a hand. What? Xiao Jianjun frowned. You can pretend you heard about the threats the boy just made, said the master. Xiao Jianjun said with a smile, why 3 inches how many masters came to defend the boy? Despise my supreme sword consequences. No, the master of the monastery interrupted him. I want to tell you. From today, except for the holy month, 8 people are forbidden to go to the middle. Those who break the law see this as a provocation to the 8th house. What? Xiao Jianjun's face changed. Luo's ex opened his mouth slowly. I just give you one warning. 5.4 inches. The king's land. Oh, like you come and go. You, Xiao Jianjun's face changed a lot. Get out, Luo said the last words of indifference from generation to generation. This whiteness is not caused by a serious injury, it is a form of excessive weakness full of fatigue. Seems to be exhausted. Zhongjing gritted his teeth and wanted to continue supporting them, but in the end he almost tripped and fell to the ground. Faison wakes you up, him equals thing. Chapter 257 Troublemaker. Obviously, you hate my Dongfang home and Qilin, so you are going to attack at night. Destroy his spirit version and let him die in peace. Zhongjing, you are taking revenge. Dongfanglong's words almost roared out. Zhongjing turned around and smiled coldly. I lost to Qilong and was seriously injured to death. That's not what your family in the east said that day. Your Dongfang family was chiseled, saying that I, Zhongjing, secretly created a method to kill Dongfang Qilin. What, are you willing to admit now? Is this defamation? 9. You, the dragon's face changed in the east. Okay, even if my oriental family slanders you. But the dead are too big, and your mind is too narrow. Will you take revenge? Dongji's cold voice, the 8 temples of a good master, in order to breathe his own breath. It is necessary to destroy the spiritual monument like this, a villain. So cruel, kill my oriental family. Zhongjing sneered and interrupted him. You can think so, I'm not at peace. Anyway, I said, Dongji. Lin's spiritual monument is not worth being here, that's all. The voice fell, and Zhongjing waved his sleeves and left. He didn't even look at the 8 masters of the temple, nor did he look at the severely injured Dongfang Fury, nor did he look at the body of an oriental family on the ground, nor did he look at almost all the injured Dongfang strongmen around him. Proud body, cold. It will be 10 years from now. Bang, bang. In the air, there were 3 violent roars. The crystal coffin far away shook and exploded in the air. An icy body emerges from midair. Fell down. Dirt. Brother. The face of the Dongfang family has undergone great changes. Zhongjing thief, Dongji roared. Listen clearly, Zhongjing's cold voice spread all around. Keep your mouth shut. If there are more troublemakers, no matter who the eastern family is, it's the same as this coffin. Zhang Jing's figure completely left. The air froze instantly, as quiet as water. But that's the top of the mountain. Zhang Jing is still on the edge of the cliff. Begin to be negative. Be in the dark. Even if it's not intentional, like an instinctive figure, breathing, still blends perfectly into the darkness. Until this time, alone, Chen Fengfang's face was cold, just a slight smile. In the silent night, the noise from the back of the mountain can still be vaguely heard. It was a chaotic mess. Orientals should be busy doing something. Clean up the stall after a fierce battle. But in the end, no one came to Zhang Jing. In fact, since a few days ago, this cliff once straight, a restricted area. Because of the big. Everyone knows that the owner of Zhangjing Temple likes to be clean. Like to meditate here alone. Therefore, no one dares to disturb here. Although this is the land of the Oriental family, it belongs to Gan Zhangjing alone forbids 350 places. Cold night and the wind was blowing, gradually waiting for the 8 old people. For others, it's a forbidden place, but for the 8 masters, it's not. Zhang Jing turned around slowly and looked at the 8 people. The 8 masters of the temple looked at Zhang Jing and frowned. 8 people haven't spoken in a while. Look at this year. Of the fierce battle just now. In these 2 fierce battles, his own strength overwhelmed the entire eastern homeland. The parents who killed the East were old, and gently defeated the 2 pillars of the East family. The Eastern fury that seriously injured the Eastern homeowner. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fake. Chapter 258 _ do nothing. Ghost, thought, and said, I only know that it was Bingsheng who split the eastern region and the central region in 2. I may have checked on your side when the elites I brought with me attacked demon territory 8 million years ago. Very dangerous place. The East China Sea is one of them. Holy breath, and the prohibition of leaving ice trails in breathing insects. If you're right, it's Bingsheng that keeps anyone from entering the eastern region. I don't know why. At that time, there were rumors in the mainland that battles in ancient times were. In the uncrowned country Yu Bingsheng split the continent with a sword and was born at the end of ancient times. But my guess is that the sword is more of an intentional one. As if Bingsheng wanted to isolate the eastern region. Why? Zhang Jing asked. When the ghost replied, Lord, do you think that if it was just to end the ancient battle, the sword would be cut off? But after the wall is opened, the space behind it is specially added to the refrigerator. Without this icy road ban, although the east side of the world is incomplete, but on this side of the central region, it may not be possible to make up for the whole of the world. Department of Martial Arts. As long as it is under this world, then all parts of this continent are the same. Unless there is an anomaly. It is because of this ban that the connection between Dong and Shen areas of martial arts has been isolated. Obviously, it was intentional. Ghost took the lead and said, if God wondered why, I really don't know. In ancient times, I haven't come yet. Zhang Jing frowned and thought about it. Zhang Jing shook his head slightly. Forget it, I can't think of why. Zhang Jing looked at the 6 ghosts. I think I'll have to borrow my Senrodai. To keep you safe in the devil's land. Now there are ghosts and you can walk around in the land of the devil. I don't have to care. Voice fell. Zhang Jing flew away from the sky. Lord, the ghost shouted second class, but Zhang had disappeared into the distance. What are you shouting? The ghost smiled evilly, you don't have to yield to God. You wait, your intuition tells me that the Lord is not an idler. See soon God will stir up more winds and clouds. Color, Telu will also vibrate. At the time, we needed to follow up. Practice well. Ghost, looking at the 5 ghosts, he said, otherwise, you will not even be qualified to follow the Lord in the future. Yes, brother, replied, Dog Thing. In a distant place, Zhang Jing has not left the demon world. Instead, they went directly to the Dulong restricted area. His 18 martial arts surely have yet to be found. Outside the forbidden area of Zulong. S figure falls here. At this time, Juta is Dulong Forbidden Land. There is the land of the devil. Forbidden scene and momentum. This huge forbidden area, back when the dragon ancestors were backward, well, it wasn't as good as it used to be. In the first time, the Yinlao people died and were injured. King Ning, at this moment, the two figures flickered. They bowed and saluted. Elder Silver Lilu, Zhang Jing nodded. This forbidden area of the giant lady is no longer the scene of the flying dragon of the past. Instead, it is a piece of Chen Sai's extension. On the clan's land, only a few families remained. Thank you, King Ning. Lao Yinlei suddenly knelt down. Christine. Respectfully. Fei Lu Jian wakes you up. Reading equals something. Chapter 259 Perseverance. Shall we go in and go out alive? Zhang Jing stupidly looked at the Immortal Gate ruins in the distance, and asked strangely, inside the Immortal Ruins, this is very dangerous. It can be hard to get out alive when you're in. Imagination is beautiful, but in reality there are many difficulties. Li Yu is helpless at this moment, returning to the same opportunity to live and fight better. Try it, Li Yu said in a low voice. At the same time, from the southwest and the south, there are also two teams, but they are far apart. They are the younger generation, they don't have time to run out, and they are caught by Zhang. Jing was implicated, but had to choose deep. Maybe there is still a chance to live. The two teams each have a few people, and most of them work in the middle and late stages of the real spiritual realm. The first is the transformation of the region, and there are two experts in the middle stage. They are young though, but there is a strong force from central and southern Xinjiang. But 313 is a very strong fighting force, very strong. The people of southern Xinjiang have always been tenacious, good at fighting and daring to fight. The most powerful people, they come from the most prosperous areas, and the forces behind them are outrageous. Any mighty force can rival that of one of the 12 counties. They are arrogant. Despise barbarians everywhere. We accelerated our speed and almost reached the Shanmen site. As long as we found some usable resources and broke the emptiness in practice, we have a great hope of survival. This person said in a silent voice. They hold ancient soldiers, spears, wear the sword of God, and archers. They are marching away from offense and defense, and their mounts are 3. The product of the 4 beasts is invincible. In the depths, as long as you can't touch the medicine, it is difficult to have the resources to supply them to plunder. In such a long period of time, the resources on them are almost exhausted, so they are especially fierce, constantly hunting. Killing and looting along the way has lost the need of many people. But its power and combat prowess has become more and more ferocious. People were covered in blood. Their direction is also the location of a mortal death sect, getting closer and closer. The two teams were rapidly approaching. They saw Xuanshan Palace Shang and approached along the outskirts of Xuanshan Changshang. They were separated by more than 20 meters and pulled a lot. The food they dared not touch came to kill them, and they were killed. Hurry up. Just as Zhang Jing and the others opened the gate and rushed to the Shanmen site, there was a sound of hooves from the south and southwest. After a while, they are here. Met in an ancient forest. Clearly, the Troika did not expect to meet other humans here. Zhang Jing blinked and looked at their clothes. Obviously they were not the same person. In terms of numbers and strength, Zhang Jing and others are far away from each other's opponents, especially vigilance at this time. The Li family was flashing, looking at Zhang Jing and the others, and said coldly, the man knelt on the ground and handed out the precepts of the storage room. With his hands around his head, the woman was holding the precepts of the storage room. Quote. Li Yujingmang flashed. Protected before me, with no intention of giving in. Zhang Jing shrugged and asked, who do we give the ring from the storage room? The barbarians in the south and my family, including the resources of the barbarians. How can you compare them? If you don't die, I will spare your life. The leader in the search for demons is also a generation of heroes in Zongshan, so he is extraordinarily arrogant. The shock of the hand spear, The pressure of the middle class has changed its name. Frown. There is nothing remarkable. The Li family is not worth mentioning. The young man from the Mu family in Nanjing said coldly. My Mu family won't give you half a cent. If your family speaks like this, you won't be afraid to laugh out other people's big teeth. Faison wakes you up. Reading equals thing. Chapter 260 treat each other as equals. More distressed than the one who was wronged the night before. Zhang Jing sighed, helplessly said, the younger generation knows that their origin is unknown and they have no parents, since they met the inspector. I feel that even if I have roots, I am willing to fight to the end for the death of Wangdao Palace. Fight for the glory of Chishimafu. Seems like I'm affectionate. Lick has more episodes to leave. After speaking, Zhang Jing bowed and saluted in grief, and then dragged Wei Wenzhen to go. Yi Kong Tiantian roared, stop. Who dares to bully my son Zhang Jing? That is bullying Lao Su. Next, bully me easily. If you suspect, I can take power and seek personal gain. Please do your best for me. Zhan Yuan fights with Long Chen and Zhang Yaotai. Hurry up to stop. Saying, the Tai family is also very cautious. Since it is a misunderstanding. It is not better. We still have 3 geniuses, which is a good thing. 2 inches. How can we fight each other? Zhang Jing and the knight, their eyes tangled together, and a shallow smile appeared at the corners of their mouths, but when they flashed past, no one found them. Night Sky is still very unhappy about this fee. Mrs. No one can afford it. Unless he can personally come out and be willing to resist the gods and demons, or enter the fairyland. They will undoubtedly die. The unhappy Riverview from the night sky and the performance on the night tomb are more aggrieved. I don't think there will be such an expression if they are beaten to death, but both of them can show it. The pain is unbearable. Yes, it was misunderstood by the 2 old men. It was very painful and very sad. Zhan Yuan and others were a little embarrassed. So question these 2 geniuses. Everyone is fighting for Qiandao. Oh Dad, since we don't like children so much, I think I'll leave Ujima Palace. Don't forget to have my unfortunate son Shan in order to win 2 good positions in the Eastern Shenzhou Heavenly Kingdom. My eldest brother. I did not hesitate to give Dao Lengshan's hand to Hua Xiao, Wei Wuya and other brothers. They are all the same as Zhang Bo, Liao Jia, Yu Shi and others. We are just. Treat each other as equals. There is also such a misunderstanding. What's the point of living in Udalo 3 inches? Brother. Room. Our life is too hard. Riverview and night. Holding and crying. God sees you poor. Singing harmonies, making Zhan Yuan fight and others blushed. At this moment, even Wei Wenzhen sighed and whispered, if we know that others have prepared for us like this, why should we? Yu Daoguan's Goryeo fighting works. Asking for flowers. 1. This. Long Chen, Zhang Yaoshan, Xuanyuan campaign. Yuan Zun and others were all stunned. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. Between Zhang Jing and Niang, Wei Wenzhen also said the same. Night came from the sky. Feeling that it robbed them of their trust, they became even more angry. You don't have to tell God about this. I'll tell you, Yi said firmly from the sky. Taoism is the force behind the Taoist government. There are only 2 steps for the king of supreme beings. If the king does not appear, the gods and demons will not appear. This power is the existence of heaven and earth. The Taoist leader must also be a human being, not a god or demon. Their level, second only to the king, ordinary gods, magic and GT, fairy Buddha race. You can even compete with the likes of gods and demons, and the powerful are not bonus points. This power, hardly in the world, is just hidden in the dark, nuanced to offend the spirits and demons. Just to be the king of people as soon as possible. Leave a name for all times. Zhan Yuanzhan and others were immediately surprised. Hastily said, don't be mad. This is the fault of some of us old people. Give us a face. They are all brothers of the same door. Also, why bother his master on this trivial matter? See nothing. Please download Feifei for the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 261-PUBG. Zhang Jing and Rollinger landed near Zhangqiangalan. The mouse swallowed the sky, stopped the 8 masters, and in a twinkling of an eye, the tail shook the mountain and the stone was flattened. Those eyes looked at people as if they were looking at food. Zhang Jing looked at the crowd, pointed to Zhang Bangtao and the others and said, I don't know them. Don't get me wrong. In this way, Zhang Jing will slip away with Rollinger. Not because of Zhang Jing's appearance, but because of Zhang Jing and Rollinger's blood. The desolation of the 8-3 soil, mice in the ancient sky was not because of his appearance, but because of him. And Rollinger's blood. The eyes of the mouse that swallowed the sky in ancient times were sharp. A group of people blocked it and kept pushing equals a cliff of PUBG Mobile. Fei birds fly on the cliff. Zhang Jing coughed twice and walked to the edge with Luo Ling. He looked at a group of right-wing masters, masters of all major races and all branches of clans, but they were all in the mid to late stages of the void. There is only one virtual world, far away from the demons in the real world. A human master is forced to devour rats by several pseudo-magic masters. Swallowing a rat is as fast as lightning. Tail wagging, sweeping it. Go. It was swallowed directly, it was too lazy to chew. Push people over, swallow mice. Eat and go. A beautiful pseudo-immortal master said in a cold voice. Zhang Jing sneered, pushed his palm forward and raised a finger, waving it and said, swallow the mice in the sky. You eat this group of fake gods, fake demons and other waste first. This seat fights with you, now I'm with you, fight together, victory is not military. Zhang Jing's big hand was startled, and he gathered his energy into a golden battle stick, bound by divine light. The killing class inscription attached with S momentum rushed to the sky one to oppress and swallow the sky mouse. Miu Yu and Zhang Baotao watched in amazement. Riverview. Zhang Jing is now swallowing the mouse angrily. Swallowing the mouse in the sky, but not listening to Zhang Jing's words, because Zhang Jing's flesh and blood was the most attractive to it, he turned his head and rushed towards Zhang Jing. Facing the sky and destroying all ages. Zhang Jing was excited with a stick. Swallow the sky mouse with force, and the stick shadow sweeps across. Every stick is killed with force, the mighty Tianhe. Wang Li's mental operation. The emperor's blood broke out the power of the real world. In an instant, Zhang Jing accidentally hit hundreds of sticks, and the green tendons were broken. Swallowing the pressure of the sky, the mouse retreated. Wander around, kill these fake gods. Zhang is domineering, and Liang. Whoever dares to escape, I will kill you to the ends of the earth. Zhang Jing growled angrily when he attacked. Luo Linger opened his wings and flew very high. The emperor's sword rushed towards the masters of the pseudo-immortals, Shuluo, etc. Zhang Bangtao didn't want to escape either, so he punched back and bent over to the other side of the magic weapon. With the power in hand, he forced a palm to suppress the pulse of a pseudo-immortal, a grand master. Body moon sword shadow use moonlight. Anti-kill pseudo-immortals, etc. At this moment, the mouse that swallowed the sky wagged its long tail and wrapped it directly around Zhang Jing's waist. Zhang Jing dared not let it get entangled in equals chi. The figure turned around, empty, broken and missing. Long look back at the sky. Zhang Jing fled to the back of the swallowing mouse and fought back with a stick, turning into a dragon to swallow the mouse's head. Swallowing the sky rat's long tail broke the sky, hit the golden battle stick with flames, and the golden battle stick was cut off. But this is only the evolution of power, and it immediately returned to its original state. The golden battle stick tore the kill 2.0 damage of the Yantian mouse's tail, the bloodstains were even more amazing, and the stench was more obvious. The death ban on the golden bat tore the swallowing rat's tail. Bloodstain is shocking. The shocking taste is more obvious. Face the sky and kill the gods. Zhang Jing rolled up his body and threw the baton into the sword. The baton is killed like a shooting star to devour the sky. In the blink of an eye. The baton was severed at the neck of the swallowing rat. Underscore. Faison wakes you up. Reading equals thing. Chapter 262 underscore disaster is over. Equals a ferocious tiger monster. A sword tooth grows on its back. It is especially good for shooting under prison electricity. His eyes were anus on Zhang Jing's position. We are fiercely pious. Jonal is sharper than a knife and 10 in the night, like a. There is no moonlight at 2 o'clock. The crow roared bleakly. The clear wind and face roared. Nin is the land of bravery in the realm of God. Is angry. The sword swept across the boulder. This ferocious tiger twisted its body and the saber teeth on its back directly hit the opponent's front. Sparks splash all over the place. Tooth. And after melon seeds. The body of the giant tiger does not have. Shidi entered the Ancient One and was killed in a blink of an eye. The stone on the mountain cracked, and the offset of Zhang Jing hitting Fao's head was half an inch of soil, which was directly exposed. On Wang Zhangjing. 09 Fortunately, 4 power stops at this time. Zhang Jing no longer dared to stay where he was before taking advantage of the dark night. Fly up the steep rocks. Right in the middle of the climb. Hit. Mrs. Zhang Gui smashed the work. Dare not move. If he sees it this way. He could find him, but at this time he was. Once the huge cow who got entangled. Don't dare to relax at all. The red light ran past the sun and the eyes. The sword directly tore the sword's teeth and pierced the old man's. Worried about anger, the body rolled over. The melon seeds slapped the heart of God fiercely. The strong man turned over. Hide behind the ruins. Zhang Jing, this man seized the opportunity. Jump a few times in a row. Entered the ancient temple on the mountainside. In an ancient temple. Sculpted like a ferocious god. Hand holding faucet. The fangs of the workers are like 10 soldiers. Except for this sculpture. A lot of stuff has rotted away. Under the prison electricity. I also looked around the most hastily. But the lightning disappeared. A black kneeling underscore hands cannot see 5 fingers. Not even the knowledge of God is required. This dark ancient temple has a giant inner space. Zhang Jing followed the pace of lightning. Quickly hiding behind the sculpture, it was surprisingly empty. Follow the trend. Inside the sculpture, he can see clearly outside. But it's hard to see inside. The location is good. I hope this guy doesn't attack like crazy. Zhang Jing anus outside lightning keeps coming and the outside world can still be seen clearly. This. A respectable figure tore the skin of Lao Shui's back with a sword. The evil house Dan was also taken away, and the murderous road reached the extreme. Outside. It was dark for a long time, only Two-Face growled, no other sound could be heard. Zhang Jing couldn't see what was happening outside, his heart immediately hung up. After a long time, Zhang Jingjiping felt that the disaster was over. Dawn is approaching, and the darkness is desperate. The fusion of heavy electricity, standing outside the ancient temple, personal figure. Najatran Nathan's eyes are red 7. L like a ghost staring at the interior of the ancient temple. At this time, Zhang Jing felt that it was terrible, that his heart was about to explode. Grandmaster Hongzhu moved forward slowly. All eyes are fixed on the ancient temple square. The door of evil here is huge. Cannot be used, and order is difficult to mobilize. 070 Rainbow Master frowned, always feeling that this place is very weird. Kong is shrinking, and seems to be flattering the breath here. I always feel that my eyes are staring at myself. Not alone. The master of the Kaiji clan is nothing but a god. The land of this ancient law is in danger. All 9 poles must die. Not to mention him. Who 2 inches Master Hongzhu asked. Zhang Jingbu. Dare to breathe and wait for him to leave. Except for the gloomy wind. Under the training and pressure of the master of the Kai clan. After a long time, Grandmaster Hong Xiang found 2 circles. Zhang Jing was not found either. The sky is getting a little bit of talk, but it is still subtle. This ancient temple looks even darker. That reading equals something. Chapter 263 _ not following the rules. Zhang Jing was carried under the wall, the gate opened, and Zhang Bo quickly took a few people and led them into the city. At that time, the anger of the imperial court was full of anger, and the people of Zhugang were too shameless. Suzy recalled the wrinkles between her brows. Said, this should be done by nostalgic people. Fortunately the other side is not very high, otherwise they are all in danger. Nostalgia 2. Zhang Jing came into contact with this term for the first time. At this moment, the Icy-on flashed by, and said with a sneer, Nianu. If you don't follow the rules, don't blame me for not following the rules. Underscore. At this time, Ligangling. The camp, Shanchong and others were cold. Unexpectedly, one of the first slaves died, and the autobiography also let them escape. Xian Chu looked at the battlefield coldly, and said coldly, who will pay? In this war, 2 of them must be killed. The palace comes from the hands of a top master. The existence of the Taoist palace is the highest order of the same. He stepped into order, flashed past, and appeared 5 miles away, proudly on the battlefield, looking at the jihadist flag with contempt. The master of the palace drew his sword and slashed it at the Tusheng flag on the wall in an instant, trying to provoke the holy court. Suzy recalled pulling out the side of the sword spirit. Its sword energy shattered a mile away. The other party has not touched the totem flag. He is from the Protoss. The Protoss bloodline is very strong, and the name is unknown. In the middle stage of the palace, he is good at Ada. Suzy learned a lot and immediately confirmed the identity of the other party. Brother, I want to kill his daughter. Zhang Bo said firmly. He has a strong fighting spirit. Zhang Jing shook his head and said, even if your little Thunderbird becomes one, you won't be able to get to the center of the palace, it's too risky. I'm going, Suzy said with her voice back. Zhang Jing smiled. Say, when you go to war, you create unnecessary trouble on behalf of the temple. I did it myself. The Dharma body is the middle layer of Taoism that does not need to integrate any demonic grace at all. S figure flashed on the battlefield. When Zhang Jing appeared, the owner of the temple was not stunned, but said with a smile, the second round is the court boss's turn. It seems that this sacred court is really fragile. Zhang Jing glanced lightly, raised a finger and said, hold me up with a stick. If you can leave the battlefield alive, my holy court will be very fragile. Between Zhangjing and Zhangjing, the power of the earth gathers from all directions. Heaven and earth are in the sky, and the fire of war is in full bloom. The ancient emperor scriptures are circulating, claiming to be the legal body of the son of the planet, enough to blow up the palace in the later stage. There are also ancient emperor scriptures. The potential of Zhangjing, the method of suppressing the sky and the thousands, has formed the 4 if there is no mountain field. If there is no so-called field, then the quartet forms a field. The Tianhe roared, the Tianhe was shattered, and even the fairy sky took a breath of air. The war stick shattered the sky, unable to escape with the potential pressure of the opponent, and could only stubbornly resist the counterattack. The master of the palace drew his sword and used the strongest peak power to drive the incarnation of the sword back. The sword hit by the ancient battle stick, the spirit shattered the space, and directly smashed the master of the palace into the earth. This force was unstoppable, and the earth sank. Once upon a time, the hand bone of the master of the palace was broken, and the sword was bent. He chopped into his body, and the ancient baton hit him hard. The power of this stick is enough to break through the middle and late stages of the palace. The power that divine blood brings to the master of the palace is fragile. For a moment, the gods and all the vitality in his body to destroy the decadent trend. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 264 unable to fill. Zhang Bangtao, Lu Sufeng. The qi and blood of the two turned into a scorching sun. The skin and blood vessels are about to be opened. Some other people, more or less improved a lot of blood and body. After all, the source of fire here is terrible. But also fortunately, their blood is not clear, otherwise they would die here. At this time, Xuanyuan marked by Nen's small hand took the initiative to open Zhang Jing and others. The white and tender little hair quickly turned red without orderly protection, but the sacred fire did not kill him. To burn his arms to nothingness. The majestic fire element penetrates from his palm into the Emperor's space. Enter the vast and silent Emperor's space through the seal of Zhangjing. Ignite vast spaces like sprites. More elements came together, but they couldn't fill his space. Qunshang 747 took a breath, and even Yi Zhangjing let go of the Xuanyuan sign subconsciously. Zhan Yuanao stood up slowly, supporting the sky with his right hand. The Bath ancestor on his body was suffering from the scorching heat of the scorching sun, and his tender little face shone in the hot sun, no longer so angry and dry as the dying person. The scorching sun was forcibly gathered by the Emperor's space. It was born in the air of the Emperor. Here, unlike Zhang Jing's forced development. Not at a level at all. Yi Yuan Ma began to take the initiative to beat Dapeng's golden wing. Be careful, Zhang Jing growled in horror. The heavy golden Taipeng fell to the ground in the blink of an eye, the wind and waves swept across the sky, and the demon was killed into gunpowder in the sun. Forte quarter 5 cracks. Stretching for dozens of miles, this was the domain of ancient royalty. Seems like a fragile karma under such oil shocks. Protect yourself. Old Wei Xinwang, Long Qilin, Sun without a cliff. You three join me in protecting Xuanyuan's intentions. The bodies of the Dragon Unicorn and the Sun King without a cliff are on fire, but Wei Wenling is wearing the Emperor's eldest ancestor. Qian blood is the blood of the second generation of emperors, it is very difficult to extract and kill. The four Grand Masters instantly grabbed the Zhan Yuan mark and collided aggressively. Up the mountain. Fortunately, Zhan Yuan mark hit Zhang Jing's body. Otherwise the meat will be crushed. Terrible flames die into the valley. It was actually sucked away by the traces of Xuanyuan. The inner power of space pours into the depths. Like rivers and rivers being drawn into a galaxy, if they cannot make any waves. Traces appeared on Zhan Yuan's hands. One hand. Clinging to the sun for the moon. This is already a nail. Zhan Yuan marked the West's innocent eyes. He quietly watched the scorching sun waves rolling in, but he sucked his arms into the space within the Emperor's body, and did not break through Zhang Jing's seal. The king couldn't help taking a breath, if he didn't know Zhan Yuan's identity now. That would be stupid. Zhang Jing immediately cursed angrily. The four Grand Masters protected the traces of Xuanyuan around them and only resisted the impact of their bodies. But may also attack the scorching sun. Involuntarily, but they were all sucked away by the traces of Zhan Yuan. The origin of these liege becomes. Pure power entered his body. He is a bottomless pit. No order can kill him unless it's a personal attack. This is the law body. It was too late for Binglin and the others to protect themselves. Who dares to pay attention to Wei Wenzhen, Zhang Jing and others? Wei Wenzhen has not been exposed, except for the three fire bodies, Zhang Jing and Wei Wenling. The sun and bright traces devoured all and order. For the hot sun, and Zhan Yuan's hand is about to burn red. I don't know if he can eat the origin of the Jin Taipeng divine bird. A long time, after a while, the scorching sun is gone. Reading two things. Chapter 265_stubborn. Darkness covers the sky, and the magic knife goes straight through the superclass. The head has been chopped off, and it doesn't even get a chance to scream. After the last experience, in the past 2 years, everyone has been transforming. After returning, he used endless resources to quench it. Wang Shi has a dragon rattan suit, so invincible no one can think of the middle level of Sendai. Even Yu Lan came, Fu Long Yan Wu, Wang Hu, Long Potion these immortals. In front of the real battle, they are never absent. 1. The gun is the last blow. On the outskirts of the temple, blood is like a reel. Fighting, like flows into the river. After a while the enemy fled. Most of them are stubborn children. It's good to bully Suzy in a team, but once they face the impact of the imperial court, give them 10 courage that they don't dare to resist. L. Who dares to attack my holy court too? Yi Rang held the fake king's sword in his hand and roared, and the group of people did not dare to speak under the pressure. The dark spider demons all retreated. Su Ziyi dragged his broken body and fled into the sacred court crowd. He killed hundreds of enemies alone, but fortunately only 2 or 3 supers were besieged, otherwise his life would not last equals times of incense time. It's you, the 8-legged pig is standing there waiting for me. Wei Wenzhen said coldly, referring to the black spider demon. The black spider demon saw Wei Wenzhen and the mouse saw the cat. It is the big demon of the dark system, and Wei Wenzhen is the son of the Dark Emperor himself and the owner of the 2nd generation of the dark system. No wonder he is not afraid. Da Moyu swallowed 0 saliva and was instructed by Wei Wenzhen. He was afraid to run away. And you, the ugly 3-eyed family. You also pointed to a super first-class young master, pulled out his knife and walked over. Stop the god Miran. Kill him. Suzy recalled the anger and growls. Give me this man, the king smiled wryly. The 3 masters stopped the super first-class supremacy and shouted coldly, leaving here is not a problem for people, the guardians leave here, they dare to touch the supremacy of the younger generation, that is, declare war, and the group attacks my sanctity courts are never afraid of others. Quote. The face of Mei Lan, the black spider, and the 3-eyed master has changed a lot. Holy court is garbage. Is it Taoism? There are more than 20 of these people alone. Which one after a lot of battles? Experienced life and death. After death, don't you come out with that pile of bodies. That's it when the god of war in hell was young. Ask for flowers. The key is that the combat effectiveness of these 20 people is the same as the combat effectiveness of their bodies, but Xiaochen, Shengguan Renyu and He Yang, who have killed the most, have not yet achieved it. Mei Lan's face was black. I didn't expect these people to be so strong in the holy court. Others are still happy to say that the key is the king's cultivation. He really can't see through. He always thought it was dangerous. His Royal Highness, you are not his opponent. Don't pay, he will definitely kill you. The respected guard immediately issued a warning. Mylan pretended not to be afraid and said proudly. If you declare war, will I fight? We don't kill unknown people, let alone fight unknown people, you are not qualified to give this place to you. The king smiled and said, I'm not a nobody, a lot of people know me. My name is King, famous, known as the beautiful killer L. Now you know my name, don't be a turtle, come and stretch your dog's head, let me chop your head off as a urinal. Mei Lan was almost furious to death, but the guardian reminded him that he did not dare to fight, but did not want to show weakness, lost face of the patriarch, and could only sullenly said, you are not qualified to kill you and stain my hand, so your court master Zhang Jing will die, we are only interested in him. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 266_Flagrant. Zhang Jing, originally closed, immediately opened his eyes, stood up and opened the window. A person dodged, smashed the window directly, fell on the street. Sao Nima, seek death. The other party didn't care who Zhang Jing was. Jianying took the air, broke through the emptiness, and directly assassinated Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing directly squeezed the front of the sword with his bare hands, letting the opponent's sword spirit be vertical and horizontal. Can't break his palm flesh. His hands were full of the inscriptions of King Kun's 250 bell, which were particularly conspicuous in the night. Zhang Jing snorted coldly and gave a thumbs up. He directly broke his sword, the tip of the blade spewed out, and directly pierced the opponent's throat. The spirit of this sword contained the meaning of the 5 elements, hoisting its vitality. The master died and took his revenge. But it deserved bad luck, but smashed the window and pretended to be forced. The body fell. Those people in black clothes turned a deaf ear, still stubbornly walking past the inn and above the inn. Not afraid at all. Zhang Jing looked curiously at these people in black clothes. They rushed in one direction, not understanding what they were doing. Zhang Jing changed into a black jumpsuit, skirt, and immediately followed quietly. Found that the group of people walked farther and farther, until early morning. Finally reached a valley. The valley is lit with lights and a huge altar. Zhang Jing wore a big black hat. Mixed into the crowd, silently looking at the altar. The texture on the altar is a little strange. It's sunken. It seems to be stained with blood. B.Aloe. Bring it up. Equals 12 real strangers with ferocious faces brought along, a child. There are 6 boys and 6 girls. The oldest is only 3 to 4 years old, and the youngest is still 10 years old. These 2 kids have one thing in common. Boys and girls, they are very negative and positive, but they don't have much practice. I don't know where this group of people finds so many children of special ancestry. Great God of evil, turbulent times are coming. Your most loyal followers are gathered here. I beseech you to wake up and lead us to the depths of the universe. There were more than 1,000 black-clothed masters kneeling on the ground, kneeling respectfully on the ground. Believers are to offer sacrifices to 12 yin and yang virgins, begging the great evil god to reward them. The man of the evil god. Zhang Jing was stunned that he actually sneaked in. The temple of evil is too bright and daring, is it to sacrifice to the evil spirits here? To evil god, in addition to these 12 virgins and virgins, the humble followers have also prepared some special humans and demons for you. So that you can enjoy the bad taste of flesh and blood as soon as you wake up. On one side of the altar. The white-haired old man wears a black hat. Wearing only a pair of terrifying and ferocious eyes. Eyes swept across Zhang Jing's face, and looked carefully at several other people and demons. The old man clapped his hands and said softly, "Put those who don't know you are alive or dead pull up. Since you're here, you can't keep it out." In an instant, 4 people rushed to Zhang Jing's side. They held Zhang Jing's shoulders and arms tightly, and the other 2 tried to lock Zhang Jing with the Tai Fairy. Zhang Jing didn't know how he was exposed. These people dress the same, how can we know if they are your own? However, Zhang Jing didn't think much about his arms equals strength, directly surrounding the 2 people to fight together. The bodies of the 2 masters collided. The brain was almost confused, and the body was paralyzed to the ground. However, the individuals below the body were not spared, and the immortals who were instantly bound by the counterattack were locked to death. Shangkong retreated from the place of sacrifice. That reading equals something. Chapter 267 Crazy Counterattack. The immortal Taishi is not ready to be controlled by the envoy of Juyu in an instant, but the left is different one. Fight back furiously with co-op, but many souls are immediately invaded by souls of the body. Lose sanity and control. Dead. Mole Ant. The messenger of drinking friends attacked Zuo Lin angrily. As soon as Zuo dies, he can save most of his electricity. Zuo Lin equals sword retreats. And Bingbing's ghost sword blew the sword in his left hand and quickly dissipated, and the ghost sword directly sealed the soldier's throat. There was a sad scream near the left, and the broken sword in his hand was thrown instantly. Go directly into the 9. The body of the messenger. There is no blood from your messenger Lu. It is a worm-up tack. Darkness is disgusting. After the Leo messenger was injured, he was even more angry. Directly pat the head of the left 09E. The head of the Jihad King was shredded. He died on the spot. The Leo messenger just wanted to concentrate his body's breath here, but was forcibly interrupted by Zhang Jing. Now panting and looking at Zhang Jing with cold eyes. Generals, now you can choose to submit to me. Or choose to continue fighting against these 9 of your envoys. Choose one of the 2, one I won't force you. Zhang Jingqing. To put it mildly. With more than 1 million soldiers in the West, there were expressions of panic and despair, and death had never been so close. Shan took the lead and knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Shan intends to abide by the general name. You can respect Xiao Shuai as the new owner of Wonderland. Except for lunatics, no one in this world intends to die. Some leaders take the lead, while others naturally show weakness and show loyalty. As for the ordinary who is different, and this young handsome guy is the pinnacle of the day in front of us. The power is so powerful that it is hard to imagine. Goodbye. Enter left master. More than 2 million teams knelt and worshipped. Get up, gather, Zhang Jing waved coldly. Reforms were soon carried out, and more than a dozen surviving generals and ministers stood at the forefront. Your power messenger took a deep breath and said coldly, Zuo Feng, you are now the immortal king. Are you supposed to send the gods and dead slaves back to our seats? This is not a courtship attitude. Chen Fengfeng returned lightly, as if not in a hurry. Not nervous either. Don't be afraid of these 9 messengers. The messenger of Leo was furious. At this time it is impossible to accumulate the spirit of the body. Because Zhang Jing led the god-slave Taijin to collect the corpses here. 30,000 gods devoured the body and bathed in the dark hell. And Zhang Jing stood on the shoulders of the physical slave, overlooking the 9 isolated messengers. You mean you don't want to count? Asked the messenger coldly. Just like Zhang Jing laughed. He replied sneeringly, look at your loyal and honest face. Who am I not playing with? Who am I not bullying? Li, your envoy clenched his iron fist. The ghost sword in the hands of the soldier exudes strange 020 fireworks, that is the 9 ghost fires of hell. After pollution. Will burn to ashes. Nothing will be left. Is that what you're really doing as a messenger? I've left too much of my details behind for fear of not keeping your word. Well, you'll regret it if you screw up the messenger. Juyu envoy's momentum broke out, and the sword crossed Juyu, thinking is too eye-opening. The boundary monument of Quang Town, used by Zhang Jing for the first time, fell from the sky. Like the arrival of the emperor, the master became a cover that covered the sky and the planet collapsed. The whole star of life seems to be collapsing. When your force messenger sees this, add to the fatigue. Haven't had time to respond yet. Directly affected by the town boundary. Repression in the spiritual realm. Reading 2 things. Chapter 268_Invincible. Zhang Jing shrugged. Have you found the Wu Shenzong you were looking for? They appeared in a territory in North China. It's too far. Too far. We have approached the 2 again to discuss the merger, but they were all rejected. Su Yu said respectfully. It is your own ancestors. Short-sighted and powerful Dharma. Lord, corrupted by your ancestors, said S. Then. The Dharma and the divine treasures that were at noon have now been reduced to the power of power. It's kind of sad. Please tell, what should we do? Su Yu asked, bowing again. Zhang Jing pondered for a while and took out the map of Beipuzhou. It was found that Wu Xingzong's location was not far from Shenzhou. It arrived within an hour. Su Yu, follow me to Wu Shenzong in North China. Zhang Jing said in a condensed voice. Su Yu was surprised, hastily replied, Master. It's too dangerous. It's been a long and dangerous journey. You will encounter many powerful territories. If you meet a middle king one. Zhang Jing smiled confidently and said, although I can't beat Zongtianyu, I won't die in his hands, come with me. Zhang Jing no longer said that he and the moon too flew into the sky and flew directly to North China. On this road, Zhang Jing strutted, without taking the test considering the so-called, under the propaganda of the relevant people 10. The news of Zhang Jing's reappearance spread all over the place. Respect this house. There are many hosts here. Min Shenzun learns that Zhang Jing is back for the first time. The relationship between Zhang Jing and Min Shenzun is by no means as simple as that of ordinary enemies. There are also obstacles on the road. Although Min Raozun was the king who came to the throne, his goal was stronger. And the national level Zhang Jing is even more ferocious. Want to surpass the emperor. 2. The hatred between men must end with the power of death. Zhang Jing, you're back. If you run far, we might not be chasing you, but you sent it to me, then don't blame me for being rude. Min Shenzun took a deep breath. He waved his hand to call Kanglong. Kanglong Gao Tianwang has only a half-step lesson. Break through at any time. The man is now 5 feet tall, with a ferocious expression and sheer strength. This is the supremacy of the water system. This sacred position is advanced in the northern sky. Minchazun chose this position considering the advantages of Jilong. In the water, King Huopeng can't kill him. Your Xuanzi and the enemy, we have found it for you. He is near this place. Min Shenzun said with a smile. The long cold glow flickered. In a quiet voice, where is he? Remember his name. Zhang Jing. Now he's going to Junwuju, our Shenzhou mansion, which is only half an hour away. You don't have to worry about it. I know what he wants to do. We'll see. Min smiled respectfully. Smiled. Notify the Queen of Heaven, Kuishan King, the heavenly king of the four seas, and lay a net of heaven and earth in 3 directions of Junwu Shenshan. As long as Zhang Jingjin, he will be dead. Min Tanzao sneered. Kiran turned left. The figure flashed, went straight to the west. Square. These 3 heavenly kings, plus Kanglong and Mindizun, the master and servant's battle with Zhao's good work, is dozens of times stronger than the ancient kings, it is estimated. They, too, can be compared with a middle heavenly king. In this way, the heaven of the 4 middle kings surrounds Zhangjing even if there is a fire king. He couldn't escape either. However, Zhang Jing did not intend to run at all. Instead, he took the initiative to seduce the people to the point of death. While there are many helpers of God Mind, but Zhangjing's many Feng Qingyu are the second in the 2 counties, and there are also the Tenglong King Black Snake Long Lai Qian Banlong, and Zhao Zhao Banlong. They are not as powerful as kings. Fighting power is strong. Win. See the underlined version. Novel please cut off. Chapter 269_Make a Plan. However, Zhang Jing doesn't have to stay for too long with the support of the vast number of people. But Zhang Jing likes to make plans in advance and also leave a way back, so that he will never block his return. 3,000 female slaves thought Zhang Jing and others were happy, and their families were all destroyed by Changji. Now, if they don't follow Zhang Jing, there will be lonely people everywhere, but with Zhang Jing they can only see this kind of everyone court as happy and melodious in their hearts. It's all gone, I'll take a good look at what I have. Zhang Jing has no good things to divide and disperse others. These people are the most brazen, otherwise they can't fit into this team, but they are brazen, but they all have a bottom line. That is, the Holy Court can't be separated and can't lose, even if they die themselves, even if they don't hesitate. This is an organization to cherish. Zhang Jing understood in his heart and left with a smile. When he came to the back of the big city, Zhang Jing picked up the dagger and said, "This thing won't be a waste, is it?" After another drop of blood admitting the Lord's defeat, he said secretly, "This stuff isn't wasted, is it?" It doesn't look like much either. The order here is weird. This is an order I've never been involved with. This must be a good thing. But after a long study daggers have always been a waste. Zhang Jing swung the dagger into the rock, cutting the iron like mud, and even the waves could easily be pierced. It can be seen that this thing is not a waste, but that there is no suitable way to subdue it. Zhang Jing didn't want to waste any more time. He has to do this. There is also one thing that Zhang Jing likes the most, that is, Emperor Wu of Shenyang respects bow skills up tak Emperor Shenyang respects bows including with all the essence and skills of the bow. Zhang Jing's bow has only one skill, and that is a straight line between 2 points. Shortest, not showy, much less able to cover the eyes and ears, this bow is dazzling. Unprepared and has too many tricks. In the end, it's whatever it wants. As soon as Zhang Jing entered this, he would immediately enter this, knowing very little about the time of the outside world. From basic arches to high-level arches, Zhang Jing goes all out to make it as perfect as possible. Zhang Jing drew his bow on the street in the sea, exhaled an arc, and shot out of the sky. His strength was indeed doubled up tack. Curve type, vertical type AIFI, and horizontal type, falling wave type. Bows are getting stronger and more proficient. The time outside has passed in a hurry for nearly 2 years. The power of this creature is irrelevant, it is a weapon made by the strong. The vertical and horizontal speed of this monster actually broke the limit, forming a shock wave, and the land is the main star of Mulberry. It has been traveling on the galaxy for a year and a half, and it has reached the main Mulberry star in more than 10 days at most. The monster seems to be alive, his eyes are deep, and there seems to be a soul supporting it. It can identify its target and wonder if it should speak. Zhangjing closed the first. At the end of the second year, the chaos created by Qian-kun began to break out again. But it also began. Nurturing spiritual wisdom requires a lot of blood to nourish. Zhangjing cut off his wrist with the dagger. Bathed in Qian-kun's creation, Lian Chun burst out with a stronger fairy flavor. A ray of soul rippled out and seemed to be speaking, but Zhangjing didn't understand that it was just a baby-level language. Was very excited to see Qian-kun's creation and transformation. At this time, Zhangjing had already understood the bowing skills of the Shengyang Emperor, and he would soon enter the imperial class, and his strength was greatly enhanced, so the first stage of the Emperor Wu had trouble, and almost 10 died. Unfortunately, only with half a step away, he failed to enter the next level. At this time, there is only this Kun's creation. Only then can Zhangjing become the true master of Emperor Wu's territory. This step is a bit slow. However, think about it carefully. Zhangjing's group is already perverted enough. It took only 200 or 300 years to climb to the level of a domain master. In the past, I dare not think about it. Faison wakes you up. Reading equals thing. Chapter 270-brazen. Chen Fengxia nodded to herself and said, "You look more equals Zhang Yingjun's face is normal, but I didn't expect you to watch all night." Lei sighed angrily, his eyes quite frightened. "I have never seen such a shameless man in my life. However, both are cheeky, but the angle of cheekiness is different. Lei Nu is an egoistic supremacy while Zhangjing is a simple brazen confidence explosion." Zhangjing stood up. He looked at the direction that he opened high before the anger. Then turned around and said, "Let's take a step back. Maybe there are other people." In this way, the two went somewhere else. For survival, stop the previous resentment. Start looking for a new way out equals E. Fighting side by side, walking for months on this boundless planet of life, they did not find a human tribe, no demons, only thorns. Weeds. As if still in famine. Plenty of volcanoes are erupting and oceans are gradually forming. The two of them became the first intelligent creatures here. At the speed of 2 people. The light gold producing planet has passed the past, but it has not returned to the original point yet. It hasn't found Reno's location yet. This means that we won't be able to go back to where we were for another 6 months. There are really no humans or intelligent creatures here. Do we want to leave and find another planet of life? Renu was helpless. She didn't think she hid herself in a place where no one was interested in order to hide from her father. I don't know how many days it has been. At night, they sat back to back on the day off and walked quietly forward. Not a few words. At this point, they must stop and think about the next step. Zhangjing and Lei Nu subconsciously took a step back because the tourist's speed reached the limit and was faster than them, which meant that they were stronger than them. Meeting strangers in this unfamiliar place is definitely not a good thing. When you meet a weak person you can still control your own destiny. But when you meet a strong person you can do whatever you want. Lei Nu subconsciously grabbed Zhangjing's arm and pulled him a few steps. There was fear in her eyes. Great Emperor, he is Emperor Wu. Lei Nu had seen the Emperor. He was countless times stronger than Emperor Wu's master. Zhangjing was also taken aback by Lei Nu's words. He can still swim when he meets 2 saints. When he met 2 great Emperor Wu, once the other party felt sick. A disaster for sure. At this time, Emperor Wu appeared in front of Zhangjing and Lei Nu, and the earth was shaking. The other side is majestic. But his eyes are impeccable. The right temple has a knife wound, almost cut off his head, and his heart also has a hole. Almost pierced. Ask for flowers 0. Blood has dried. A middle-aged man in his 40s had no gods in his eyes. He was too strong to speak, The great emperor's cult continued to evolve outward, sometimes too strong, sometimes weak, but his body was a solid territory for the great Emperor Wu. When such an existence becomes like this, how powerful his opponent is. The broken body swayed in the wind and his eyes were deep. He just lost God. Now he has become unfathomable. Madam, what are you looking for? As 3 inches when it was Lei Envy's turn to hide behind Zhang Jing. Renu trembled. The emperor opened his eyes high. Looking at Zhang Jing and Lei Nu, he whispered, "Where is Sirius?" Zhang Jing's eyelids twitched and he tilted his head to look at Lei Nu. I hope she will know the answer. But Dragon Star is big enough. And greatness is hard to pass. God knows where Sirius is. The vastness of the universe was by no means something these emperors could see. Renu shook his head and said, I don't know. The emperor stared at Zhang Jing, as if he wanted to get an answer from him. Zhang Jing replied horribly, My ex, I'm still young. I don't even know where Dragon Star is, let alone Sirius, we're lost. I don't know where it is. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 271 Create Trouble. Lei Zhu was very surprised. Zhang Jing's courage is usually not very big, and he doesn't even think so when his identity is exposed. He doesn't care or is really crazy. The emperor will definitely not bother me across the galaxy. If the emperor is to measure, then the child is wrong. Zhang Jing said with a smile. The abandoned Chang Sheng stood up slowly. I slowly walked behind Zhang Jing, standing silently, keeping his eyes on Lei Zhu. Maybe the bones realized that Lei Zhu was dangerous to Zhang Jing. So he subconsciously came to protect it. Lei, 620 inches ancestor not only frightened Zhang Jing's spirit, but also abandoned the eyes of Daqianji. I have never seen such eyes in my life. Is he too famous? Lei Zhu watched Zhang Jing give up his life in shock. Although the mask covers his face, those 2 eyes can be judged. Zhang Jing smiled and replied, if I don't have 3 details, who will anger these 2 great Wudi? But don't be angry. This boy is just a financial flaw. If you think about it. If I don't deceive you, Thunder Angry Cow may have been arrested by Mingguang Wudi. Even if I can take her, Mingguang Tati will impose this on you. If Mingguang is hitting Thunder, you will be very sad. The deception of so much property from others is now said to be just, as if it were for Rizu's benefit. The problem is, Rizu hasn't been able to pick out any mistakes yet. Who are you? Zhang Jing pretends to relax. Smiled proudly. A bum who doesn't have enough teeth to hang his teeth. I'm just having fun. Don't worry, I'll never get in touch with Dragon Star. When I've had enough, or offended all your Wudi, I'll go stay away. Lei Zhou Yusai, once again looking at Zhang Jingbu. It's the crazy river scene, but the deep and secret river scene. Under this crazy behavior, it's because he has a disdainful family background. How good is the family background of a man standing in the back? Anyway, Supreme, the Zhang family can't do that. Zhang Xiaojing's patron saint is equals a divine master. Even if it's good. But Zhang Jing did it. Lei Zhu wanted to rush over to teach Zhang Jing a good lesson, and then use Zhang Jing's identity to intimidate him and ask him to help Lei Ting out of the predicament, but after summing up for so long, he can't say a word now. My relationship with Lei Nu. The department is not very good, although she is a bit stupid, but her day wasn't bad. If you have something to do, say, if I can help, I can help. If I can't help you, you'll be back too. Zhang Jing took a sip of tea and said softly. Lei Zhu's mouth twitched, he didn't expect Lei Nu to like him so much. Zhang Jing's evaluation of her is also so bad. Lei Zhu sighed and said in a low voice. The old man just wants to get out of the predicament and let the Raiden system no longer be restricted by the Mingguang Ministry and the Montenegro Bureau. I don't know if Zhang Jing can do something. Zhang Jing frowned and said, map. Your thunder is equals Zhang. Detailed map of the surroundings. Rizu prepared for a long time. Quickly put the star map on the table, spread it out, look at it, and you can see the panorama. On the left is the Haitian system, on the right is the Mingguang system, in front is the Thunder Fury Sea, and in the back is the Haitian system and the Mingguang system, which just kills the Thunderbolt system. The Montenegrin system is not easy to mess with. Montenegro's old ancestors who are supreme immortals. His son 0.0 son is now listed as the Great Emperor. Become the overlord of the Montenegro system, and the Mingguang system is even more difficult to handle, no matter what. The existence of the lightning system is not troublesome. Fortunately, Lezu's strength is good, and can be said to be part of the Zongjia system. The Ministry of Bright Light did not merge with the Ministry of Lightning. The Secretary of Montenegro should also give Zhongjia Wusheng some thin noodles. River view oblique star map. Zoomed in on star map and changed position _. Faison wakes you up. Reading equals thing. Chapter 272 _ indescribable anger. Yi looked at Zhang Jing's expression. Very humiliated, and also has an indescribable anger towards Lezu. He has a plan in mind, for now. Brother Zhang Jing, if you and I fall in love at first sight, I wonder if you can do me a favor. Zhang Jing said immediately, it is my natural honor to help Taoist brother. You can say that what I can do is unequivocal. Yes, Xian took a deep breath. Have you heard what happened not long ago with our optics department and the province of Montenegro on? Zhang Xinic nodded and said, I know a few things, but I'm a little light. Naturally not easy to intervene, but to be honest, I think Nanyuan 09 has done too much. We do not bow. One did not admit to be ashamed. Also the identity of the embarrassed woman. Ah, I disdain this kind of person. Zhang Jing was very grateful when he spoke. His Royal Highness, I hope you will not be affected by the Nanyuan incident, otherwise you will be in your arms. This person is treacherous and cunning. Zhang Jing sat up solemnly. A kind old man, but his words are quite fair. Yi nodded solemnly and replied, thank you brother Zhang Jing for reminding me during this time. I can't breathe in my heart. Zhang Jing is serious. Say, His Royal Highness shouldn't be too sad. To be honest, how can a woman affect Dao's heart because of His Majesty's presence in the temple? If His Highness doesn't let go, it may be difficult to move forward. He sighed and said, yeah. But I really can't let go. It's no longer It's a pure woman's problem, but I've lost all my faith. But how many people in the world can understand me on? Zhang Jing looked sad and whispered, I can understand. I was humiliated when I was very young. But at least you were ruined. No one dares to say anything positive about you except me. Laughed at by a lot of people. Yes, Zhang Jing also. There is such a sad story, which took him by surprise. The two were sick and sympathetic when they talked about it, and they went too far until the next day when they seemed to see each other so late that the outcome didn't matter. It wasn't until the next morning that Yi remembered the purpose of his visit to Zhang Jing. Since Zhang Liang is not the mastermind behind Lezu, of course he would believe it. Senior brother Zhang Jing, if you don't hate it, you and I will be brothers in the future, Yi said firmly. Zhang Jing's face was full of glory. He clenched his fists and said, yes, that brother will never call you your highness again, too. Good. Yes. He also has a determined face. So he wanted to worship his son directly. Brother, I have something to do with the mountain recently. I want to ask my brother, you have also seen Leju in the Thunder Department. Have you found anything unusual? For example, has Leju seen people from the Holy Land or the Sword Palace? Quote. Yi solemnly. Zhang Jing pretended to think about it for a while, and pondered for a long time. Come back and say, yeah brother, this. At the time, I only passed the Thunder Department. Did not stay for a few days. After being humiliated I went to Tianhe to practice circles. Then into the Montenegro system, but in Montenegro I did come across Nanyuan. I got into a fight with a man in black. Stand up. I don't know if this information will be useful to you. For a long time, but shook his head. That person's name is Zuo Kang. He suddenly appeared on Wanqing. I was also confused at the time. I wanted to use him to cut off Nanyuan. I didn't know Nanyuan could lead me to the rescue. It was because of Zuo Kang Lanyang and the incandescent lamp that they were caught. Yi Sha said. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download it. Chapter 273_low-level error. The Saint of the Stars, has seen the Holy Spirit of Heaven, the brother of Junyuan, the Buddha of Shakyamuni. Star Saints perform liturgy. Zhang Jing looked around curiously, dotted with stars, as if it was another universe, majestic and powerful. Astronomical instruments are composed of countless organs capable of penetrating the past and the future. It is the most powerful tool in the world. If you control it, you can penetrate everything. At this time, the machine has not been resurrected. Light equals a stone, without life force. This machine has not been driven for many years, and since it was built, it doesn't seem to have been driven a few times since. Brother Xing, please turn on the machine. This saint wants to know if this sun is a bad star. The Supreme Saint pointed to Zhang Jing and said in a silent voice. When the Star Sage looked at Zhang Jing, he said in surprise. Do you still need to lift the machine? Oh, Chief, I'm not a bad star, am I? Zhang Jing licked his face quickly and asked that he had blinked before, as if to please the general. As soon as Zhang Jing opened his mouth, the Star Saint immediately had some doubts, but there were also people who doubted his love at second sight. Quote. I'm sorry, old man, you see me like a bad person, so I often admit I'm wrong, but my heart is pure and kind. I believe only a saint like you can see my heart. You look at my heart, what a name of purity and kindness. How can it be a bad star? Shishi? Zhang Jing said solemnly to his face. The Star Sage was suddenly speechless. Dementia looked at Zhang Jing, and was about to open his mouth to speak. Zhang Jing immediately pointed at the sage Junyuan and said, Master, you have to give evidence. My master is his old man. Sage Junyuan was helpless, shook his head, and said helplessly, Brother Xing, this rascal is indeed the disciple of the old man, for you. Trouble. At this time, Star Sage is a bit hard to say. Can the old man also not see? Xing Sheng grabbed his head. According to the facts, Junyuan Shengren is the ancestor of the world immortals and the pioneer of cultivation in the world. It is impossible to make low-level mistakes. Zhang Jing immediately said, Old man, I'm a good star, right? The subconscious return of the Star Saint, infinite God-given. Old man in his face. Zhang Jing immediately regarded chicken feathers as arrows and said angrily, Look, this is what a saint should be. Spirit and insight. Looking at your humiliated appearance, it is really shameful for practitioners. Star of the Saint, turn on the machine. Tiansheng no longer wanted to reprimand Zhang Jing, and reprimanding was meaningless, and he was not shameless at all. The star description also knew about Zhang Jing, but didn't say much. Turn on the machine directly. Once the celestial phenomenon moves, the stars in the heaven and the earth will shine at the same time. The gods, the road-roaring artifact is spiritual, like a living siren, omniscient, but it is controlled by people. The industry makes the machine run the orbit of the sky and calculate the position of the break star. Star Saint Tomo said. The machine works, 1 trillion stars are surging, 2 black stars are intertwined, in the virtual. Under the empty shape, the sky is dim and the blood is red. All 3 borders are affected. The 2 black stars seem to be opposites, but they support each other hugely. Nuo Zhao Zhang Jing couldn't stop the spirit of the body and rushed to the sky. 100% fusion with a black star. There are 2 stars. Zhang Jing is one of them. Zhang Jing's pupils shrunk, and the star of destiny appeared on his forehead. It's really that black star uptack. A group of men picked up equals just stared at Zhang Jing. However, Zhang Jing is projecting the celestial bodies of the entire universe and the 3 realms. Instruments that seem to see destroyed universes and shattered worlds. On that day, the saint fell and wept. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download K. Chapter 274 _ Angry Threat. Buddha Ishikura stood up, bowed deeply and begged. In this way, Wu Zhaojing embarrassedly refused, but Zhang Jing gave him this thing. He really couldn't send it out. Sorry Gulliver, if you want anything more, the young equals Dai will give it to you without hesitation, but this thing is also my love, it has something to do with me, pray the ancient Buddha not to let the young generation embarrassing. Wu Zhaojing said calmly. The great Arhat was instantly elated and the Buddha's light was shining, and said in a calm voice, come to the Buddha and ask for it, Wu Zhao donor, please. Respect yourself. This is an ancient method. L is not an ordinary weapon. You shouldn't have it in private. Wu Zhaojing was in awe of the ancient Buddha, but this did not mean that he was afraid of the 8 Arhats. This magical weapon is my trophy, not stolen from anywhere, he said. 053, I'm qualified to deal with it. Luohan _ said so, but he underestimated this place. Wu Zhaojingtian, you shouldn't have toast, don't eat and drink alcohol. You killed your ancestors in front of you, coveting the ancient Buddhist Dharma behind you. If you don't know how to carry it, we will accept you today. Another Rohan angry threat. The ancient Buddha of Shikang calmed down and said, you are too arrogant. You are an Arhat, not a robber, and even your own heart is not clean. How can you beat people? Tuba Arhats soon lost their soil and did not dare to disobey the ancient Buddha. After all, he is the only fruit in the world, respected by the world. Not to mention them. Amitabha's water monk made a mistake. Master Wu Zhao, this ancient Buddha's Dharma is not small, it represents the glory of the ancient Buddha, I beg the donor to return it, I am willing to pay any price. Pinggong Luohan bowed and apologized to Wu Zhaojing, asking him to be gentle. Wu Zhaojing was very helpless in his days. When he took over the demon-suppressing bowl, he really didn't expect this magic weapon to be so important to Lingfo Mountain. Allow me to think. If I figure it out, I will personally go to Lingfu Mountain to return it to the ancient Buddha. I also ask the ancient Buddha not to embarrass my younger generation. Wu Zhaojing replied respectfully. Shikang didn't say much, stood up and bowed and said, thank you, if the donors come back, go and say, AIBF willing to donate charity to the donors. I don't deserve it. Wu Zhaojing replied respectfully and hastily. The ancient Buddha statue of Ishikang bowed and left. The 18-year-old Luohan, although unwilling, had to bow and leave at this moment. In Yunnan outside the cloud area, a ferocious man regained his life with a stick, waiting for the arrival of the 18 Arhats. This road is the only way for the 2 Arhats to return. There is no way to get on the plane, or get off the road and escape. On this road, Zhang Jing turned around with == a stick by himself, attracting attention on the road, but he quickly left. The murderous spirit that Zhang Jing exudes is obvious, a young oriental immortal is standing there. Certainly not easily provoked. White clouds and blue sky, the blue seems to be washed, as if to be pressed on the horizon, breathing is extremely depressed. Demon god = move with the wind. The breeze blew, the fine sand emptied, the pressure began to build up, and the blue sky began to dim. Dark clouds hang over the sky, as if in the freezing wind and downpour. The breath of purification and killing is felt everywhere in front of them. 18 Arhats escorted 9th Kanggu Buddha returned and left Yunnan district, but as soon as he left, he felt the poisonous gas spread to all parts of the world. Unprecedented. Faison wakes you up, reading = thing. Chapter 275 _ so arrogant. Big brother, you don't know that the northern wasteland suddenly has a power, and the power is very strong. Once it appears, it will be served by Zhou Shanshan every year. He will pay tribute to countless money and beautiful women. The Lord of Immortals personally leads the begging team and elites factions travel to the north to Famine L to fight each other. Now things are getting too much and the situation is going to get out of hand. So L reserves must be deployed as an official beggar, ready to go to war. When thousands of families know you are close they won't bother you. Li Qing said in a solemn voice. The northern wasteland is a wasteland, how can there be anything more than orthodox? What about the more powerful barbarian 9 in prosperous regions? Zhang Jing frowned and asked, who is the other person? Li Qing said helplessly, we don't know, we know it shines for thousands of miles as soon as the opponent shoots. People are down, eyes and knowledge are disturbed, and the fight is strong. Why is this secret art like the secret art of the Shenyao family? Didn't you report? Zhang Jing wondered. No, they're strong. They're ordered to tell the Fairy King to pay 5 million celestials and 100 beauties every year. Korea. Women and 800 slaves. We used to send messengers directly to kill them. Li Qing was a little panicked. Shinjoshin has never met a decent opponent. This time, she must have encountered a tough bone. I have a big mouth. It takes so much time in a year. How many people does Shenzhou Mountain need to deliver? Zhang Jing touched his nose and muttered to himself, thinking that the other party might be a member of the family. King Yaoxing was forced into Shuluo's bitter territory. I can't believe he's still so arrogant and arrogant. When will the reservists leave for the northern frontier? Zhang Jing asked softly. Li Qing replied immediately. Tomorrow there will be many people on the other side, they are all elites. If they fight, the younger brother may not be able to come back, he will not repay the eldest brother's forgiveness. I hope the eldest brother will forgive me. Zhang Jing shrugged and replied, I'll go there with you. Ah, you must not go over. The immortals have repeatedly explained that you cannot make 2 small mistakes. Li Qing hurried back. Zhang Jing replied calmly, if I don't want to die, why can't they do something to me? I just want to go over and see who they are. Zhang Jing's decision. Someone can change Zhou Wen can't change it. In order to ensure the safety of Zhang Jing, Zhou Wen had to personally lead the reserve team to the famine in the north. Ask for flowers. On the same day, Zhang Jing summoned Hananqing, Anlushi and Yalechu to join the reserve team. The next day, the reservists rushed to the northern famine. The famine in the north was indeed overpaid, and the opponent was indeed a member of the Shenyao family, but there was only one of them. There are about tens of thousands of people and the strength is only the existence of the Xiao family at the bottom of the family, but it is also a giant in this desolate frontier area. On the other side of the fairy kingdom, there is only one. Individuals, but there are a few people and hundreds of people under the sacred mountain in Shenzhou who open the sky, which is equivalent to tens of thousands of Xuanxian teens. The advantages of Shenzhou Mountain are not dominant. Joshin Fairy Taishi could only wait and did not dare to take the initiative to attack. Relying on the natural disaster Shenshin and Taichung, the attack of the Shenyao family branch was blocked. In just a few days, thousands of people have died begging, but the enemy only died a few. Personal. The gap between them is not small. Master Zhou Shan didn't know the Shenyao family. They knew very little about the power of the outside world. After all, their level was too low. They were the most marginal areas in the kingdom of heaven. Better. The world of heaven is vast, and the forces are numerous and complex. Only the top saints can understand most of the regional power and power of the heavenly world bug. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 276 checking. Most of them came in groups, just like the Chu family. A middle-aged man and a group of young people are rushing to evaluate a Taoist shrine. It's great that natives can get into 2 of them. If they can't get in, they can't do anything. Crowds of people, excited one by one, as if to go to the 1,000 places where Taoist shrines must be won. In fact, these thousands of places were set up by a few people. After all, Taoism has many branches and some branches need money. For example, 903 is a special recruitment as long as they are given enough jade or worship. After all, every main peak or denominations have a certain number of special places that are also included in the total quota. 2,000 people will not be inspected by those who can finally enter a Taoist shrine with their true skills. It's hard to stand out from the crowd in this giant's paradise, and now that 36 people are making trouble, it's basically even harder. However, These young people do not know that this assessment is not only the 36th heavenly kingdom, Monster Mountain ancestors. All the superstars send their own disciples to evaluate because Taoists tell them privately that they will do their best to train an elite to fight against the incoming stars. As Taoists have said, who doesn't want his disciples to be trained in Taoism? The distant Lingshan sent 2 reincarnated ancient Buddhas, although only a golden fairyland. But it can sweep through any Xuanxian class. 84,000 law, he is almost, half. Outside the Taoist Holy Land, there is a sea of people. There are as many as 10 million young people. This is the power of the heavenly world, which is incomparable with the human world. The dragon and the phoenix ascend to the sky, attracted the attention of countless people. The proud and white robe of the Saint Yu Heng is as far away as the figure above the 9 heavens. Now put away the dragon and phoenix. Bring it with equals group of female practitioners. One of them is very young. It looks like it's just sloppy. Love is superior, and it is also in the world of Jinxian. Yu Heng's holy daughter. She is the worst woman in the sky, but she is the holy daughter of Yaoqi Holy Land. She won't marry a man, she won't marry a man. Hey, it's the best. Of course we're not qualified for such a holy girl. Not other men who are cheaper. It's better to keep her pure. People talked about it one by one, looking at Yu Heng's daughter. Only Zhang Jing, he just wanted to stay away from her. He didn't want her to see him. He was most afraid of seeing acquaintances now. Saint Yu Heng with group of women walked directly from the Holy Land of Laoqi to the foot of the Holy Land, bowed and said, Old Kai Yu Heng came to worship the mountain 0 ____. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, during this time, there are 2 very poor ways to entertain Your Majesty when the assessment is busy, looking at the temple facing the sea. Equals a young Taoist disciple wearing a green shirt with a handsome appearance appearing in public. Bowing to Yu Heng's daughter. It is the Taoist Dongsheng Taoist soil, known as the Little Emperor, and a role model for the young generation. If it weren't for the fact that his reputation was crushed by the elders, it would have been more strong. Zhang Jing doesn't know much about Taoism, especially in the Taoist temple in heaven. He frowned at Dongsheng Daotu. His eyes were obviously different, but he always felt that this Dongsheng Taoist had something to do with the people who ambushed him. Dongsheng Taoist people clearly opened the sky very high, and ambushed the river scene as the first 3.3 stage of opening the sky. According to the truth, it should not be the right of talents. Just when the Taijia noticed Taoist Dongsheng and Yu Heng's daughter, the Buddha's light in the sky is very large, and the golden wings of the Dapeng are blooming with Buddha's light. Taipeng sat on his head and the sky was full of monks. His face looked very handsome and warm. This is Lingshan turn. Ancient Buddha statues. Taoist priest Dongsheng and Saint Yu Heng immediately stepped forward and bowed. I have seen the ancient Buddha statue in Shilling. Faison reminds you. Reading equals thing. Chapter 277 Cruel torture. Zhang Jing's soul and training talents are incomparable to these beasts. With such a clear order, he soon understood the secret order of some wild attacks. Zhang Jing waving the evolving famine order shrouded in desolation. At this time, Zhang Jing seemed to embody the father god of the great famine, looking down on ancient times, waves and waves, making the 4 directions go desolate. Even barren native life can feel the loss of life. Everything will fall into utter desolation, and there will be no order to its desolation. Crouching in fear at the beginning of the wasteland, approaching the monument, looking into Zhang Jing's eyes, as if in awe, but also in fear. It has lived here for so many years, and no one doubts that it understands the deep order on the monument. The strongest thing is that it and the desolate dragon have disappeared for many years, but the appearance of Zhang Jing has broken its cognition. A desolate order enveloped the mountains and drowned the 4. Mufeng and others felt that the wasteland order realized by Zhang Jing not only saved a lot of time and energy, but also easily absorbed these orders. Just as those 4 were working hard, the sky turned purple and purple. The sky is dim. The desolate order overwhelmed everything, and the whole mountain was plunged into darkness. At the beginning of the wilderness, he knew that What happened? She ran away when she left. The desolate dragon was not slow, so he turned his head and rushed down the mountain. Soon all the wild animals and birds on the barren hills had escaped. Zhang Jing was a little reluctant. Not knowing what to expect, looking up at the sky and thinking the changes here are really weird. This strange famine comes from the desolation, and the wind is getting stronger and stronger. Boss, what's the matter? Are we going to slip away? The silence and oblivion of Mufeng and Moon is horrifying. They always feel bad, these soils. The author knows best what happened. Let's go too. Zhang Jing was not an idiot, immediately stood up and prepared to run away. At this time, the storm surged. Violent and violent, it rolled in from all directions. It was broken like a wind blade. The gap was inserted straight into the large barren stone tablet. However, the death range of this famine order was not limited to Taiwadi Monument, but also the entire mountain. Zhang Jing was furious to the extreme. The feeling of death gathered in his heart. The four men persisted to the top of the mountain without hesitation and used the mountain to resist the famine order. Attack. This is the gathering point of the Great Wasteland Order. It is precisely because of this that the Great Wasteland Steel is formed here. One such storm every 100 years, and every storm leaves a clear order of famine on the steel of the Great Badlands, never to be repeated. Mufeng and others rolled up and hid in the mountain bay, but the storm was everywhere, and the famine made their bodies easily torn to shreds. Mufeng waited for it to cry bitterly, waiting for death to come. Even the opportunity to resist was useless. 787 Zhang Jing's eyes are red. He flew directly to them, covered them with his body, and blocked their famine order with the flesh of the Great Eucharist. At the same time, Zhang Jing is mobilizing the famine order and the original source of everything to help them heal. The famine order is tearing down their bodies, and the original origin of all things is to help them restore their wounded bodies, as in old age, and never die. There is nothing crueler than this torture. I want to die, I want to live, no chance. Including Zhang Jing in the desolate roar. To vent his inner pain, Zhang Jing faced the most famine order. His whole body was red with blood, and his wounds were shocking. Read the underlined version of the novel.